Welcome home, gamers, and welcome back to Mechabellum, where we don't appear to have Mechabellum. Let me see if I can fix that for you. We have black. It's excellent. Okay, this should be better. Good morning, Blue Feral. Good morning, Flock. It's morning for me. Got Kiddo and Friendo are making cookies, making chocolate chip cookies in the kitchen. So if my house burns down abruptly, I hope you guys will forgive. There we are. We are back on Mechabellum with the intention to be here for the weekend tournament 111 European. That is our plan. But for right now, I'm just going to play a single player on ladder. Try to get that done before the tournament starts. How is everybody doing today? You and you need to. All right, we have Symbios at 1943. We are somehow at 1912, which seems halfway decent. It's about 6 points under my all-time high. So if we can win one, then we will hit our all-time high. Hello, hello. Good evening, Zach. Hello, Blood. Hello, Titan. Channel point predictions are up for this one. And I think, I don't know if you guys heard Discord there. You guys hear Discord there? Back on streamer mode, but need to be that window. All right. What do we want here? I'm kind of thinking this one, but maybe the aerial specialist instead. Let's try the aerial specialist instead. You guys did. Okay, thank you. We are now in streamer mode. We won't be doing that to you again. Hello, Symbios. Good luck. Have fun. Hope the kids don't burn the kitchen down. I believe Alpha Titan is planning on joining me in the broadcast booth for the tournament. May not be here yet. No, I'm going to take the approach of... you are indeed, yeah, Julio. Take your time. You got 20-odd minutes still. We're going to run a 5 Arclight start, unlock some crawlers, and opponent has bought some fangs. And drops his small amp cores on the sledges. Now, I don't know if we're going to have... if I'm personally going to have enough stamina to make it all the way to the Americas tonight. Trying to do an 8-hour stream yesterday really wore me out. But we'll see how it's going today. I slept a good, 10 hours straight afterwards. Sting it. You. Um, let's bring these guys. Nice. A Mechabellum stream? I'll take it. Hello, Zany Zap. And Shirajirajin, welcome in. Yeah, it did. One hour of streaming is hard if you don't have hackers. Yeah, we know how you feel about your hackers, sir. Okay, we've picked up the marksman. I think we're just gonna take 3 of you guys. Yeah, put the marksman here and here. Let you guys filter out through some units there. And you can be back here somewhere. Sounds like a plan. Let's unlock Fangs and see how this does. Opponent also took the marksmans. And the lack of hackers is making you doubt my... It's making me lose my health. That's why I wound up in hospital. It makes sense now, Shira. Oh my goodness. Oh hey, look. We have running crawlers. Shocking. I am shocked, I tell you. What is this alchemy opponent has thrown upon us? Maybe I could help. Well, we'll see how this goes. I will need to take a shortish break to check in on the kids in the kitchen in a moment. Last I saw, there was flour covering somebody's nose and flour on somebody else's shirt. So, you know, it can only be going well unsupervised. They are definitely hacking something up in the kitchen. You are not wrong. I think it's just a pretty standard looking all of this. So take a quick peek out into the kitchen here. Well, Kiddo is now a literal cookie monster with cookie dough stuck to their hands. That's only going to end well. We have added more flour to see if we can disconnect the child from the cookie dough. I know you guys are all here for the the chocolate chip cookie updates, not the Mechabellum. So appreciate you choosing us for your chocolate chip cookie based shenanigans. Both sides range dark lights on round 3. Shocker. If it weren't for these 2 late arriving crawlers, we'd be alright. Maybe our marksman will handle the crawlers for us. Buddy, turn. Yes, you're the best. Good work. Good work. Hero. And we finally winned a round. P100. Do love my Ion Blast. It's probably a bit early for it, but, you know. You guys know how much I love it. Eh. Let's go something like that. Level you guys and you. I think we're going to try this guy from deep. And one more marksman in the middle. Looks like it's going to matter. And this guy is kind of supposed to not really chase off after the center crawlers. I wanted arriving to kind of pin these guys in the ion beam. Tourney registration is open. Tourney reg open now. It has been mostly rescued from the evil cookie dough. Down 3,700 to 5,100. Our plan is going to involve adding some forts. Maybe we put a fort in the middle. Maybe it's a level 2 fort. What do you think? A little bit of frontal screening. Yeah, we'll just hold that for now. Oh, he's gone to the melter. All right, melter with an item. Level 2 fort. You can see where this one is going to go. Not enough coffee. I just caught myself pushing my mouse up to scroll the screen. Feeling smart. Salt Melter would win this so easily somehow. Is that what he took? He did. He took a salt. He's got Efficient Giant and a Salt Melter already. Whoops. Well, now you hope opponent wins. That's a fun card. Hey. Hey. Mods, quick. Do something about that traitor. I got about 10 minutes to go till tourney start. Kiddo has made it out of the kitchen, so I think they have escaped the evils of the cookie dough. There are fangs back there. We've got fangs back as well. Maybe this was just a mistaken snap pick, but we'll put it there. Give you guys a range already. We'll buy another one. And... what do we think here? Round 6, let's take temp range. Opponent picks up a second melter, gives them range as well. So our forts are going to outrange them by the temp range. 155 to 140. We will have the wasps and the crawlers arriving late. Opponent also took the wasp, played them kind of defensively behind their melter. You can see how important this front fang was for distracting the melters early. They're really never going to get to engage with anything. Even if they get deeper into the round, they're going to engage with the arc lights before the fort. Yeah, this should be a really good matchup, right? Like, this is... I do like my big stompy forts. I think they're going to get the chance to pop off here. I said I think they're going to... Come on now. Why is this thing not dying? Holy smokes. Please finish it. Oh, goodness. That's just gross. Well, back to those close round finishes. We're never going to finish this game before the start of tournament. 3,500 to 3,800. Yeah, we don't have elite tech yet, that is true. You guys are 550. You guys are 650 over 2 rounds. No hacker, no win. Ay-yi-yi. This guy and his hackers. Looks like that for now. Opponent also took the worm, running the worm at what it looked like our weak side. Has now gone to energy diffraction. So that has reduced their range to 125. We're up to 170. That should be pretty solid for us for a while. I think you wanted electromagnetic barrage first, but we'll see. Looks like we may need something like a sledge line up here as well to slow these things down. Maybe that's why he's gone to the diffraction here. They're actually clearing my chaff faster than we're clearing his. That's no good. You, sir, why are you getting melted? Ugh. Hate it. I hate it, chat. We're down to 2244. Well, it's definitely shield airdrop this turn.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello, Titan. How are you?
I'm good.
Excellent.
Blood and I had just started a 1v1 when I saw that you had jumped on. I was wrapping that up. He cheesed me for 1,000 damage on round 3 in the air, and then I proceeded to not let him take another one of my rounds.
Wow. All right.
his unit seemed allergic to taking towers. It was hilarious. He had a corner wraith that didn't take my tower on the weak side because it kept getting pulled into the sledges in the mid board, chasing my chaff back to his tower, kind of like seashell loop-de-loop in the middle of the board.
Right.
Like 3 rounds in a row. It was hilarious.
That's pretty awesome. Peyton PayPal'd my units not to shoot his towers. I love it.
Ooh, smoke landing is sad. It's a big melter.
It should be. Okay. Yeah, that big melter has demolished us.
This looks like a rough go of it. Maybe I'm needing an EMP arcs or something, question mark. Are those assault melters?
Yeah, they're assault melters.
They look fast. Okay. Yeah. So the range is relatively short.
Yep.
They don't have a sock, at least.
Why are we not running EMP on that? We'll run our EMP there.
Four minutes to tourney.
Yep.
Get temp range.
Yeah. Yeah, I predict a loss. You do need chaff clear at this point, for sure. We don't have EMP callers, Reven. That was why the EMP is on the arc lights. The opponent has gone spread crawlers. Might need more.
That is a lot of crawlers.
Yeah. Even you were not wrong.
Smoke landing crippling.
Yeah, the smoke landing was okay. Well, build on it. All right, that's a W for Symbios, and we never really laid much of a glove on him. 3850 to negative 966.
How are you feeling, my friend?
Yesterday tired me out, man. But
you don't say.
Yeah, but it was good overall. I was pretty pleased with the cast. Pretty pleased with the way we sounded. So, all right, that tournament is in 2 minutes, so we're gonna start our ads now, and we'll be back in time for that tournament start. I'm gonna go.
Was buzzing with some of the matches that we had from the Mecha Mini Masters, so nice. It definitely made the rounds.
I've got to go check on the kitchen since there is a cookie making disaster happening. So I'll be
dear.
Back.
Oh, alrighty then. Okay. Anybody wanting to get in, now is your window. About a minute and a half to get yourself signed up. Yes, Blood. Let us tell them about the recent 2v2 match. Blood cajoled me into a first match of the day into Sappho and Arbiter, and that went about as well as you'd expect it to. Blood had a brilliant flank on round 3 that went exactly according to plan, and I didn't get tempoed out due to a bad opening matchup into a missile. Symbiose, I caught the end of that. I'm Alpha Titan. Amarok stepped away briefly. Oh, there's also an ad running. So I think that the smoke certainly helped, but I also think you definitely had a winning chaff board at that point with just a ton of crawlers, and Loose punished the arcs. But from what I could tell, it was a good game.
All right. We are back. Ladies and gentlemen, start your mechs. We have a full house. It looks like 62 odd, wait, 116 odd, there we go, in Advanced Group 1. And there should be an Advanced Group 2 as well. Looking around for a good match. AWM against Fedez. Strikes me.
There's also Xiaoji Quinzhao against Dorgon.
Yeah, Xiaoji Quinhuanju against Dorgon. Fort Build against Blood.
Oh, that's spicy.
That is spicy. I think I'd like to do that one.
I would enjoy that as well.
All right. Let us step in here. We'll put a prediction up for those of you that enjoy the Gamba. Of course, Blood was in the Mecha Mini Masters last night. I didn't get to see a ton of his play, but made it to, well, I mean, dropped out at the final 8 is where that went. Made it to the final 6, I guess.
Yes.
So, channel point.
He and
Go ahead.
He and Dai were 5th and 6th respectively. There wasn't really a specific hard and fast one or the other, and both of them went to 3 rounds in their last match, so it was a close one.
Yep. Park 09 eliminated Blood to make it to the final 4. Of course, the Mechabellum Mini Masters final is next week. You can catch it on this channel at 6 o'clock p.m. Pacific on Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern. Welcome to round 1 of Weekend Tournament European number 111. You've got Fort Build Nearside in blue, Blood Farside appropriately enough in red. What packs do you like for these guys, Titan?
Goodness. I mean, if I'm looking at Blood, I was going to say the giant pack looks really good. There was also a Storm Fang. I missed the specialist, but that's just a solid standard. And Blood has actually been playing a lot of aggro recently, although I think he is at his best in standard. Although he has been a little bummed out with his unit drop RNG, he said. So we have a steel ball matchup into Tarantula, so Blood will be happy about that.
That should be a good matchup for Blood. He's coming out aggro on the right side. Toast, welcome home, and thank you for the subscription. 11 months of Toast's support. Deeply appreciated, my friend. And I hope you are settled in for an enjoyable tournament, as we are. Of course, with me in the booth, Alpha Titan, and this is the voice of Amarok, or voice of Mechabellum.
The one and only.
Tarantulas and Marksman for Fort Build. He's giving it some thought as a saber-tooth specialist.
Is he going to play the standard?
A gift sub for Reven. Thank you very much, Toast. And yeah, Fort Build is going to play this from standard. He's got a little bit lucky with the marksman on the correct side. The 2 marksmen on the correct side, 1 on the left. And,
yeah, that's going to rush right in, though. Both of those are going to converge. I think this is, maybe there's some distance there for the crawlers to help out, but I think this is going to be a pretty decisive round for Blood. I said usually round 1 will go to the steel ball player unless there's particularly good positioning. I said the arc lights do have some distance to cover. Crawlers will get tower. And then the steel ball should be able to lock this tarantula down before debuff wears off. No levels, which is the worst thing you want to avoid when you have steel balls as a early level. I said I don't hate tarantula in aggro defense. And I do like this item. That's very nice on this spider because that extra damage goes a long way towards killing the steel balls quickly.
Mass-produced...
Kind of like the anti-steel ball item.
Right, it's great. Mass-produced Wraith for Blood. We saw that used to great effect a couple of times last night.
I had the most insane board I think I've ever seen. Woot was facing the conclusion, and there were like 19 Wraiths on the board. Both of them had taken Mass Prod Wraith, and there were over 25 sub-steel ball mech div on the board between both players.
Oh my goodness.
It was absolute chaos.
That's amazing.
Conclusion ended up winning by having Photon on some boats to help tip the degen war.
Right.
But it was insane. Woot had 3 intensives.
Oh my gosh.
And had like a level 8 Wraith.
A level 8 mass-produced Wraith. Ouch.
At a certain point, it was worth paying full price.
Flank crawler for fort build. That'll be the distraction crawler, I think, with the removable beacon. Blood with a little bit more of a committed flank. A crawler with an arc light behind it. That is going to pull one of the marksmen and ignore the tarantula. I mean, the tarantula is going to ignore it. He's also using oil early, so round 2 oil.
I don't hate that into this. You really want the speed to be slowed down, and a damage item tarantula has a decent shot of leveling if these steel balls can't get in. So that time you're buying right here is absolutely huge.
Right, if only his chaff had not been pulled, but Blood had a great pull to the right. That tarantula is going to die well before it levels. It's less than halfway there.
The good news is we have one more round of oil, and Pledge, Fort Build should be able to answer that side flank established well enough to hopefully protect that tarantula. But we do know that Blood's Wraiths are going to be coming soon, and that's going to really help these steel balls get in quick. So I almost want to see vertical sledges this round.
It is another round win for Blood. He's at 4,700. Fort Build at 38 something. Blood, the giant specialist, gets a efficient giant manufacturing. So he's getting all his units on a discount, and his discounted unit is going to be a level 1 sandworm. Fort Build has the Sabertooth drop. There's no way he's putting that Sabertooth out on the far left, right?
Not a world. Yeah, if I'm him, I probably put it... Oh my goodness, you sell it into the giant specialist, and I actually think that's a decent body on board. I'm really curious to see how he uses that money, because he basically turned it into a $100 paycheck, and not in a high-tempo position.
Right.
Okay, so he changed his mind.
Control Z.
Back. He still has field recovery, so he hasn't Control Z'd it all the way back.
Right. And
oh no, did he forget he still has field recovery? That would be the worst case scenario.
To have the 100. Yeah, now he's Control Zing all the way back. Oh, wait, no, he's sold it again. Goes for the vertical sledges.
Okay.
And two packs of sledges is still not going to protect against the sandworm.
No, it won't.
This one's pretty deep also. Is that even going to pull anything? I guess it... okay, so he has them set aside. Although now his now his electromagnetic impact is in the wrong place. Now he's got it all kind of hooked up. And
that's going to be very slow steel balls with EMP and oil. They are moving at 4.3 meters per second.
That is slow. When a Fang walks by and calls you slow, you know you're having a bad day. Reminds me of being on a very old ferry in New York Harbor, and literally seagulls were flying past us. Faster than the boat.
A lazy bird. Ooh, is that spider gonna level? You really want that spider to level. It is so close.
Still not there yet. It's 39 XP away.
I if it participates in the tower kill, it'll be good. Or if it participates in the sandworm kill, it'll be enough.
It goes and gets the tower all by itself. That'll do. And the sandworm is down. So Fort Build wins round 3. He's at 3860, Blood down to 4160. So they're within 300 hit points of each other.
Oh my goodness, the triple bird drop. That is insane. And that's so good as the giant player, because if your opponent takes it, you can just go into the forts with AA right out of the gate, and it's too many deploys to sell out of, but you can play it. And it's so strong into these sledges to accompany what you know you already want, which is the Wraith.
Fort Build does take it anyways. They are going to be a good answer to a Wraith. They're a halfway decent answer to a ball. Yeah, it's just too good to pass up. I'm certainly not too afraid of Fort Anti-Air. And he's got Quantum Reassembly, so that if you start taking them down with AA, it will reassemble elsewhere on the board.
Oil is gone, so the balls will be at full speed, but this level 2 Tarantula with the damage item got his level before the oil was gone, which was the key break point.
Yeah. Fort Build, of course, plays pretty slowly. He does explain a lot of his thinking to his stream, so you'll see him down in the final seconds fairly frequently. Sometimes he over-explains and underplays, and that can get him in trouble. Hopefully he's focused and, on it for tournament.
Here on this channel, that never happens.
Never, of course. What's the score again? What am I playing? Wait, what was my specialist?
Oof.
Oh, hey, wait, I was giant specialist.
Close
I
to home.
totally have unlocked something.
Wow.
All right, splash.
The blind launcher tech.
Splash and launcher overload. Launcher overload, basically doubling the DPS. He's running that where other people would run charged shot. So it's his way of increasing the DPS and minimizing the overkill by having the rate of fire down to 1.7 seconds. So those Phoenix have had a pretty good round. They've cleaned up the Sabretooth on the left side. On the right side, as you said, that once that thing was level 2, it had a beastly day.
Mm-hmm.
And
it just completely owned that side, and the birds were able to clean up the birds of the opponent.
Right. Even despite giving up range, right? Because that's the downside to launcher overload. Minus 25 meters,
right.
So it puts them at 95 meter range. Orbital bombardment.
So strong into birds.
Yeah, that is perfect for Fort Build. He'll put it over 2 of the 3 Phoenix for blood.
But skipping it is a shock to me. I think playing Phoenix.
He took the Wasp Swarm, and there is no great backside Wasp protection for Fort Build. Looks like he's hoping to distract the Phoenix. But Launcher Overload Phoenix actually does decently well into Wasps.
Especially 2 packs. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if only one of the Phoenix even dies here. And certainly I don't think any more than 2 at most.
Right. This is
exchange for an orbital.
Yeah, I was going to say this is just such a it's such a unique build for Fort Build that Blood may not have the experience against it. In fact, Blood is going to buy 2 more Wasps of his own.
Okay. Take shield on them and make it make sense.
Bought 3 of them and anti-air. So now he's got the AA spec Wasps coming in on the back side, and those Wasps will have. Whoops, he has
or range.
Changed, yeah, he control Z'd twice, changed his mind again. So he's back in AA. So they will be at 80 meters range against the Phoenix, to the Phoenix at 95. But they do great damage. Yes.
That might be enough to beat these Phoenix now, because they die so quickly. The rate of fire may be suppressed.
Yeah.
I still think 4 birds wins against the call-in, but it's a much closer matchup now.
Yeah, it's definitely closer, and it depends on these guys turning, which they are going to lose some of their time and efforts turning. They do lose out this time.
Wow.
The hit point difference, the damage difference from the Wasps, dramatic. On the right side, of course, the Wasps have gone down to the orbital bombardment, for the most part.
Well, some of them got pulled backwards due to a flank that kind of undermined his own orbital.
Right, he ran the mobile beacon, right?
Yeah, I don't think you want to do that in the orbital turn.
On the orbital turn. Yeah, you just let them run right into the orbital.
Yep.
Keep all of his
So one
units
shield
stuck in
will
them.
survive, but one will go down because the
this
marksman is still
marksman's
stuck.
hanging out in it. That's okay. We have fangs against all these wasps. It'll be fine. What could go wrong? In fact, both of the
Maybe the
marksmen are
shield
hanging
lives?
out in the shield, so that has kept the second marksman alive as well. Now it
Oh, the
goes
shield
down,
goes down.
and the sandworm will win for blood. So blood at 3,000 hit points. Fort build down to 3132. We go to round 6.
Oh my goodness, so many options.
Speed for blood is great. As the pushing player, you always love advanced power system.
Also, blood taking oil. I wonder if he's going to try and set this on fire, or if it's just to create a slow so that way he can push on the left, take tower, and sweep right.
Sells out of this pack of steel balls.
Ooh.
Sells out of that one as well.
I do not like the melter pick here. It's not good into the wasps, even with energy diffraction, and Phoenix with charge shot are one of the canonical best answers. I feel like that is a desperation play because charge shot birds are just better at killing something like a blue sandworm than the launcher overload worms are, or birds are.
Right. This is also one of those where, ironically, fort build would be well served to be in a fort build. Forts are a good answer to both sandworm and wasps.
I'd much rather see forts here in this particular situation. Also with the steel balls, I guess there's only one pack left, but there's a lot of ways the smelter could have pain. Now this EMP is going to do a ton of work. It's going to slow down the units. It's also going to disable the AA on the wasps. And there's no wasp call-in in the back to take out these Phoenix.
Right. A decent point from Toast that overload factories are also good against the worms, but at the time we were looking at this thing, we've only got the one worm on the board. And
right, that would be a bit hugely expensive direction to go.
The fort doesn't answer the wasps or the Phoenix. I'm sorry, the war factory doesn't answer the wasps or the Phoenix, so...
Right.
Absorption module is also really good on a fort.
It is.
It is not going to be helping
Although
this melter very much. Melter is down. Sandworm is in good shape.
This bubble's getting good value, but the rounds are looking grim. I love the wasp in it. I did not see that coming, and Blood used that wasp call in to dramatic effect, I think to better value than the orbital for cheaper, and it will come back sooner.
Right. And it'll come back teched.
Kudos to him.
Now he gets an overlord.
Forts.
Yeah, free forts for fort build. Please see that this is your answer. No. We've taken the overlord.
I don't hate it, but it's rough into the wasps that already have AA and into birds.
Right. Blood has a range enhancement on his overlords. Both of them are running a very similar build with launcher, overload, range, photon, and wasp production.
Yep. Also, the AA
on the tarantulas,
I think, are getting a little bit trying to invest too much resources into a unit that isn't even ranged and is dying to the birds before it even gets in range to do the anti-airing.
Hello, Azil. How did you do in your first round? Another melter up on the line there for fort build.
With multi, the worms are never going to get downed, and with range, the boat should just pop these melters.
Yeah, I don't see this going well. Scamdiva
I
missed
love
the start. What are
though.
these people's MMRs? Both of them are in the 1900s.
Yes.
Scamdiva. Now we have suck, in addition to the absorption module.
Right, which the item is obviously overriding that. Man, those boats already have locks on the first one.
Yeah, first one is in trouble. It is trying to heal its way through it. Heal thyself. No, it does not. Now you get the tarantulas are doing halfway decent against the wasps, but the boats are going to be unstoppable.
Yep.
And so is Blood, at least in round 1 of this tourney. Fort Build sends the well played.
I love, by the way, what Blood did here with the double oil and kind of played the weak side of his almost like a defensive build and kind of let his arc lights be ranged and used that forward position that was a weakness and turned the spider into pushing from a deep position almost. I really liked the way that pivot happened. There was actually a lot going on here that's very nuanced on Blood's side of the board.
Right. The skipping the orbital, which we both thought was kind of surprising at the time, but then pivoting
I wouldn't have
into
even considered another option.
Into the Wasp build with aerial specialization to take out the Phoenix from behind, and then really kind of putting the hammer down on what had been his weak side, selling out of his strong side, leaving the Phoenix to cover it, the Phoenix and the arc lights, and the flank to distract, and then winning from the left.
Using the lack of range, and then using your opponent's oil against them. It just lots of really good. I honestly am probably going to rewatch this game because there was a lot of things here that I really liked, and it's not often that I watch a game and I'm like, I didn't think of that, and that's amazing. It didn't occur to me.
Right.
Usually, when you're looking at both sides, the lines at least kind of exist, and it's pick your poison. And this was a game that I would never have played.
Yeah, certainly wouldn't have played it the way that Blood did. Xiaoji, Qin Huanzhu, and Dorgon are at about 2,000 hit points apiece.
Ooh.
We'll jump into that one. News from elsewhere. Salt Monkey says Azil beat him. Azil claims a lucky saved by the drop, but Salt Monkey says, indeed, I'm all over the place. Did you just play like you typed? Indeed, I'm all over the place. Hey, it's a Saturday night for the man. He's allowed a bit of relaxation.
All right.
What we've got here...
There's Raidens versus Melters.
And the Melters are from the Aerial Specialist, while the Raidens are from the Sabertooth Specialist.
Well, there's also birds, interestingly enough, for the Aerial Specialist here. Although birds and Melters are a little bit tricky, but take what you can get. You need to outrange a Raiden.
Zach says he's been up ladders all week, and my answer is, that is not what we meant by laddering.
Right.
I'm gonna go...
There is a beefy Farseer here.
You've got the con. I'm gonna go check in on those cookies.
Yes, indeed. This is a close game. I'm liking the Melter side the more I look at it, though. Gonna have to see what the board looks like. Oh my goodness, all the clicks. Ooh, that smoke is brutal. You've got to shield that. We've got shields up for Xiaoji. We have leveled sledges as a tanky line. We've got some Farseers with items. I'd really like to see EMP on these Farseers. They were doing a good job of connecting with some important units that needed to have their techs turned off. Also, I think the things, their shield, there's just so many of them. With that smoke landing, that's going to be a brutal round. Those are immediate locks on the chaff clear. And that's a lot of fangs left with no chaff clear. Yeah, this is going to be maybe 3,000 damage.
So the cookies are out of the oven, and the house has not burned down. And a thank you to Iron Commander for the follow. Iron Commander, of course, the name of the game in Mandarin. As well, a thank you for the follow to CF09, Zhaoji
3,000.
Quinhuanzhu does get the 3,000, gets the win against Dorgon. Really well played from a very solid 201 player in Zhaoji Quinhuanzhu.
Yes. Honestly, there were just so many shielded fangs here, and the spiders went down too quickly, largely in part because of the smoke, but I think there was also a key missile on this center crawler that let the smelter get the early center lock on these arc lights and spider, and that tipped the round in a domino effect style, where the Vulcans were then putting their fire missiles on the middle of the board instead of into Zhao Ji's board. And it just kind of cascaded into not enough chaff cleared, which meant all the giants and all the Farseers survived, and that was just a boatload of damage.
I mean, that's one way to explain it. Dorgon's explanation is, maybe I shouldn't play tourney after a 2-week vacation. Hey, Hamrock. Hey, all. Around the group, number 1 seed Lau gets the win over Theorist. Nightcrawler, defending champion, gets the win over Dane. T-Kong over JJM. Hecate upsets Godius Prime, your number 7 seed. Upsets your number 9 seed, Rivruskende. So 2 of the top 10 falling at round 1. AWM, Steel Sane, Autodidact, and Azil, the favorites, getting their wins. Egophobic, Soft each, all with wins. Tala beat Lord Clankariat, so nice upset for Tala.
Nice.
Ben Malls, a fellow streamer, falls to one of the 201 players. I'll check that name in a minute. Zhaoji Quinhuanzhu got the win over Dorgon, as we just saw. Fresh Pro beat Kelkathorn. Scary Rabbit over Ping Shi. Lepaco beat Rakamakathon. Laurel upset Symbioz, my pre-tournament. It was Symbioz pre-tournament warm-up game, and that did not go well. So Symbioz, hey, I said, go, good luck, have fun, go win them.
Build on the win.
Let me down there. We saw Blood beat Fort Build, a really well played game there. Sparty, Dead Eagle, Avoid Insanity, Ronnie James Dio, the favorites, Lunaria XO, all getting the win. Your number 10 seed gets a win. Raffo Dog upsets number 8 Narion, so the 7, 8, and 9 all upset. Krista Schiff. How am I supposed to say this one? Kritischer Treffer. Kritischer Treffer? I'm gonna go with that.
I don't even want to try. I don't know. I love this. I love the way that it looks like it sounds.
Right. Woot and Math is Might, the 2 and 4 seeds, well, 4 and 2 seeds getting the wins. Further on down, wins by Sir Michael VI, 170, Freedom, Klops, Archmystic, Smook, Supremus, Tensor, Ghost, Juxtapose, Ant Sobolev, Bakri, Zuba, Quantilus Varus, Croco, Ewok Love Shack, not even gonna try. Zero, 2 beers below, Heinz Wurstbahn, Richie, Quack Duck, BS Master, Nameless, Warm Dragon, Jay Schultz, and a no ready up from the 115th seed.
So apparently the fancy K name is Critical Hit. Thanks
Okay.
to Dorgon. So I can honestly see it now that you say it.
All right, that will be yeah, critical hit. Okay, never mind. I had it once. I got it for you guys exactly once.
Plus or minus a few syllables.
Exactly. Exactly.
I was going to pronounce it critter with an endearment of acknowledgement that it is my failing.
Right.
And not the names for conveyance of that.
Love it.
For those who don't know, homemade chili is good.
Fair enough. Now, is this the Texas style? You have religious wars over whether or not it's chili if it doesn't have meat, or it doesn't have beans, or I'm not sure what the actual fight is.
I'm sorry, there is no chili that does not have meat. I don't.
Oh, okay.
You can have vegetable stew, or there's plenty of good things that don't have meat, although most of the best things do. Chili has meat.
All right, there's the religious war. Got it. I'm just making sure I know. I don't want to get shot in Texas for not knowing this.
I will say I'm the heretic in that I am in the minority where I'm not a beans person, so my chili doesn't have beans.
Ooh.
Whereas that is canonically something that is not universal, but rather ubiquitous.
Right. So 3 of our top 10 are down already, and we've got seven of them remaining.
Kat, I could not agree with you more. I will give props to somebody who comes up with a good flavor that they put together themselves, even if I personally may not agree with all of the recipe decisions. Because in the same way that I'll try anything once, I will also give credit to somebody who takes the time and effort to find something that they like, and they make it. All right. We have our matches determined as yet.
We will, yeah. I have not been looking at that because I've been taking the notes for next round.
So many names. Trying to find somewhere in the middle. I will say I'm a little impressed with Tala. It wasn't a huge upset. They were close to the middle, but Tala has struggled with mentality in previous tournaments, both on midweeks and on weekends. So,
right, we have our matchups set. Where do we go look there?
Scrolling. Not seeing a pair of names that jump out yet.
At the middle is Hecate against Sir Michael VI. That's 2 names I don't know. Flops versus Tala, possibly. Let's take a look. Did we wind up with a spoiler? Godius Prime against Lau is probably the best match of the round, since Godius is in the spoiler role. Let's just take that one.
I think that makes a lot of sense.
So Godius Prime was the original number 7 seed after taking the loss in round 1, getting upset, and now faces Lau.
And of course, if you're Lau, you're like, man, I wish I was the number 2 seed, because the best upset is going to be much more dangerous than the lowest ranked winner. But if anybody can handle a slightly unoptimal round 2 curveball, Zlamanj, excuse me, is well equipped to do so.
Right. I think you guys have started singing Alanis Morissette in the chat there. It's like having triple wasp call-in on your back line. Oh.
That's Greek to me, whatever you just said.
Isn't it ironic song? Never. They really should have the upset playing someone that isn't the first rank. I completely agree. It should be in the middle. Isn't it ironic, don't you think? There you go. All right, welcome to round 2 of Weekend Tournament 111. Number 1 seed Lau facing number 7 seed Godius Prime. Godius Prime, the highest ranked loss, with now facing the Advanced Group 1 mini tournament champion, who's looking to add the weekend tournament to a to his, well, pretty packed trophy cabinet, I believe.
Kidding.
Godius Prime was 6th in this tournament last week.
So Zlamanj
taking Steel Ball Pack, which I don't know enough to say definitively is uncommon, but I know I've seen them play a lot of the marksman and arclight pairings in standard boards as kind of their happy place. So having neither as their starting pack of choice may be a nod to the Farseer specialist, maybe simply a diversity of skill set, maybe trying something for the tournament, but it'll be interesting to see them play in a way that I've seen them play less of than I traditionally do.
Right. I do like them coming out with the offset asymmetrical start from standard with deep steel balls. That is actually one of my best winning formations, is to come out not necessarily with the steel balls, but to come out defensive but not symmetrical. And you can see how some of those matchups work out really nicely for them. With, for example, the crawlers on the far right having avoided the chaff clear.
The one marksman in that middle area got kind of run over by crawlers, but the trade-off was that there was a lot of concentrated fire into the steel balls. So their tankiness kind of got spent. So even though the marksman kind of bit the dust, he was a sacrificial lamb, and it bought Godius Prime the round.
Yep. The Godius Prime ahead 4,300 to 3,800. That won't worry Lau.
Ooh, that missile strike is juicy.
He's taken a missile strike, and of course the way that Godius Prime had lined up, there's going to be a really tasty spot for it. Lau also adding a Farseer of his own. So he's got Farseer and 100 left for another Crawler or Arclight. And if he wins rounds, right, that is going to accelerate this game by having the 300 hit point damage for one deploy.
I also think it's just really, like, it is one of the absolute best units in the early game because it's tanky enough to not die. It can kill sledges relatively efficiently. It can clear itself enough chaff that it never really gets eaten by crawlers unless it's being ganged upon by 2 or more packs at once. And I also think that it's a nice escort because it's reasonably fast to go with these steel balls. I wouldn't normally play it because I tend to think of it as falling off, but I'll be curious. Oh my goodness, I actually remember.
Flank Crawler from Blood? What is it do you remember, sir?
Sorry, I remember seeing Lauman trying to play Farseer carry and Apucci matched up with him on ladder like 3 times in a row and just beat him with like Saber AM aggro and a different aggro, and it beat it 3 times, but Lauman was playing around with Farseer like commit and carry. And I just had that flashback memory as I was talking about the tempo advantage and how it's strong but falls off. So
right.
I would not be surprised if we see many more Farseers as the game progresses.
Well, the one surviving Crawler gets Tower for Blood. I'm not sure that's how he planned that flank.
You mean for Godius?
For Godius, yes, sorry. Hero Crawler, indeed. Eventually goes down to the Farseer, and Lau now on 3,800 to 3,900. We go to round 3.
If I'm right, this is definitely a laser sight pickup so that you can try and leverage your Farseers. Okay, efficient tech.
Laser sight for Godius Prime. Range on the Arclights for Lau. And
what do you know? Range on a chaff clear on round 3.
And surprise, surprise. And
and 5 of them.
Yeah, it doesn't even put a Crawler out there, just puts the Arclight to handle this flank now.
What do you do if your Godius here? Oh, is this going to be Assman? 100%.
It certainly is. Great call. And
you don't tuck marksmen in the corners of your flank when they're not going to get the assault mode button.
Right.
I will say, playing Assman when you already see Farseer on the board, to me, is like one of the biggest contra-indicated mismatches because the 100 cost EMP is so strong. And now it's 50 because of the tech bonus. Like,
right. This is could be a pretty rough matchup.
they are always strong the round you click the button, though. Like, if you click the Assman button and you lose that round, that is a disastrously bad sign. Because it should be just a massive surge of stats on board for when you click the button.
Right, because it's plus 50%
Sure enough.
attack and plus a zillion hit points. And
Right.
that is exactly what you're seeing. Round win for Godius Prime.
I will say EMP arcs are a unfavorable counter because they will often tag the marksman. The marksman then gets his range back, one taps the arc light, and then gets back into assault mode. And it can be really amusing how they kind of troll each other that way. Another triple Phoenix drop. Wow.
The game has liked giving those out, and that is, of course, what comes in the round 4 drop. You're getting 3x of 200 cost units, Mustangs, Storms, Phoenix, or Tarantula.
All of these are tempting for different reasons.
For Godius Prime, I could honestly see the Mustang in terms of having the EMP, or having the anti-missile available against the EMP from...
Potentially, although into the arc lights, that's very risky.
I mean, they're going to be behind the assault mode marksman, right?
Ideally.
No, they're going to be, because the marksmen are at 70 meters and the Mustangs are at 95. Even the one with the laser sight is at 90.
Well, I will say that the Mustangs are faster and in parallel, so they will drive forward.
True.
Eventually,
The positioning is a
and that's
little
why
off,
I say
I think.
ideally.
Yeah.
That's why I say ideally, because based on what we're seeing on board, it's not there yet.
Yep.
And then if the marksman died, I see where Godius is going with this, and I don't hate it, but we are seeing the Farseer spam. And if you didn't have that already on the agenda, when you see the marksman come down, a really good indicator that now's the time.
Yeah, we get 3 new Farseers for Lao, and 2 Stormcallers, one of them doing the Cat Say Mew Storm Cheese, patented.
But level 2.
It's a level 2 tower.
There. Ooh. I think that tower is going to go down, and I think it's going to go down with enough units left on the board that it's going to matter. But there is a lot of stuff coming in on this tower. Maybe it won't be enough yet.
Left side's
I
tower
think
goes down for Lao before the right side level 2 tower goes down for Blood. This is a spot where maybe it was a little
Godius.
greedy, or for Godius, yes, thank you. Was perhaps a little greedy to triple recruit the Farseer on this round. But Lao does win the round. That drops Godius to 33.30 and Lao at 32.50.
I'm not sure how well Anti-Missile Mustang does into Farseer. I would be very curious, because I don't know enough about that matchup to say who I would favor in that. Ooh, that's a sneaky tower attempt with that the back crawler call in with the missile strike to clear the defenders. Slow with the storms, obviously, to pound. I love the Scorpion ad here. I think the splash is huge. There's so much clumping going on with sledges and typhoons and Mustangs all compacted together, and the oil is going to only further slow them down.
I love that Godius Prime is not even reacting to the on the line Stormcaller. Has taken range on the marksman, so now you're in the situation where the Mustangs will be out in front. They don't have anti-missile yet either. So,
Right.
For actually trying to turn that around next round, there is the answer to those storms. They'd be tracked on the Fang if they still existed, and the Fang is pretty decently positioned if they don't exist.
Right. We do see a cell on the S-Man in the back corner. It was just dying for free.
Right. That missile strike missed a bunch of the crawlers. It was too far back.
It did.
It should have been a little bit further forward to give those crawlers the 5 seconds runtime before that missile and the underground threat arrive.
So this oil is putting in work. It's locking things down, and the Scorpions put a ton of kill pressure in before they went down as well. The towers don't fall. Oh, Mustang stopping the shield. That is so unfortunate, losing that shield.
It's a solid round for Lau. Wins this one, drops Godia's Prime from 3330 to 1914.
Ooh, another set of spicy choices. I think Vulcan is really, really strong for Zlau just because you can light this oil this turn even if you don't keep it. And
Right.
It's really strong.
But he takes
Goes with the
Phantom Ray instead. In chat, we see Kamos. Congratulations on Asia, Kamos. Well played.
Nice. And that was my thought too, Kat. But I will say, with burst mode, this could absolutely blow a level 2 tower out of the water in one shot. Burst mode Phantom Rays do a shocking amount of damage, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a missile on this Fang pack, burst mode on the Phantom Rays, and a quick tower take, although I don't know that the burst is strictly necessary. I think that it would expedite that and is very fast. Got lots of techs taken, so we're getting our money's worth out of the efficient tech. And honestly, a lot of Scorpions here. Just very compacted formation. Void Eyes are another unit that's at that 100 meter range. The Mustang's at 95. The Marksman at 110. Sledges at 110.
Yeah,
the temp range has changed.
Yeah, temp range, everything's at 110, right? So
right.
The Marksmen are at 125. The Typhoons are at 115, but yeah, everything is at the exact same depth, and that is when you get the most value out of Scorpions. And you've got plenty of arc lights to clean up the chaff that would be potentially distracting the Scorpions.
It's going to be painful. And this is Lau knowing when they want the oil and how to leverage that oil to just devastating effect. The tower goes down to boot.
Tower goes down just to ensure that this cleanup is brutal. There's a reason Lau is the #1 seed. He is showing it off here.
That was a kill box and a half.
And it is indeed. Odious Prime at 2129, going down to Lau in 7 rounds. No, in 6 rounds even. So, GG's really quickly played from Lau. Just very, very efficient answer. EMP on the Farseers, range on both the Arclights and the Scorpions, ensuring that he's totally outranging this comp, oil in his own half so that the outranged comp is just always in trouble and just creates the kill box, as Titan said.
And honestly, a really good use of leveraging 300 cost units that don't die and leverage their own hit points for tankiness so that you can maximize damage to your opponent after you win.
Right, that is how this acceleration happens, right? The Scorpions, if they survive their 300 hit point damage on the bar, and the Farseers as well, and with the range, the Farseers aren't dying. They're in fact getting out in front of the Scorpions, so the Scorpions aren't dying either.
Yeah. Just very clinical, very well played. And it is interesting to see how the Farseers got played. I do wish that the anti-missile had been clicked. I think it would have been, at the very least, good to see in action. And I think when you get the 3 Mustangs for free off the drop like that, and you don't tech them at all, the anti-missile is comparatively cheap. And there were storms, there were Farseers, and the EMP was devastating to your marksman, like you were saying. I think that anti-missile on the Mustangs would have been a really good shout there.
Blood's match is still at 3,600 to 3,300, so we're going to step into that one.
Yeah.
Elsewhere, #10 seed Iron Pillar Mage did not ready up in round 2, so they have lost out to the #52 seed, who would have been something like 103 or 104 at the start of the tournament.
Blood is boating again. Spider boating this time. He's got some wasps. There's some lightning storms going. Melting points behind towers for opponent. Using the level 1 towers though, so not really tanking behind those towers. More like just sitting behind them and hoping to not get shot. It felt like the Lightning Storm was stronger for Blood's opponent than Blood, so the post-Lightning Storm turn, and with the Melters so deep behind the towers, I like Blood's chances here, from what little we've seen in that, like, snapshot. Oh, and the boat player gets a stonk module. That just... Ooh, that's the last place you want to be. At the range and launcher, we're playing boats on the same side. That push is going to be absolutely monstrous over here.
Every level up gets that Overlord to level 3 with stat boost. Are you going to sell it for the cash or just keep it there?
I think you keep it. I think the level 3 is really important. There is a level 2 melter back there, and you want it to die the instant it connects. And I think you don't have better use for your cash than the levels themselves. There's also a fairly good chance that that boat continues to level, and the 20% stats compound with the levels you have.
Yeah, Cat points out Blood did already sell, so
yes,
that won't be sold this round. Juxtapose did take the enhancement module as well, gets that melter up to level 3. The leftmost boat got stonked and sold. Okay. Julio.
I really want to see at least 1 level on this tower, maybe 2. These boats are just going to absolutely gut this tower, and a level 3 melting point is going to have a really hard time with a tower debuff sitting on it. Oh my goodness. The boat on the left even kills the level 3 Wraith. Of course, Wasp summoning is going to be really strong here. Tower goes down. It's another chunk of damage. And there's a level on that boat. Holy smokes. And another lightning storm. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Blood stonks it. He's gonna have infinity cash. I'm not sure I agree with that. I'll be curious to see. There is the level 3 tower I was talking about now. Obviously we're getting more boats, more chaff clear. He is trying to use that to pivot out of the lightning storm, which does make some sense. Opponent has intensive, because they can stonk their stonk module melting point for some more levels. However, we're not leveling this left side tower. Just the right side one.
Juxtapose is answering last round, not this round.
I mean, to be fair, that was a level 3 boat that could be level 4. I think you have to respect that the boat can be there, and that's the prerogative of being the stonks player.
Right.
You can choose to pick your side, or you can choose to pivot your side, and if the lightning storm doesn't come, I think Blood stays there. I think he stonks out of it specifically because of the lightning storm.
Yeah, opponent should intensive that, though, because he's got the stonk module on it.
It's literally free. If you're not going to level somewhere else, don't not take your free level. It's round 9, and I'm forgetting in the chaos in my buttons.
Right.
Sounds like cookies are done.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that tower goes down so fast. I think this is just game. Eventually, boat aggro will just collapse in on you if you're trying to hide behind your tower.
Yeah.
Especially a level 1 tower.
Positioning behind the tower, rarely a good thing. Sab and I workshopped that a whole bunch to try and figure out if there was any way to cheese, hiding behind level 5 towers or anything. But, there just isn't sometimes. It's a really tough thing to do. And
to be fair to opponent, there's a bit of a mismatch here, so a fair showing to try and hang in there for 9 rounds, but you can see some of the classic differences in the caliber of board with the positioning and there's nothing in front of the towers. There's this massive no man's land, no chaff,
right.
no vertical sledges, nothing to slow the push down. So this is just almost instantaneous tower take.
Right, we are conceding all of this ground is so early that
yes.
Just filling this. Yes, they're going to die, but that's the point, right? Fill those with some shield fangs or some verticals, as you said, vertical sledges. High time for your real units to do something.
All
right. Around the group, okay, we saw Lao beat Odious Prime. A Nightcrawler Tikong with the wins. Richie upsets original number 10 seed Iron Pillar Mage. Lunaria XO with the win over Hines. Ronnie James Dio. Ewok Loves Shack upsets Void Insanity. So Void, the original 16 seed, knocked out here in round 2. Well, knocked out of contention for the title at any rate. Dead Eagle, Sparty, and Blood all get wins. Blood says, I'd like to take a moment and blame Cat for this transition in playstyle. Quote, I'm a bad influence, end quote. Cat, probably. Zhaoji Qinhuanzhu does get a win. Supremus upsets Scary Rabbit. So Scary Rabbits do not turn out to be as scary as the name might imply. Archmystic beats Floral. Beats Freedom. Wait a minute. You're going to be named Freedom. You have to do better than round 2, sir.
Yeah, a little bit. I don't know. I feel a little
I feel let down.
Oh, disappointed.
Sir Michael VI beats Hecate. Rafodog is still in progress. Klops beats Tala. So you talked about Tala's mentality struggle. There it is, I guess. It was down at 615 hit points to opponent. The number 24 seed gets a win. Fresh Pro beat Tensor. Ghost upsets Lepaco. Favorites Soft Each, Egophobic, Zeal, Autodidact, Steel Sane, AWM, Kritischer Treffer.
Critical hits.
Kritischer Treffer. Woot and Mathis Might all getting the wins. Down in the 1-on-1s, your kind of earlier upsets, Narayan was in the number 8 seed beats the number 9 seed River Skende, and Symbios beat Penmalls. Of course, now things get shuffled up quite a bit, with Lao dropped to the bottom quite unfairly.
Everyone he's beaten hasn't won and has dropped. So the 0 minor points.
Right. So if you are now the number 1 seed, you're facing Tensor, and you're happy about it. If you're now the number 2 seed, you're pretty upset. Dodging becoming the number 2 seed is Woot, who has dropped to the middle of the board by virtue of Numpish not winning their match.
Right.
Their second match. So it will be Nightcrawler against Lao as probably the best match of this round.
Or Nightcrawler. That'll be a heck of a match.
That is a bit of a rough draw, isn't it?
It's gonna be hard to beat that unless there's like some crazy pairing in the middle with like Woot versus Steel Sane or something, but I don't think so.
It's Woot versus Fresh Pro, and Kritischer Treffer against Sparty.
Okay. Oh, I not gonna lie, tempted to see what Critical Hit looks like. Their name has me intrigued, so whatever they're
Right.
doing is working. And
Right.
I suspect the Nightcrawler game is still the one to spectate, but I want to spectate a Critical Hit game before they've lost a match, so I'll just put that on the record.
Fair enough. I think we're probably going to be in Lao against Nightcrawler. Of course, for those of you that don't know, Nightcrawler is now streaming. So, reached Twitch affiliate, I think, on Friday. So congrats to him for picking that up. And of course, he had a GPU.
Very nice.
Then he had a GPU failure. So,
Oh, not
don't know
so
what
nice.
he's doing. I don't know how he's in this tournament. In fact, rip indeed. Yeah, it turns out streaming does put a little bit of hardware demand on the board there.
Right.
Welcome back to those of you that saw ads. We are starting round 3, and what you missed was us talking about the matchup we're going to be in, Lao against a Nightcrawler. So your number 1 seed originally against your number 3 seed originally. Lao going to have to do this tourney the hard way, it seems. Egophobic, you've drawn AWM. That's a tough matchup, sir. In other breaking news that I know all of you have been tuned into this channel for an hour for, the first batch of cookies was relatively bad. They were too
Edible.
thick. They were barely edible. Yeah. The second batch, however, have turned out fairly decent. I think the kids wound up with way too much liquids in their mix, and then diluted it too much with too much flour. So it's not as sweet as you would really like a cookie to be. Yes, we
Funny
did.
how chemistry gets all out of whack when you start messing with the ratios.
Exactly. But you know,
Blood would know something about that.
They are chocolate chips, so you can't complain too much. Yes, cookies toast. Fresh baked cookies. Fresh baked cookies by 13-year-olds. Yes, bakery is science, cooking is art. Is about the right way.
That's adorable.
Yep.
One of my favorite things about being your co-caster is getting to hear the chitter chatter that does get filtered out on the Discord side, that does get filtered out for the streaming side. So I hear so much more of the background chitter chatter of kiddo and friends.
Happy kiddo noises, happy friendo noises, indeed. But in other news, anybody in California want to come by and clean a kitchen? Yeah, there seems to have been a flour fight.
Oh boy.
Welcome to round 3 of Weekend Tournament 111. We've got number 1 seed overall against a number 3 seed overall. These two could easily have met in the final. We get to see them in round 3. Lao nearside in blue, the fortified specialist. Nightcrawler, defending European champion, wearing that gold badge proud. Also, congrats to Nightcrawler on reaching Twitch affiliate and starting as his streaming career is getting started. He has taken a giant specialist with his favorite unit, the Tarantula, and as you have said, likes to start with them in the middle.
I think that it's good into Saber because usually the Sabers are going to be aggro one side or the other. And even if they are middle, it's easier with the better chaff clear unit to pick your side. Now, one thing Nightcrawler's been doing is he's actually been playing his Tarantulas almost like a bow shape, pseudo standard as opposed to pseudo aggro. I'll be curious to see if that is maintained and if that has anything to do with specifically trying to present more space between himself and Saberteeth.
Round 1 goes to Lao. He'll be on 5,200 at Nightcrawler down to 3,700.
to get the heavy armor. That's super hard to skip when you have sabers like this, but there's a lot of really interesting cards. I actually think ER Ray is a very real card, and I'm thinking about experimenting with it on my alt to try and figure out when I can use it instead of Phoenix, because I think that it's very much a different unit to counter than Phoenix.
Right.
But Burst can make it very decent and reliable in damage, and the range doesn't cost you any damage. It's just a tankiness drop, which means that as a DPS unit, it's just pure value. But we get classic crawler call-ins, nothing innovative here, just good cards picked by good players for good reasons. We do get storm callers added, so interesting. I like this a lot, actually. A lot. The Saber, the Arclight, and the Fangs are slow and compacted right here. That is a beautiful Stormcaller target, and it's a good DPS source to kill these Saber Teeth.
If you can lure Lau into Missile Interceptor, that's fine too. Unfortunately, yep. Well, I guess the
take towers.
Yeah, both of them take the tower. I was going to say, unfortunately, Lau had this unprotected Phoenix flank, but it looks like Nightcrawler got the near side tower just before that happened. So you kind of get
storms are going to get sniped off.
Yeah. There is no more upshoot for Nightcrawler. So it is a round win by air for Lau. 5,200 becoming facing 3,500 now. Beautiful Sakura skin. That, of course, was one of the season rewards here for Season 3.
Indeed.
Pair of level 3 marksmen for both players.
Okay. So a sell on the bird for Lau. And, I mean, Orange Man is so, honestly, just really solid damage. This is not a pushing comp position for the spider, so the speed of the bird is much less relevant. And the extra range from the marksman may actually be preferable in this particular situation. So I'm just getting range on arc lights like it is a gospel rule.
It is a commandment, apparently.
And Nightcrawler building out his spider board.
Slight difference in the marksman comp for both of them. The difference is the presence of elite marksman for Nightcrawler and EMP for Lau. Other than that, they both have range, double shot, and aerial specialization.
Standard Master not running the elite. I wonder if that's a sign that they just try to play a harder game of tempo. Because in the eventual late game, you will wish you had the elite. So that is a opportunity cost decision that is intentional. Also, a bit of a lack of chaff for Schlaumann here.
And some of it is hiding behind key units, which is not ideal.
Yes, it didn't get forward because it's late chaff that's not having time to get forward, and these spiders are going to do a boatload of damage. Holy smokes.
That's 1,000 hit point damage plus 200 from these folks. Drops Lau from 5,200 down to 3,880. What a big round for Nightcrawler. Every single arc locked a tarantula is what Apucci says.
That's what I was going to say. I was just about to say that's what happened, and that's why all the crawlers got in and nothing died.
And of course, with the sabers at shorter range and the arc lights at longer range, the sabers wound up in the chaff clear role, while the arc lights were trying to be the single target DPS. That, if you don't know, that's a little backwards.
And 3 or 4 arc lights can eventually muscle through a tarantula, but one-on-one, that's like watching Vulcans trying to kill each other. Paint drying is more eventful.
2 more flank tarantulas. Well, two more tarantulas on the flanks, plus range on the tarantulas on round 4 for Nightcrawler.
I almost wish that he hadn't ranged his spiders in this particular situation. If he noticed that the arc lights were locking, then he could have continued to leverage that.
Right.
Said these tower takes will be painful, and getting backstabbed gonna hurt.
Be another round win for Nightcrawler and another 800 damage or so, dropping Lau to 3082. Nightcrawler taking the lead for the first time. as we go to round 5. Additional deployment.
Wow, we don't even
for
get to
both.
see the other cards.
True. Snap pickup for both.
Correct card. The range on the Saberteeth, by the way, so that way they could match the Arclights. Huge for getting early locks on the Spiders. To help make that round less of a blowout than the one prior. And just trying to match the Sabers on the flanks, deploy for deploy. Felled out of one, though. Interesting. Chaffing for the other, and Spider Mines, one of his favorite Spider Cage techs. A lot of people have taken it off the bar because it kind of leans into the hacker counter. But Nightcrawler has kind of always been a believer.
I love Toast's logic. Click charged shot on the arcs so that you can beat up on the spiders. Wait, what's that? They do worse against chaff? That's what the side gun is for on the Saber.
Obviously.
Clearly.
The logic is there.
Now,
The degree of impeccability notwithstanding.
side gun is actually good against Spider Mine, if you haven't figured that one out.
Yes, it is.
Level for level, they pretty much destroy them, but and can prevent your main gun from getting locked onto them.
Also, Arclights that you can keep on par with them level-wise can keep Spider Mines pretty well cleaned up.
Right. That depends on the Arclight levels, though, because the
Yes.
thing has 750 hit points. You need to be killing it in at least 2 shots or less.
Another additional deployment, question mark? At least they don't snap pick it. The efficient
Or
light is
efficient
kind of
light to
tempting
go
here.
with the additional deployment.
Right.
Nightcrawler skips both of those to take the portable shield. I bet Lau spends
By the way-
quite a bit thinking about this.
I think that's the second efficient light that's come up this game as well. So there was a world where we had double mass deploy efficient light or double efficient light mass deploy, and you basically just spit out free units.
Yikes.
We get a Phoenix flank. There is a safety missile there. It should proc, I think, and take them both out off of round start. So unless those get the portable shield
Right.
item, which I don't believe they do. Raiden with range. There is a lack of upshoot. There's just the 2 marksmen at the moment, and they will pop the arc lights efficiently.
Raiden Tarantula seems to be Nightcrawler's end build here. He has sold out of the flank Tarantula now that it's kind of countered by the Saber.
Oh, that missile!
Hits the crawlers. It hits the crawler call in
Nice.
before the Phoenix arrive. And of course
That
the
tower
Phoenix,
is only level 1.
one Phoenix in the beacon, the other one not, to try and ensure that they didn't hit the same sentry missile.
Also, only one bird was beaconed. Next tower take is going to be painful, and it's going to clean up the second missile. So that's just a bunch of minus 50 and a bunch of hit point damage.
That's a big round for Lau. Round 6 going Lau's direction. He's at 3082. Nightcrawler just under 1,000. That second Phoenix flank for Lau. Nightcrawler not really respecting it after seeing it once. 4 Hounds for Lau, 3 Typhoons for Nightcrawler. Now he's respecting the Phoenix flanks, but doing it with a 300 cost unit.
Super expensive.
Very expensive way to have done it. We've seen Lau use oil to great effect in a finishing role in the previous game against Godius Prime. Here he's trying what looks like much the same against Nightcrawler. I'm just going to stop your units in the oil. Oh no, I'm not going to stop them. I am going to burn them.
Yep, we got our free hounds. We're just going to use that as free supplementary chaff clear with an oil ignition source. Now, it's worth noting, hypothetically, if these Raidens had fork, that the 5 bolts would hit the hounds and there would not be a fire missile fired, because units that die at round start do not proc their own round of start effects because they are considered dead. And Raidens kill instantaneously on hit. So due to the way that effects stack, a Hound pack can die without ever shooting its missiles into a Raiden. Here, of course, there will be Hounds left over, the oil will be lit, and there will be much pain.
Yep, 2 of them survive to launch their missiles. The oil gets lit. Is that the finish Lau needed?
It's going to be very close if it's not outright win, and I think it will be an outright win. There's a lot of range. None of this stuff is really going to run into the fire that's ignited already. Just sometimes the risk is you win so hard you kind of lose your own units to the fire.
Right. And the marksman, of course, had anti-air this round as well. I think that might even have been last round. And that is enough. Your number 1 seed may have been listed as number 29 on the board, but he was still the number 1 at heart. And he beats your OG number 3 seed. Nightcrawler, the defending champion, will not get to repeat.
This is a classic Slaumange board with that marksman Arc-Light combination that I was mentioning I typically see from Slaumange in the previous game when he was using his Farseer build.
Right. Yeah, great call out. 6 rounds against Godius Prime, 7 rounds against a Nightcrawler. Trucking on through to round 4 of this tournament. Let's see who else we can jump into on the unbeatens. Dead Eagle and Lumaria are at 20-30 apiece.
Oh. There's also a really healthy Lepaco Dorgon game.
I'm already in the Dead Eagle one.
Okay. Dead Eagle and I have been playing a lot of 2s together, so I'll be curious to see how he's doing. There is... I just blind and didn't see it.
Congratulations to those who took Lau. I am not sure how the betting had made him a 61-1 underdog in that match, but that seems a little bit wrong. But congratulations to you nonetheless.
Congratulations, ye of faith. Dead Eagle playing the aggro defense. The attacker playing odds of ball staying with hacker escort. Dead Eagle's board does look rather hackable. The EMP is very nice to land and disable the mech div on the steel balls there, and the possible, if not probable, range on the Mustangs or shield on the hackers. So, makes a lot of sense there. I really think Dead Eagle wants to shield. Well, I guess the EMP... We don't know if the EMP was at this round drop or it came back off cooldown.
Right, we are getting sped up too much to know that. For sure.
Correct. If it was on offer, then you definitely want to shield your right side as well to protect those spiders that are elite.
Yeah, I see it. And here?
Not sure. There's just a lot of possibility here. It's hard to know without seeing the fighting. The range on the Mustangs does come, like we mentioned. And we do get a shield where the EMP lands. I think that's very important.
That was a critical loon for Lunaria.
Really want to see temp range.
No temp range for
Neither
Lunaria.
of them taking temp range.
And yeah, with the Dead Eagle also ending round deployment, there will be no temp range for him either. Why is
Raiden can be enough.
I was going to say, why is the person with the hackers the same person that has the mech div balls? We don't know, Kat. We have joined this match in progress. If you figure it out, let us know.
Mech div balls are just generically good. These hackers are getting spooky. Canonically speaking, Raiden is good into hacker. The jumps are good at spontaneously combusting those hackers, breaking lock for hack targets. Hacker staying is a classic for a reason.
Lunaria has Dead Eagle down to 600 hit points. Can Dead Eagle turn it around? Now there's a lightning storm. Lunaria wasting no time taking that. Electromagnetic Blast and Underground Threat both also unavailable. But come on, at this stage of a game, you've got to take the Lightning. Both players do.
There are some worlds where the EMP may be tempting if you have a bunch of like specific units you disable, but yeah, barring that and into this board in particular, Lightning Storm just makes too much sense.
Well, and with the Lightning Storm on offer, you're going to have shields up anyways, right? So that EMP is likely to just hit shields, I would imagine.
Right. And honestly, past round 8 in a game like this, particularly with hackers, you should be shielding pretty much every round if you're Dead Eagle, regardless of what's on offer.
Right, because if you guys...
Shields are one of the most important ways to shut down a hacker beam.
Yep, if you guys don't know, the hacker does 30% damage to a shield, so you can slow it down quite a bit. Maybe that is part of how the steel balls wound up on the board in terms of, like, I'm going to dissuade you from throwing down a bunch of shields. We mentioned Fork last game. That is now on the board for Dead Eagle on those Raidens.
It is a strong tech, although the range loss into these mini Mustangs is a little worrisome. We do have range to go with it. I'm much more comfortable now. The double tech could honestly be a huge pivot, but
the double tech, but no shields on this round.
That's gonna be game. You can't not shield Lightning Storm on round 8.
Yeah, that was... you had 600 left, you spent 500 on range enhancement. I think that would have been better on 4 shields across the board.
Or a cell of another unit, because I think range was not negotiable, but neither were the shields.
We're talking about the range on the Raidens?
Correct. I think the Raidens had to have range, or they died, but I don't think you could go without shields either, so there needed to be a different pinching.
Somewhere else, yeah, to be able to afford both. So Lunaria making the comeback, gets the win against Dead Eagle. Pair of 2,000, almost 2,100 MMRs there. Dead Eagle was one of the players in the Mecha Mini Masters. It says, I played myself into a box. I had too many issues to solve in that last round. I knew not shielding was bad, but probably less bad than not ranging the Raidens. Yeah.
We were talking, I think both of those buttons or both of those solutions were non-negotiable, and that there had to be something else to give in the math. Maybe the Farseer could have been 4 shields or 3 shields and a missile and some chaff or a mass deploy. But it happens.
It's a good effort from Dead Eagle. I think that has ended all of our unbeaten matches. So we'll head around and sum those up. Number 1 seed Laomamj beat the original number 3 seed Nightcrawler. Zeal gets the win over Ewok Love Shack. Zhaoji Qinhuanju over Archmystic. Klops, who had beaten Tala last round, beats this round, so Klops is having a decent run. Fresh Pro with the upset over Woot. Congratulations to Fresh Pro, knocking off the original number 4 seed. That is well played by somebody outside of the original top 20. So quite the take for Fresh Pro. Kritischer Treffer beats Sparty. That is your number 6 seed beating your number 20 seed. We just saw
somebody clipped that.
We just saw Lunaria beating Dead Eagle. Steel Sane over Autodidact. Autodidact was the 15 seed, Steel Sane the 13 seed. But Steel Sane looks like he had a very little problem with it. Egophobic, number 19 seed, upsets the number 11 AWM. Congratulations, my friend. Tikong ends Blood's run. At Tikong, of course, the number 5 seed. Blood we've been following was the number 22. He goes down to the number 5 seed. Ghost with the win over... I still haven't taken this person's name, and I guess we don't need to at this point. Raffo Dog over Sir Michael VI. Soft Each over Supremus. I'm sorry, Ronnie James Dio was one of the top 10 seeds. Does get the win over Richie, but I'm not sure where he was. No, he's the 14 seed, sorry. Gets the win over Richie. And number 2 seed Mathis Might beats Tensor. So, We've got Nightcrawler has abandoned your defending champ out. Not going to give any minor points to Lao. It's a little unfortunate, but understandable. Fresh Pro abandoned after getting the win. Gets the win over Woot and is like, nope, this tournament can't get any better than that. I'm done. So we would have had 15 going to 16 with Blood in the spoiler roll. But that means we'll have 14, 7 matchups, and Ezeel, your reward for being the number 1 seed, is a matchup against Lao. Good luck, sir. I'm so sorry. Zhaoji Qin Huanju will be facing Egophobic. Let's see if we can figure out where the matches we're going to want to watch are. Soft Each against Mathis Might.
Yes.
Ronnie James Dio against T-Kong. Britisher Treffer against a Lunaria XO. You did say you wanted to see Britisher Treffer.
I did.
That might be the time to do it.
All right, all right. I'm gonna step away for just a moment to grab myself a drink.
All right. AWM steps into chat to say congrats to Egophobic Music. Congrats, that was well played by you. Probably shouldn't have committed to the Hound Saber. Whoops says Ezeel's got this. No problem. I mean, yeah, fair enough. No fear. Go get him. Dead Eagle says, I'm debating whether I abandon because I'm now 2-1, but I usually burn out after 3 to 5 games. Well, I mean, if you're going to be playing in the pro and semi-pro tournaments, Dead Eagle, you're going to want to get kind of build the stamina up to the point that you can push a 3-hour tournament. I don't want to ruin the matchups, but yeah. I mean, yeah, you don't necessarily want to give away your hard-earned MMRs either, for sure. But like at some point you're going to want to build that stamina up and still get a top 5. Exactly. Go for that. Come on, you can't end up finishing below Quack Duck. I just get pretty tired. Yeah, it's endurance problems for tourneys for sure. Egophobic. Zhaoji is what I would call one of those good, very solid players. Never surprises me particularly, but doesn't ever make a
Always
mistake.
reliable A.
Yeah, a very reliable A player, right? Like he's never going to leave you the obvious opening that you can just exploit and punish. And I think he's got a winning record against me overall, despite not surprising me out the gate as often.
I will say, Dead Eagle, if you're still out there, we went 15 games and went 14-1, so I know you have the stamina if you want to hang in there, unless you're just going to claim that I carried you on all those games, which is not true. There were games that I did, but I think you have it in you if you want to push through. But I will also say, if you know that you're not at 100%, this is not me trying to twist your arm. This is me trying to give you some moral support from the sidelines.
Right.
I can relate to that. The chatter with your partner can be energizing and focusing. And I think you did mention that having me to kind of be your verbal foil helped to bring out the best, which is one of my favorite things, is when you're playing twos with somebody and you're able to kind of be greater than the sum of your parts.
That is why I like
working
playing
together.
It is why I like playing twos with you, for sure.
And I think that when we are in sync, you do likewise for me.
Oh, thank you.
Next round is coming up.
That said, as much as I'm talking about hanging in there and doing your best, I just got hit with a wave of sleepy
Uh-oh.
myself, and like almost had to fight the nods here for
Wow.
a quick sec.
Fair enough. I
I don't know
mean,
where it came from.
it's my voice. Be honest. You can say it.
If your voice habitually put me to sleep, then us as a casting duo would not work. I would be like honked out by game 4 fastidiously. So
Indeed. All right. We do have Azil against Lau, Rafa Dog against Seal Sane, Ronnie James Dio against T-Kong. Those are all going to be some fun matches, but we are going to take the Lunaria XO against Kritisher Treffer.
yes.
Again, we've
And
not.
honestly,
Go ahead.
it'll be fun to see this critical hit player and Lunaria from start, because we just saw Lunaria against Dead Eagle, so it's kind of a perfect story
Right.
conclusion to that. I don't know much about Lunaria. It's rare that there's a 2K1 plus player whose name I just don't recognize at all.
Lunaria has been steadily climbing up the ranks, had been sitting in the 1800s earlier in the season, so making their progress, I think.
Nice. Critical hit down at 100,000 combat power, so wherever they are MMR-wise, they are definitely punching above their games per season.
They are the
kind of
number
repertoire.
6 seed in this tourney. Of course, one of them needs to ready up, or we're not getting a match.
Uh-oh. No, 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 don't do this to me. Don't do this to me.
They have done that to you. British or Trevor abandons Lunaria, wins by
critical
default.
Hit.
And yes, we have been critical hit. Which match do you want to see instead, then?
Well, we've seen a lot of Slowmange, and I think there's a good shot that we'll see him in the finals. So let's look if there's another game that jumps out as I don't know.
Ronnie James Dio and T-Kong, the number 14 against the number 5 seed?
Sure. I am way more bummed than I should be. I have no rational reason to have wanted to see that match, but because I had my heart set on it and now I can't, I just feel bummed.
Right. All right, channel point predictions are up. Welcome to round 4, take 2. Since our first attempt was abandoned, Kritisher Treffer abandoning against Lunaria XO. We get instead your number 14 seed, Ronnie James Dio, near side, an aerial specialist with a Sabertooth and Crawler start. On the opposite side, T-Kong, the number 5 seed in this tournament, coming into it as a training specialist with Marksman start, Marksman sledge, and some crawlers. The Marksmen do have assault mode on the bar, so that might be the direction that T-Kong is going. We've seen that just recently in one of Lau's matches, where somebody starts with this aggro sledge positioning, Marksman up close behind it instead of deeper behind it, and the Marksmen go assault mode pretty early on. No, Doxson, there are not any dogs at the top of this field.
Also, that blue Marksman gets an insta-lock on the Saber and just absolutely takes it to town.
Body blow. Body blow. Oh, wrong game.
It is shocking how much value a blue Marksman does, even when you are intensive. If it's standard, if it's aggro, a blue Marksman on round 1 bullies so many comps. It can kill a Spider or a Saber. It one-taps sledges and arcs. It is just a really, really high output unit.
It really does speak to how Marksman needs to function in a sniper role, right? If they really need the levels or the double tap, or a DPS output increaser like Elite Marksman to really make them pop in that sniper role.
Yep. And we get more Saber, and honestly, this board, it does have the blue Marksman, but it otherwise is lacking damage, and Sabers kind of get more value the more you have, especially early and especially in a headbutt. So
I like this ad, and I also think that sabers are one of the best units you can have into assault mode marksman, given the fact that the range being shorter and the damage of a saber tooth is enough to kill even the massive HP pool of a marksman.
So the ads for Ronnie James Dio were the saber and crawler. For T-Kong, I think it was a chaff round with crawlers added on the back line.
Uh-oh, these crawlers are once again just gonna bob and weave right to tower. Oh, but the marksman goes down just before the tower does. That's huge. I think that marksman might have even saved himself, depending on aggro.
That'll be a round win for Ronnie James Dio. We're at 4,300 to 4,400.
Hit that 3 times fast. 2 saber levels. Oof. And a shield. Wow. Okay, so we could go from level 1 saber to level 4 saber HP here.
That is exactly what he takes, but he puts it on the level 1 saber? No, Control Z. Puts it on the level 2.
Thank you.
That makes much more sense.
Well, you know, just going up from a casual 15,000 to 60,000 HP.
You have a giant on the board. Of course, if he doesn't get upshoot, he's not going to be taking down the trained, improved firepower control Wraith. So level 2 Wraith in the headbutt, replacing the sledges. Yeah, your sabers don't shoot up, sir. And
honestly, this is 2 really strong plays that are in different directions, both great merit, and both can be a great springboard. So, really, really interesting to see where this pivots from.
Yumizuka says, Control Z, the MVP for Ronnie James Dio. It's true. There are no side guns on the bar there for Ronnie James Dio, Cat.
It's worth noting that even though this Wraith will win the round, I really don't think it will level. Maybe it does. But I don't think there's enough.
It is going to waste a lot of time on sabers. And unfortunately, the fangs get cleaned up very, very quickly. Unfortunately for T-Kong. Unfortunately for Ronnie James Dio. T-Kong wins the round. The Wraith, as you said, gets about 2/3 of the way to leveling up at 3,415 out of 5,000. Ronnie James Dio down to 4,000 hit points. T-Kong at 4,400.
No upshoot. That's so unfortunate if you're Ronnie.
The drops, yeah, none of them have anti-air unless he's got AA on his tarantulas, and even then, that's not the right choice. He takes 2 rhinos and puts them attacking the far side tower, which is simply level 2.
I think this is bird time. Feels like bird time to me. Like the missile, the blue rhino will take about 3 hits to punch his way through this tower. And there's the bluebird. In fact, I love the fact that it's elite recruited.
Elite recruited.
Really want that.
Placed directly opposite the Wraith. This is one of the things we've talked about in coaching is if you've got a unit that you are buying as a counter, just line it up and make sure it gets as close to engaging your target unit as possible, even if you don't want to put it far enough forward to get an insta-lock.
Right. And it's also behind this Giga Saber, so it should, like, have all the tanking in the world that it needs.
That said, that Giga Saber is just about down. If it weren't for the Rhino taking the tower, that Saber would have been down already. That is some impressive work by the Wraiths. I guess, and the level 2 marksman.
That's a level 2 with damage item.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, that Sabertooth had like pixels of health left.
The 2 Wraiths and Marksmen survive for T-Kong. Number 5 seed leading this one, 4,400 to 3,220 for number 16 seed Ronnie James Dio.
Another damage item, and now you can have either a level 3 and a level 2 Wraith, or you can go all the way to a level 4 Wraith on that one primary with the intensive.
14
I
save.
do like the intensive being somewhere else, though. I think you want to spread your wraith levels out.
What if you get an intensive and a second improved firepower control system, and you intensive it on this? Yeah, so you've got a level 3 and a level 2. At that point, don't you just buy 8-gun and sit back and watch them wreak havoc?
Yes, 8-gun is yes, but it's hard to do that when you're paying like hundreds of dollars on wraith levels on round 5.
True,
So it's
true.
all a matter of tempo, but that is 100% in the cards. Oh boy, oh boy. This time, from the aerial specialist who is going to have a chunky abyss. That is one way to absolutely delete frisbees. Very spicy. Also, mostly just answering this rhino with chaff. The marksmen are not going to cut it on the abyss. I suppose aerial could be taken now that there's Phoenix and abyss. Although there would be a natural add of wasp in general. I don't know. This is really interesting. I'll be curious to see how the abyss does here.
Abyss does great into Wraith proper, but I think there's just a great chaff board from Tikong. So far
Yes.
we've only targeted crawlers on the ground. And there's another wave of crawlers coming. Yeah, we're stuck on this one crawler has taken 3 shots from that abyss before it killed it. So
Oh, and then it turns and it changes its priority. That is the saddest abyss
it has spent
I
5
have ever
shots
seen.
killing 2 crawlers. That abyss has had a bad day. A no good,
It's
terrible,
so sad.
very bad day.
That was so tragic. Whew. Do you need the Farseer? If you're the Wasp, I feel like the Farseer to help you clear these Wraith is really valuable. I feel like the Wasp are gonna feed these Wraith at this point.
There is the 8-gun for Tikong, the AA on the marksman to target the Abyss. Abyss, of course, typically goes to Swarm Missile next round out. And this would be when you sell the Rhino to afford Swarm Missiles and a second Abyss, right? Right? No?
I don't actually think Swarm Missiles does you a bunch here. I think that the Crawlers are fast enough that a lot of them miss, and it doesn't hit the Wraith. To me, this is a board that doesn't really scream missile. I'll be curious to watch to see if the missiles do much here or not. I'd much rather have had another Abyss than missiles.
For me, it's I would want one more arc light back here. If you are Ronnie James Dio, please just give me this arc light. Right here.
And that arc light level to honestly clear the hounds more efficiently. And I'd like to see range here. I think you're a little greedy. There was a lot of damage last time, and if you take comparable damage this round, it could be game. It's round 6. If you have to loan for temp range, I think it's the correct answer here.
Yeah, Tikong does take the temp range. So does Ronnie James Dio. And,
Good.
Leaving those arc light levels on the board, though, and that is why, again, why so many crawlers were alive on that side. But I think he's relying on the Abyss missiles to kill the hounds. Oh, man, loose formation is going to go hard for Tikong.
Yes.
Abyss again having the same problem. It's been shooting nothing but crawlers. Finally gets a lock on a Wraith. There's where I meant to say that Abyss were really good against Wraith. You can see that it takes it out in one shot, but it does
even
have
a
to
level disadvantage.
Does have to have won the chaff war, as Diana says. A good chaff clear is so good versus Abyss for this very reason. You still have to win the chaff war. We've reached round 7 of this one. 4,400 for Tikong, 922 for Ronnie James Dio. Does sell out of the Rhino now. It's got room for 2 more Abyss. That is what he takes. Wait, Control Z. Control Z, we are all the way back to not selling the Rhino. What are you thinking, sir? Item on the Wasps.
Thinking about Double Abyss.
Mobile Beacon again, and Double Abyss.
Yeah, the loose formation crawlers are just going to be a death knell here.
Yeah, I think that is GG's on the loose formation from T-Kong.
Yep. Unless you have something to light oil on fire, which you would have to sell your Rhino for, which you've already done in your cell. That's not the line in the head at the moment. Yeah, the chaff is just going to overwhelm you, and there's a line of arcs, but there's only a small handful of them. They aren't all that well protected. The Abyss on the side with the tower. Abyss tend to do best when they're together. I just think the chaff is going to be too much regardless. And of course, Ronnie is close enough to death that not everything needs to survive in order for this to be game.
Right, one bad round is it for Ronnie. Missile slowing that Rhino, but the Abyss on the left side should get in on the tower. We can see exactly what we were talking about with the loose formation doing a lot of work to keep crawlers alive. Those Abyss on this side have never targeted anything but a crawler. There's no more chaff clear left for Ronnie James Dio, and there are still all three Wraith. And Ronnie James Dio does see the end coming, gives the surrender, and a W for your number 5 seed T-Kong over the number 14 seed Ronnie James Dio. Win the chaff war, folks. That is where this one goes wrong for Ronnie James Dio. He's got 4 chaff clear in the form of the arc lights. They're all level 1, and he's relying on swarm missiles to clear crawlers, which is not great. Swarm missiles are a lot better against things that stop and try to shoot from a spot, like the hounds, the fangs, mustangs, and...
Or that are 6 meters as opposed to 16 meters per second.
Yeah, true. All right. Azil says that was fast. Are you referring to your own game, sir? I am sorry. Lau getting the win over Azil. Rafodog gets the win over Steelsay. That is 2 upsets for Rafodog. Nicely done, man.
Nice.
They are on a good run today.
Maybe we should sniff them out on the next round.
Sounds like a plan. Let us step into the what looks like the longest running game of this Unbeatens. It'll be Klops versus Ghost.
Klops has had some good games, if I recall, some upsets along the way as well.
Yeah, Klops is playing very well so far, as far as we can tell. Rafodog does sound like a dog. It's true. It is true.
You would hope. Right, we've got shields, we've got late Mustangs with EMP Phoenix in deep to try and turn off the Raidens, and Phoenix with Hound, so a classic Hound Raiden. The Raidens are a little far back in relation to that Hound. Into a kind of Mustang Phoenix board. A lone Melter kind of sits here unteched. Very odd. I think either ranging it or selling it. Ranging it for the Raidens or selling it because of the birds. The oil gets lit, helping with the chaff clear, but the Mustangs don't drive into it, and ironically your own crawlers funneling into this. The Raiden's getting close to tower, getting close enough to zap the storms. This is looking good for the Raidens. Means it's looking good for Klops.
They get the tower on the right.
Ooh.
It's
But this
tight.
angle of engagement could be very dangerous. That tower timing was super important. Raidens are infamous at their ability to pop packs of birds. This Raiden never wants to fire, but it's been EMP,
no, it
so it
does
doesn't
not.
have range.
It does not want to fire. I'm just going to sit here and tank. Somebody else handle the Phoenix, please. Somebody else does handle the Phoenix. Klops for the round win.
Looks like a stabilized from Klops.
What does that make it? 2100 to 2950?
EMP is painful when you're in the air. The good news is that you can't hit 2 of your giants, but there is an obvious spot
Oh,
So obvious, in fact, I think you beacon this.
the bad news is
the
it's
bird.
barely clipping the shield. Like,
Oh no, that is extra value.
pain.
That might even mean the shield goes down before the oil drop does, depending on if there's any Melter Connect or Stormcaller Connect on the front end. That would be tragic amounts of bonus value.
Rafferdog shows up in chat, says, stuff is clicking today. If nothing else, I've gained good MMR. The challenge is not losing it in the evening tourney. True dat.
Very nice.
All of a sudden you wind up seated a little bit higher and perhaps running into higher quality opponents.
That's how you continue to learn and get better. So,
Sure.
oh wait, the shield is being moved? Question mark.
Move the shield. Yes. So lucky
Well, yes
for
and no.
Klops.
Not the best shield block for that oil anymore, though. But it is going to at least be out of the EMP. So we'll see how that kind of trades as a net positive or not.
I think it helped a little.
The oil doesn't get lit, which is a good thing? Question mark. Okay, it does get
Eventually, the Stormcallers have ignite on them.
lit. Gotcha. That's a painful oil then. That melting point was still not sold. Honestly, doing very little work, lined up with those level 4 Phoenix. Probably even farmed them. Or fed them, I should say.
Right.
But with that fire, that's a lot of damage in the air.
Big round for Ghost. Drops Klops down. Where are we?
500-ish, right?
705.
Ooh. Got marksman? Into that many Phoenixes? I think you kind of have to, right?
I do hope Klops does.
Maybe it's lost.
Ghost taking the Wasps to clog up any single target. You could use the Wasp as slowing down the single target, but there's so many AA Mustangs, it can't be Wasps for Klops. Klops takes the triple Fire Badger at level 2.
Hey, that means honestly, when you're already in ranged Vulcan and you have the ability to get quad marksman, presumably with AA tech, I feel like you've got to trust in the chaff clear. You've already got ranged Vulcans. You've already got ranged Hounds. Unranged Badgers is not the best play that I think you can make for your board at this point.
Right, and he does have best partner on the board for Vulcan if he wanted to try to leverage a Vulcan marksman combo.
Right. Kind of range them and or anti-air them. Potentially even sell, I don't know, the bird
now,
maybe, but probably not.
He does also take Mustangs. Takes triple Mustang. He doesn't know the Wasps are coming. He takes triple Mustang with anti-missile. He elite recruited them at level 2. So they are going to have some value against the Wasps, but nowhere near as much as they could have due to the anti-missile.
Shields are going to be big at blocking the fire, and with temp range, these blue Mustangs are going to do a pretty decent job, at least, against the air. Both against the Phoenix and the Wasp. Although there's no Wasps in the middle. Vulcan's putting in work here. Raidens are solid. There's so many Phoenix on the other side. Ooh.
Yeah, the Raidens are actually cleaning the Wasps very nicely. There's still some chaff left on the ground because the AM devices and Mustangs have kept the fire from landing, so those Fangs are arriving very late. A long sniper shot takes the tower. That Phoenix was a hero, and it looks like it'll be the round for Klops.
Pretty convincingly, too, with 3 giants and some extra left over. Another one like that is game.
Drops it to 1504.
The ground, just generically good. Pack and a half of chaff this late in the game. Really hard to say no to that as it's free on deploys as well. Put it wherever you want. Smoke is brutal, but will be shielded at this level. So, should be a non-factor, but I guess it's it's worth the opportunity cost, and maybe you take the shield down early.
So, Alpha, chat wants your brain placed into a box so we can get a 1-star to 5-star style evaluation for every play live.
Well, I'm both flattered and somewhat concerned. For my mental
Somewhat
health.
horrified, yes. Can we work with Bearlike to make that happen? I think Elon Musk has the brain interface stuff now, so you can just work that out.
Unironically, he's been talking about that, and I am intrigued by the implications, and also somewhat terrified at the implications. So, the fact that this is now even hypothetically real is even more disconcerting. Although a collab between Elon Musk and Bearlike does sound fun unto itself, so there's that. Yeah, the smoke's getting shielded.
I mean, my concern with that is that you suddenly wind up with every match played out in real life. But Elon's like, no, this is just too cool. I've got to build these robots for real, okay?
I mean, you say that's a bad thing, but you realize how much bigger your audience will be?
It's Dead Eagle.
Here for a minute.
You now do have VIP privileges, so you can post a link to that image in chat if you like.
There's a lot of wasps here, and with the air and the range, I think there's a really good chance that this is just Ghost going back for the kill. Yeah, and the Mustangs are eating the fangs. Birds are uncontested. One lone value melter finally had his round because he was protected from dying to the birds. Still died in the end.
And that is a win for Ghost. I see, it's Dead Eagle. It's the chess style evaluations. So this is a pair of 1600 MMR players. Are really having a good battle there. Ghost was the Asia Intermediate Group 2 champion this week. Congrats to them on that. And they're 4-0 in this weekend's tournament.
Honestly, really impressive for both sides. I do see some of the telltale, like the lone melter really needed to be committed to or liquidated. There's some inefficiencies with the chaff clear we mentioned with the Vulcan and the Badger and the Hounds. So lots of little things there that have room for several hundred supply to kind of be more efficient, which can lead to earlier wins, better levels, more techs. Very solid boards from both players, and very solid showings for a weekend tournament to go 3-0 for both of them, and then to match up against another 1600 in round 4 is like unheard of.
That is pretty lucky for them.
Both of them having a great run.
Around the room, we had wins by Lau, Rafodog, T-Kong. We saw Ghost beat Klops just now. Of course, Mathis Might gets a win over Soft Each. Lunaria had the non-ready up against Critisher's Treffer. And Zhaoji Qinhuanzhu, as I said, a very, very solid player. Not ever an easy one, gets the win over Egophobic. That is going to leave us with our 7 unbeaten. Klops will be in the spoiler role, facing Zhaoji Qinhuanzhu, Ghost against Lunaria, T-Kong against Mathis Might, and Lau against Rafodog. Good luck, Rafodog. I think we have to take T-Kong and Mathis Might.
That's a good match.
The 5 and the 2 seed here.
Yeah, I did want to see Rafodog, but the T-Kong versus Mathis Might sounds like it's going to be a great match.
It's just too good to pass up, right?
Mm-hmm. I think that's fair.
There are only 3 of our original top 10 remaining, and after this match, there will only be 2 of them.
Rafodog, my heart goes out to you, but we are family around here, so you're going to have to try and find a more say-so way of expressing your angst.
Yes,
on
indeed.
Stream.
I
feel for you.
The rest of chat can just imagine what is going through Rafodog's head. We saw it in chat. Gosh darn it, exactly. Only slightly less polite.
Best of luck to you, and
I am rooting for you to have the best underdog story. My only complaint would be if we miss you setting Zlau Manj. I'm going to be kicking myself for missing it.
Well, I do deeply appreciate all of you choosing to spend your Saturday afternoon with us. Welcome to the quarterfinals of Weekend Tournament European number 111. We have the original number 5 seed, T-Kong, near side and blue, facing original number 2 seed, Math is Might. Of course, at one time, one of the top, well, it's still one of the top players in the world. At one time, he was topping the charts at number 1.
And what do you know? Both players picking sledge packs. And this giant specialist was what I wanted to see from T-Kong specifically. And I think the sledge arc is probably the best opening pack in standard that you can have. I think it is just so solid. There's no real weaknesses other than an immediate lack of upshoot, which you can fix in 100 different ways on round 2, whether you get a drop or not. Good in defense, good in standard, good all around, and very much a Math is Might style of board.
T-Kong in the Giant Specialist, coming out aggro on the line with Sledge and Fang and the Crawlers. This is what you were talking about in the Mecha Mini Masters last night. You were talking about this exact positioning, that horizontal and kind of level, vertical positioning, but level with your towers and on the outside edge. That will turn around and defend a flank, but if it's if your opponent is unbalanced, it gets their far side tower much more quickly, and also gets involved as chaff in a much better timing, kind of similar timing to what you get from behind the towers.
And will often skirt the center chaff clear that gets pulled mid, like you're seeing on the right, exactly for this reason.
Crawler's heading straight on into the tower. There's that Arclight has engaged with some of them. Has it taken out enough? Hero Arclight does the job for Math is Might. That may have just saved the round for him, and it does, in fact. Round win on this Arclight. Promote that Arclight. I mean, give it a love. I don't know. How can we reward that Arclight? Give it an item and give it a tech. Math is Might is the missile specialist. He'll have his 2 missiles up this round. We get a unit reinforcement drop. Farseer is the canonical choice here, but T-Kong takes.
I like the spider for T-Kong, and he doesn't really have an aggressive chaff clear yet, and blue spider is really good. It also bullies a lot of these level 1 mediums incredibly efficiently with its health and its damage. So I really like that pickup.
Okay, when I said reward this Arclight, I did not mean with a blue tarantula in its face, okay?
I mean, T-Kong is all about, paying it forward.
You did so good.
And one of the things the Math is Might does is he builds out this bow-shaped 5 Arclights, and on the side that you're not getting pushed is usually the spot that there'll be a deep crawler trying to manipulate your pull. I like this. Also, this Arclight is here to cover the crawlers.
Would have covered these crawlers.
Got in.
Exactly. As it turns out, they also cover the flank that T-Kong is trying, and it should turn around to help defend even if this Arclight gets stuck on the level 2 tarantula, which is exactly what's happened.
This blue tarantula, though, is going to bully the entire half of the board by itself. Although that's kind of what the Farseer does on the other side. And I think there's enough units left that this tarantula will go down.
This guy saves the tower this time. Tarantula going down to the Farseer and friends. Math is Might winning round 2. T-Kong dropped relatively quickly down to 34.72.
Yeah. And that's the thing, is if you don't have the damage to win, sledges that survive do a good chunk of damage. Arclights add up.
And of course, there's 300 from the Farseer.
Yes.
Rhino Assault from Math. Let's see where he's putting that. Deep right so it's coming after this tower first. T-Kong, we've talked about the round 3 range on your chaff clear. There it is. He's got 3 tarantulas, all on the right side, including one in the shallow flank, and they do have range. Sells out of one of the ledges, gets a little bit lucky in that that's the one Mathis Might had targeted with the missile strike last round. Mathis Might is targeting pretty much the same spot a second time. So by selling
T-Kong's
out of
tower is going to be completely undefended too. That Rhino is going to just absolutely body him in the back. That's going to be pain. Goodness. We do get the range on the arc lights. Round 3, people. It's like clockwork on these shaft clear. That's crazy. I forget when that's something I've been saying for like the last month or so, but when I noticed it, it was one of those things you can't unsee once you see it.
Once you've seen it. And it's something you can't unsee when people aren't doing it, right?
Yes.
Like, you see just how much it hurts. And you also see when people apply it incorrectly, like you were talking about in the headbutt game earlier, where somebody ranged the arc lights. And
it is not an absolute rule.
Right. Where ranging the arc lights really wasn't necessary because they were engaged right off the rip. Speaking of engaged right off the rip, Mathis Might hasn't been touched, and T-Kong is down to 2,200 after that Rhino bodies his back line. It's getting grim. Takes a redeploy.
I like that. You can pick your side. You can try to abandon that area. I kind of want it for both. It's more immediately good for T-Kong, but I think if you're Mathis Might, your ability to match the swivel when you have the advantage, or to create your own offensive threats with things like a bird jump that you can pull back, is incredibly strong.
Math is still thinking about it. Let's take a look at what T-Kong has done. He's added an Overlord.
We definitely need some upshoot. There is the Farseer, but that is not a matchup you want to be in if you're the Farseer against a boat. Storms is a bit strange. There's a lot of ways that speed could start to make those storms kind of underperform, and if there's one unit that I've actually noticed Mathis might sometimes play and lose with, it is storms into an aggro push when he is defending. It is, in theory, good into a slow pushing unit like a spider, but that's if they get their connections, and I've not been impressed with storms on defense, particularly when they're added late. If you have them early, they can be good, but they kind of fall off like a Farseer does, and they don't shoot up. Definitely not what you want to see into the boat.
The Stormcrawlers do have high explosive anti-tank shells, so they're presumably the answer to something like this absorption module Tarantula. Slight flank to change the pull. T-Kong added the Overlord, and Dead Eagle says, given the positioning, I'm guessing it's a chin gun jump boat. And we clicked the text for him, and it is, in fact, an Overlord Artillery jump drive boat with wasps and photon emission.
Notice that these storms only just now are connecting really with the spiders and don't kill a single one. This is the one thing that I will say that I've seen Mathis might do that I've thought is weak in more than one game and continue to be done, is adding late storms into a spider push when they oftentimes start to fall off on round 4 or 5,
right,
due to the speed of chaff and crawlers.
And reminder for Kill Cannon that the round 3 rule was range on your chaff there.
Yes, that for sure.
Electromagnetic Blast offered for the second turn in a row. They both issued it last turn. T-Kong goes for mass-produced Sandworm. Interesting. Mathis Might will take a barrier and a melter to host the barrier. Melter will, of course, be the answer to the Overlord, as well as the home for the shield.
Also, not a bad answer to a 50,000 HP spider.
50,000 HP healing spider, but it's going to be into the worms. Oh, T-Kong playing this well.
Also, we saw Blood play a boat worm giant specialist earlier to great effect into a relatively similar board state. Not quite the same,
I think that Mathis Might is in a better position than Blood's opponent was in that game. But fundamentally, I think this boat worm push is definitely scary, and it can also troll the Melter with its up and down locks. We do, of course, have Replicate to facilitate that even more so as a follow-up tech in the future.
Math still has 300 and a deploy to work with. Looks like he has sold out of the Farseer on the far side.
I don't like this missile because those fangs are already going to get hit by the first volley here with these storms. So that just wastes your volley of all of those storm shots.
Yeah,
There's so many other places you could have kind of layered that to try and get some value.
I think that the idea there was that missile strike was to take out the first production of wasps, if that was clicked.
I guess that's true. I don't know. I feel like that is such a speculative pick, and I think you went.
It's the
Overlord
logic.
Artillery is your first.
You know, it's arguable, it's debatable, but at least it's the explanation for why that pick, I think.
Right.
This is not like Mathis Might didn't know where his storms were targeting.
Right. Melter helped, and it did kill 2 of the worms, so that's also good. Barrier item is also just incredibly strong. Ooh, and we get the wasp drop. That's a great way to chaff against this Melter. We can take the hounds as Tikong.
Tikong skips the wasps to take the hounds. I would love to have the wasps just to be able to attack them for production from the Overlord. But what he's going
Also
to do is redeploy it. He's leveled it. He's redeployed it from the Melter side to the weak side, where he's got a run at it. For Mathis Might, what do you like? Wasps, Raiden, Marksman? I would think the Marksman into what looks like an air game.
Maybe, but Marksmen also tend to not quite be the DPS you need into worms that are rushing into your face. They'll get distracted a lot. I'm not a huge fan of any of these for Mathis Might, and that may be why it's puzzling. He is known for taking his time. Hounds being a bunch of bodies I don't hate. The wasps are interesting.
It's a wasp and sell.
Okay, so he's going with money, and I don't hate that. There's a lot you can do with cash for Mathis Might's position, and honestly, as much as it hurts to not be able to use the drops, none of them really help you against a boat or a worm terribly much. Like the Marksman in theory, but not into the board we're seeing.
2 more Melters and adds the energy diffraction, so multi-melt.
Hold the tower, please. Please level your outside tower. If you put all 3 Melters on one side, you have to level the other tower. I think it's non-negotiable, and not loaning range is also a little bit spooky. He is at 3,000, so he's not like in danger.
But it can be a big tempo swing this round.
It really can. Ulti Melter was ambitious into the worms, but it does get them before the tower goes down, and it will absolutely help with kind of the rest of the stuff, quote-unquote.
Hello, Harry Dresden. Welcome home.
Tower goes down, then the worms duck, breaking locks.
Those Melters do get the job done against the mass-produced worms, and Tikong is down to 1286.
Well, they are mass-produced worms. I'm blind. That changes a lot of information. Okay.
And a second
I was
barrier.
wondering why they were dying.
Second barrier with Melter. Second barrier Melter in charge of defending that weak side. Positioned exactly the same as the one on the strong side. Chin gun for Tikong. And Math has taken the tower level immediately this round.
And I will give props where props are due. And I will also say that Mathis Might is a great player. I clicked on these storms to see how they're doing, and they are blue damage for the game. So that has been what has been killing the worms on that strong side, more so than the Melters.
Do items affect attacks like the attack on chain gun overlord? Yes, it
Yes.
does. So this improved firepower control increases both the main weapons attack and the attack from the Overlord artillery by plus 70%. So this thing is a beast when the Overlord artillery fires. Something like what is it? Something like 19,000 per chin gun shot.
1,400, 14 for the level, and then another 70%. So somewhere close to like 23.
Yes, because it need it twice. 23.
Right. Ish. That's a lot of multi-melter beams. And with these being mass prod worms, very different, and honestly, kind of lacking the chaff clear to follow through with this push because you didn't pull the chaff clear with your boats. At least not enough of it.
That
Melter just absolutely gets the job done.
GG. Multi-melt for
Didn't leave him
Mathis
alone.
Might is the way to go. You can see why he is one of the top seeds in this tournament. Of course, came in as the number 2 seed and has just beaten the number 5 seed Tikong. And honestly made it look like he didn't even work up a sweat.
And the Storms put in more work than I expected. The boats abandoning the Storm side actually let them do a lot of work, I think, which is very interesting.
Ooh,
So,
I am Casing asks, is Marksman or Phoenix the counter for Melting Point?
so that depends on aggro versus standard. In standard, it is Marksman because the range just outscales them, and either you have EMP to turn them off or Elite to blow them up. In aggro, you want Charge Birds because the speed is so important for pushing, and a Charge Bird can just elite a Melting Point and or pop the tower, and then a Melting Point is doing 1/10 of their damage. So it really depends on the board and the kind of state you're in, but both can be very strong in different situations.
Ghost and Lunaria are two of the surviving players at Undefeated. Zhaoji Qinhuanzhu beat Klops, so we are only going to have 3 unbeaten next round. And it'll be the winner of this one, and Lao and Mathis Might. So
Ghost is trying desperately to punch above their weight class by like 400 MMR here. And honestly, they are ahead. But this looks like the Abyss board has just come online, and if I was a betting man, I would say that this Abyss board is in a runaway position at this point. Oh, there is a Phoenix Tower snipe. If that can't save this round, then nothing will, but a tower take from the Abyss is strong. One saving grace of the Abyss don't have range yet, but I don't think this is a knockout.
the classic Melting Point versus Wasp battle. Round win for Lunaria here in round 8, drops Ghost to 2,800. Lunaria is on 1960. We're, of course, behind, so getting caught up. Additional deployments for Lunaria, and either probably the Rhino Assault for Ghost, played defensively on his back line.
Getting both tower snipes on the previous round and losing the round is brutal. That is, like, I don't know what you do to try and stabilize at that point. You get the photon coating to be immune to the EMP instead of range, so that one spell kind of forcing an out of order effect, if you will, for what you want to take for the Abyss. Not that the tankiness isn't valuable, but it's not nearly as nice as having the extra range to get to towers and melters quicker.
Yeah, they weren't getting targeted a whole lot early in the round either.
Also got a lot of good chaff on the Abyss player side, not just the Wasps. So lots trickling in, and not a ton of chaff clear. There's the blue Vulcan on the left, but not much kind of on this strong side where the Abyss are.
The melters do not currently have absorption. It is available on the bar.
Those melters are getting instant locks on those Wraith, though. You really want to get maybe one of those Wasp packs forward enough to try and eat the early locks. Mustangs are getting devoured by Abyss missiles. Melters are getting popped. There is a lock, but the tower goes down, and then the melter loses its lock because it goes down. And this is so dangerous.
Abyss
Ooh,
doing
the
Abyss
tower
things,
tank.
but the melter holds on for Ghost. Lunaria down to
Okay.
1210. Do apologize for the big jumpiness of this camera when Abyss die. I'm going to switch to the manual camera just so we kind of get out of that. Absorption module for Ghost.
I mean, in theory, that's nice, but in practice, I think that what you really want is to just take suck. And so as a result, I think that's actually redundant.
Wait,
Yep.
it took
and he
suck
does it.
anyways. So
Oh.
it has the absorption module on a melting point, may not know that those don't stack. If you
That's
don't
a
know.
1600 NMR thing.
Yep. That is
So overall, that's good decision making. Just unfortunately, like $150 wasted there. And now that we get range on the Abyss, that is the button I think that wins the game.
Now, you got to point out what absorption module is doing here is giving the level 2 melter an extra 30% hit. You compare the level 2
true.
melter over here has 112,000. The level 2 melter here has 129,000.
So the health you get from both, but you get the healing from only one
From only one.
instance.
Exactly.
And the item takes priority, so you're only getting 90% of damage instead of 100% of damage as healing.
Right.
Still no range on the Abyss. Oh, we have a Void Eyes on the board, and there is EMP armor. So doesn't look like we're going to take it, but I think that it's strong here, and a blue Abyss is very strong. Abyss levels are one of the scariest things you can get because it scales their missiles. It makes it so that melters just about insta-die. And interestingly enough, this tower on the left side suddenly doesn't feel like it has a melter protecting it.
Now that pull off to the side has been really valuable.
But I really wanted to see the range on these.
Healing,
and without the range...
Healing melters getting it done.
Mm-hmm.
And they do. They heal through and get the win for Ghost. 28-23, a 1637 MMR player has made it to the final 3 unbeaten. This is a legendary run for Ghost. Absolutely deserves the accolades. Beats a 2100. And on they go.
And it's clear this is not a smurf because they are making mistakes that are relatable and indicative of a 1600 MMR. They're just also playing solid boards and solid comps.
Right.
And honestly, I think taking advantage of some missed opportunities by their opponent in a couple of matches now that we've seen, which is what you got to do when you're trying to win because everybody's human. So play your game and make good choices and control what you can and deal with what you can't.
Never interrupt your
never protected.
Never interrupt your enemy while they are making mistakes.
Yep. I will say positionally, I love the way these melters are lined up 1-for-1 with the Wraith and Abyss. And these Wraith don't have protection. The Void Eyes could have taken EMP armor and didn't. The Abyss could have taken range and didn't. I think there's a lot of lines here for Lunaria to seal the deal, as it were, and just didn't.
All right, so Zhaoji Qinhuanzhu, I misstated this. Zhaoji Qinhuanzhu beat Klops. Klops was in the spoiler role. So Zhaoji Qinhuanzhu is in the final 4. Ghost is in the final 4. Math is Might and Lao are the other two in the final four. So you've got what's going to be Jiaxi Qinhuanshu against Lao, and then Ghost against Math is Might will be our two semifinals.
This is what I'm going to come back to at the end of the tourney, because I want to see some other Abyss lines there. I think that there's some really strong positional play, or Dark Companion, Sell the Wraith, the range. There's a lot of buttons on that board.
Right, I'm going to
Give the
agree.
Melters
And
a lot of problems.
I think Miss Diana called it out at the moment that it happened. Said, "Silly opponent, you want the extra, don't buy." Where was it? It was don't buy the don't buy Photon, just buy one more Abyss. That was Cat. Okay, fair enough. Dead Eagle, thank you very much. And then you just kind of saw that one play out over the course of it. So, who do you want to follow here? Lao Mamj against Jiaxi Qinhuanshu should be a better match, or we can take Math is Might against the 1600 Ghost, who Arctorius says he has seen on ladder around, and said he was in 2v2s, he was around 1800 to 1900, so he might just not play the 1v1 ladder often.
So, are all four of these undefeated, or is
Yes,
Zhaoji the...
All four are unbeaten.
I want to see Ghost keep playing. I'm really impressed. I expect Lao Manj versus Math will be our final. I think that it would be a shock if we didn't. But I'd like to see a Ghost versus Math is Might match. We've seen several Lao Manj games.
All right. Works for me.
I don't think we've seen Ghost from start to finish yet. I think we've kind of come in on a couple.
Yeah, we have not seen Ghost from start to finish. I'm going to take a quick grab of... well, maybe I'll do the intro and then step out to let you do round one.
Sure.
And then I'll grab water as you do round one. Abyss Aggro is your darling board at the moment. It's pretty amazing. Whoop says Ghost is going to win the tournament. Well, you can put your rocks where your mouth is, because we've got channel point predictions up. Ghost versus Math is Might.
I will take that bet. And I'll even put some rocks on the board to be one.
Welcome to our semifinals. Math is Might, your number 2 seed overall. Ghost in the 1600 MMR range, but as we noted during the break, Arctorius indicates he's seen Ghost around on the 2v2 ladder in the 1800 to 1900 MMR, so Arctorius suspects Ghost just doesn't play a 1v1 ladder very often. Ghost on the far side in red will be the Rhino Specialist with Crawlers and Storms. Math is Might, who we just saw in the quarterfinals, will be near side, a Cost Control Specialist with Sledgehammer and Marksman. With me in the booth, as always, Alpha Titan.
Hello. And yes, Cost Control in standard like this has a lot of options. You generally want to avoid a mirror, but there's so many ways to use the extra money. My favorite way is to simply let your specialist pay for your range on Chaff Clear by round 3 with your $300 extra. Doing things that are otherwise impossible is one of the best ways to get your maximum value with a specialist, and cost comes with some downside, so you really want to leverage that upside. Storms, of course, very strong into standard. Sledge is a good counter, and Math is Might actually taking the no chaff opening here, opting for those arc lights, and the Sledge arc light backbone is kind of the lifeblood of a standard board right now. It's just so strong as a starting point. Not having any crawlers to distract these storms could potentially hurt, particularly as costs, since your sledges are not as tanky. but he's spread out wide enough that he's able to clear the chaff, clear the arc lights, and these marksmen should get close enough to pick off the storms, I think, unless there's bad RNG. One on the right, a little unfortunate, but this should be a Mathis Might cleanup. Not that there's much damage here, it's kind of a very bog standard round one.
Round 1 puts Mathis Might at 4,400. Goes to down to 3,300 due to the low starting health he's had in his initial pack. A skip for Ghost.
Ooh, there's so many good things here. This, I think, is okay. Color me like there must be a very specific reason Math wants every penny as cost control.
I mean, cost control improved tarantulas can pop off. But,
yeah, but not in standard. The range penalty hurts a lot. I don't think that would be very ideal, especially with the board he already has. So Math did spend every penny, and I give Math Mike credit to that. He went range on arcs on round 2.
That breaks the round 3 rule. Oh no, wait, no, it still counts, right?
Right. I mean, if that's like the exclamation point to the round 3 rule is the round 2 cost control rule, and I don't know if you heard, but I said one of my favorite ways to leverage cost is doing things that are impossible without it.
Right.
And this is honestly into the storm play very solid because that extra range matters a lot in hopefully picking things off. It does mean your marksman and your arc might stand next to each other though, and that was some very unfortunate storm RNG.
Ghost has paid the pilots to stay sober. Still not going to win the round, I don't think.
Not likely with that tower timing. No.
I did speak too soon. Ghost does win the round. Mathis Might down to 4,250. Ghost on 33.
And it's hurt you then. Yeah, the storms had that one for sure. Whew. Quad Hounds is tempting just because it's 20 bodies and 4 deploys in different places.
Ghost will take the level 3 Phantom Rays.
I mean, it can be decent, but I don't know. This is tricky. I definitely want to see Mathis might get some extra chaff on the board. There is a distinct lack of chaff clear on Ghost's side of the board, and these Stormcallers would be trolled hard by some crawlers, either with beacons or in general.
Right. Both players have taken the level 3 Phantom Rays and placed them deep on opposite corners.
Yes, they have.
2 more arc lights gets you to the 5 arc light on round 3 with range that you said Mathis Might loves. We expect those in the bow formation. No, it looks like he's going to do a line abreast. No bow.
When you're not receiving aggression, I think the line is preferable. And I think based on your opponent's super deep play, it's unlikely that a deep flank is to their benefit.
Mm-hmm.
So having your arc lights in the line is kind of playing to the shape of your opponent's board specifically here. And we do get the beacon crawler.
Goes to now into 4 Stormcallers.
Not that that's a terribly surprising call when there are 4 Stormcallers. These ranged arc lights are going to put in a lot of work. Unfortunate for Mathis Might that his Phantom Rays are on the opposite side, because I think with his superior chaff clear, he gets a better Phantom Ray to Phantom Ray timing. Although these marksmen are actually doing decently, not great, but decently.
I think they've... One key there is that they will both level next round, so they'll be twice as effective.
Yes.
And this thing is left on no hit points. Even a tower debuff won't save it.
Yeah.
And indeed, Mathis Might wins round 3. Ghost on 3180, Mathis Might 4250. We go to round 4.
You do get the Rhino, so Ghost is now officially playing with Specialist Online. Photon Coding, super tempting. EMAG, always strong, just in general. Honestly, all of these are possible takes.
Math is vulnerable to the Wasp Swarm, Ghost is not.
So Math has already taken a tech, so I don't think Efficient is as appealing. Ghost skipping again. The last time Ghost skipped, there was some residual cash, and not taking a free photon coating for 50 is tough sell. Even in this kind of standard v standard. Oh, hard committing to the melting point. This to me again feels like kind of a mid MMR play when there's no obviously good single targets that you want to eliminate. This just invites Mathis Might to play mediums and lean into the sledges and kind of bully the storms. It's also a unit that doesn't care too much about the health of your opponent, which means that the cost control disadvantage is kind of mitigated if you're facing into melting points, because they will ramp up eventually, so the break points are much less relevant. You're better off kind of playing honest stats that force your opponent to feel their minus 11%.
It's not like Ghost is a giant specialist. He paid to unlock that melter. So even if he sells out of it later, he's still on the 200 expenditure. Now he does have them opposite the Phantom Rays. The Phantom Rays have the photon coating for math. I don't think that's quite relevant. I don't know that melter is your answer to Phantom Ray in any book, anybody's book, but you know.
Multi can be, but not in standard like this, because you don't take melter behind tower to play multi into this. I will say there was the question earlier about is Marksman or Phoenix the answer to Melter, and this is the kind of board where Marksmen are just salivating at the opportunity to farm melting points.
Now, that would be the argument for EMP on a Marksman as well. Would be able to turn a tech off on a melter from super long range, drop those melters back down to 115 meter range, and be able to pop them off while they walk slowly towards you. Mathis Might is not running EMP on the Marksman.
He does have the Elite, though, which can delete them once you start them scaling hard enough, but that takes time.
Right. Now, personally, I've always liked Phoenix as an answer to Melter. Just figure the two bodies, the extreme damage, and I've always had my Phoenix tech for EMP delivery as well. So, I kind of think of Phoenix as my answer.
I think Mathis might. Okay, he goes the Wasps. I think that Vulcan was super tempting here, but he does already have his Arclight board.
Wasp bodies to distract the Melter makes good sense.
It very much does.
Oh, it's going to be Sandworms with Replicate from the Cost Control Specialist with the Wasps behind, and the Wasps are out in a flank screening position, kind of in case opponent also took the Wasps and placed them on the flank.
Also, they arrive late enough that if the opponent's Wasps get too close, then they get hung up on chaff, your Wasps clear their Wasps. It's just probably the best place for Wasps in Standard in the majority of kind of blind matchups.
Wasp v Wasp, the drops for both players. Ghost has finished everything, I think. It hasn't deployed the Wasps. There they are.
These worms are a little forward. I assume that's by design. I'm curious to see how this will play. I am not the best worm player.
This is the old school Rhino Whirlwind position, where you can mobile beacon to either tower depending on which side the opponent is defending, and force them to kind of defend both towers and have this diagonal run that goes either way.
I just worry that they are so forward that they're in firing line before your units are even engaged. So I'm very curious to watch how this unfolds, because I assume that it will work better than I anticipated. Because I tend to give Mathis Might the benefit of the doubt on such things.
Mathis Might was the heavy favorite, about 3-1 in our local rock wagering. But this round is going to Ghost. That drops Mathis Might down to 31-67, putting Ghost in the lead, 31-67 to 31-86. It's about as close as it could be after 5 rounds. Orbital bombardment looks like the obvious choice out of this one. Mathis Might is
Yeah.
known for taking his time, clicked it before Ghost did.
I will say that this looks like a Mathis Might is like incredibly comfortable, incredibly greedy, slow rolling the range on the marksman, not in a rush, not afraid of the hit point damage at the moment, and is building what I would call a better board in the long run at the moment. Getting everything kind of established, this worm pod, a very literal critical threat that can kind of go wherever he wants it to, and forcing your opponent to be ready to answer anywhere. Committing to the wasps, which I like. And this super long diagonal beacon I like a lot more for these worms than the tower beacon, because that will keep them underground, and then they'll be fighting when the rest of your army gets closer.
It's also
They did kind of.
It's also designed
fight.
to pull opponent's army into the orbital bombardment.
Right.
Which you can
And
see.
potentially hide during the bombardment themselves.
They arrive on the surface now. The bombardments are over. There's not much left on Matt's board that would handle the Phantom Rays at this point. There's one marksman left on the left side. Both those marksmen have died. And the Phantom Rays should win this round. Now they should win this round, having taken out the last of the Wasps.
This is why I think it was really unfortunate for Mathis Might, because if his were on the same side, I think he'd have won several of these rounds more convincingly.
Right.
Because he would have gotten the better of those head-to-heads.
Ghost, representing the 2v2 crowd, gets the win. 31-86. He's dropped Mathis Might down to 30-33. And I mean, by getting the win, I meant just that round, of course. Efficient Giant is up for either of them committing into Giants, but Ghost will take an intensive training. And Math takes a Wasp Swarm. Is this the round you had already been in range on the Wasps? Now they are going to...
Multi-melter in standard. Oh, no. You're throwing away your range. This is painful. And the Stormcallers are absolutely going to punish that lack of range. Mathis Might's board is looking just deadlier and deadlier.
The 3 new storms for Math. Changes his mind about which side to attack. Symbios says, "Yay, it's my first carry arc win in months."
It has been a hard comp to run at the moment. I think that with Phoenix as strong as it is, with EMP armor out and about, with spiders as strong as they are, there's a lot of bad matchup for Arclights at the moment. As your carry, I think as your chaff clear and standard, they can be very strong, so to get a win with it is definitely solid. These wasps are starting to level, and eventually, if wasps keep getting added or not sold out of, AA would more than allow them to answer these Phantom Rays, which haven't been getting the levels that they've theoretically been earning.
Right, they have had the XP to level up and haven't done so. In fact, the Wasps, it looks like, are going to handle them this round without even, half the pack still alive.
I do think Mathis Might is being a little too greedy with his marksman at this point. I think he should have and could have had scaling by now. It will be a round win for him, and there's a lot of worm left.
There's the worms. Surprise! All of a sudden, Ghost dropped to 1764. Mathis Might still on 3000. We go to round 8. Unit drop possible, but doesn't show up. We have Incendiary for Mathis Might and Shield airdrop for Ghost.
I want to see a late crawler in the flank and torch his back line. That'd be my hope, but I think that this is certainly knockout style play with the connected oil fire, with those shields as deep as they are. That is another example of, I think, 1600 MMR versus 2k MMR, knowing that you need to push those forward and just have another shield behind in case there's fire back there.
It's not like there's much that is critical to your board deep, right? Like, you want these up front to hit this, right, and then you need something really early to draw the first Stormcaller volley. I mean, the argument for putting them this deep is to keep them from getting popped right off of the rip. But yeah, you can see just how damaging the fire landing is going to be. And barring some real luck for Ghost, that is going to be a knockout blow for Mathis Might.
That is, and these melters are going to sit ahead of any possible chaff, barring the wasps themselves. And these storms are just going to absolutely pummel them. We do have EMP on them now from the arc lights, which almost outrange these multi-melters and are then just getting completely shut down. Between that and the fire and the worms, yeah, that's going to be game.
1,000 hit points surviving in storms and marksman. The rest of the hit points coming from the worms. That is, in fact, GG. Ghost has made a run all the way from, when did we first check in on him? It was like 1639. It's gotten all the way up to 1675, but does, in fact, lose to Mathis Might at the semifinals. Still an epic run for your 2v2 player. Laisha says he only had a ghost of a chance to win this tourney. Well played, well played.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. You called it out at the time, and chat has said it a couple of times as well, but I think the energy diffraction was a mistake. And in, even just going into the melter against,
yes,
at the time it was Phantom Rays, and once he had committed into melters as his giant, Mathis Might knows how to punish that. Went to the Sandworm and Wasp play. But
and Mathis Might was super patient, didn't force any answers, just kept building a better and better and better standard board. And Ghost was kind of building a aggro defense board, standard board, hybrid sold out of his storms, which I don't think was a good decision either, because he felt like he was getting trolled by this crawler when it potentially could have been missiled out when that was happening. Just definitely signs of some indecision and uncertainty as to what to do next.
Yeah, and again, that could
Which
be...
happens at that NMR. That's not a knock against them as a player. If anything, it's a testament that they've gotten this far kind of feeling it out. But this is the kind of game that you could watch and rewatch and learn different things from that you didn't realize.
Right. And of course, that is partly, if you are high MMR in 2v2, that is not the same as being high MMR in 1v1. They are different games with different tempos, different needs, even different positionings. Yeah, it's the same base units, but there's a whole lot of nuance to the 2v2 board that you can hyper-specialize in. I've talked about this a lot before on the channel, but one of the things I used to vastly overrate some of the hyper-scaling comps, units that relied on levels, because in 2v2 you can farm additional XP from your partner's opponent's board. And so I was like, oh yeah, this build is just unbeatable. I just need to make it work in 1v1. And of course, it was not making it work in 1v1 because I wasn't getting all the experience.
So, immensely good run for Ghost. Hats off. Lots of good decision making, lots of room for improvement, and that's kind of a best case scenario from a tournament. There's a lot to learn, a lot to show for yourself. Really well played.
And you did call it. The final is Matt versus Lau. For a moment, let's show Ezeel ahead of Woot. Can he knock out the... Oh my god, how many Typhoons and Oats would you like, Woot? Yes?
Yeah, Woot has been playing Gigam unit spam compositions.
I just want all of them, thank you.
Not enough.
Right.
Oh my gosh.
He's run his board so strong that he ran his own typhoons into his own ion beam. Brilliant. I still
Spendable.
Yeah, Raffo Dog says I still struggle to try and come back when I go first round to Tarantulas. An opponent gets sabers and got lost last game. So for me, Raffo Dog, one of the things I've learned is to kind of sell out of a headbutt. Titan says he can pull it out, from his positioning. I've certainly been unlucky with it, I can't pull it out, let me just put it that way. So it's better for me to sell out of the headbutt and transition to something that can punish the sabers.
Wow, this is gonna be a no damage round.
Azil survives and does 200 hit points more to Woot. Holy smokes. Also, Azil is in, do you believe this? A vertical sweep abyss. When was the last time you saw that?
Outside of like a tower cheese, I haven't in a month and a half or two.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna say I have a 100% win rate with it.
Okay.
I have played exactly one game where I took.
And horizontal goes so hard here.
Horizontal does go so hard,
makes
and
me so sad.
into Woot's board. Wouldn't it do
I know.
amazing things? Although maybe the vertical is also doing some amazing things because it hits, kind of punches through to the overlords.
But it's either ground or air, not both. So it's not actually sweeping
Oh, that's
through
right.
those.
That's right. Yeah.
So that's actually that's a possible buff to it. Maybe vertical should have air and ground simultaneous targeting, since it's very much generally considered a weak tech right now.
Right.
I'm gonna throw that in the Discord. I think that might actually give it a use case. That's interesting.
Maybe if it sweeps up at the end, so that the initial is angled down and only hitting the ground, and then eventually angles up to hit the air, or vice versa, can start out angled up and then come down to hit the ground. Anyways, that is a valiant effort from Azil, but at the end of the day, Woot's comp comes online in round 12 and wins it for him, doing about 4,000 damage when everything survives. It's a trap, says Cat Same You. Yep,
Yes.
Fair enough.
In the vast majority of times.
Trap tech. Stay tuned for our final, coming up right after this ad break.
I mean, Ghosters, yes, getting both directions of the beam would obviously be better. I worry that would be too strong, given that Abyss is already strong, so I think that's a dangerous direction to go, pun not intended, with that tech in particular.
Yep. I do not have vertical beam even on the bar. A cross beam with half attack could be interesting, or cut the fire rate by 50% and have both beams could be interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of levers to toggle for what that could be. That's fair. Right. Math and Laumage were the number 1 and 2 seeds going into this, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Correct.
So for them to be head-to-head now and not have had to face each other yet is ideal. Nobody is more deserving of a finals match than the two of them in this tournament. And I am super looking forward to seeing the match that we get from them. These are no strangers to having played each other in Mag 1 and on Ladder, and should be a really good game.
And a thank you to Jono3306. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate 160 of you hanging out with us this Saturday afternoon and evening if you're in Europe. Much appreciate you guys. Thanks for being with us. We do know, of course, this is one of the highlight coverage pieces for this channel. We love to do the European tournament. I'll usually enter the Americas later in the same stream. And of course, Titan and I are co-casting the Mecha Mini Masters Finals next week, Friday. So 6 days from today. That starts at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern, or plus 3 hours and 6 minutes from now, wherever you are in your local time zones. Looking forward to that. That should be great. But we have an epic in front of us now.
We do indeed. Also, I'll just throw this out there. Apparently, Dead Eagle is head-to-head with Ghost at 5-1 apiece. So Dead Eagle has, in fact, gone undefeated since he chose to stick with it.
Very nice.
And might be a top 5 finisher, depending on his strength of schedule getting there.
Welcome to the finals of Weekend Tournament European number 111. Math is Might, near side, and blue. Our side in red, Laumamj, trying to add the Weekend Tournament European to an America's Advanced Group 1 mini tournament in the same week. Pretty impressive. Of course, Lau, the original number 1 seed in this tournament. Math is Might, the original number 2 seed. The top 2 have made it to the finals, didn't have to face each other. Lau, along the way, has beaten the number 3 seed Nightcrawler and the number 7 seed Godius Prime. Math is Might, along the way, has beaten the number 5 seed T-Kong. So this is, we also had 2 of the top 10 not ready up, and 3 of them knocked out of the tournament in round 1, with Woot upset in round 2. So that is where 7 of the, I guess that is where all 10 of the top 10 have gone. Either they lost to these guys, lost in early upsets, or didn't ready up. For Math is Might, a missile specialist with Stormcrawler, and Laumamj is the marksman specialist with sledges.
One of the things that we've talked about is when you are missile specialist, trying to have shield break in your opening pack or adding it by round 2. And so having storms, having steel balls, having sabers, those are all 3 kind of the ideal missile specialist 200 cost unit.
Yeah,
roles.
those are the packs that I'm looking for when I click into missile specialist. And Math is Might, of course, has those with the storms. Storms are outside of towers, and he's already added, well, I guess he had the 3 arc lights, has added 2 crawlers already. Do you want
One thing I like
smart
about
art?
the way this was done. Ooh. That's very tempting. It's only a 50 cost. And the Math is Might has played a lot of arc light. And he does take it. I was going to say, in round 1, the storms being outside of tower meant that this kind of standard sledges and arcs line that is kind of the classic line kind of got pulled right and left. And if you win one side, then there's a long walk of shame across the middle of the board, and it let those storms get the crossfire. Whereas if they were more with the towers or inside of towers, I think that debuff would have carried the day for opponents.
Missile Strike just weakening 1 pack of sledges for Math is Might. Lau, very careful to position everything separate from each other. You can choose one of my units to target, but you're not going to get a packet of them. The other option, of course, is to clump your units together and throw shields above them. That is the right play when your opponent is in a lack of shield break, but not when they've got the shield break, which, as you talked about in round 1, Math is Might has with the Stormcallers.
And honestly, playing around the Missile Strike is incredibly important to not give up too much unit damage, which then translates to hit point damage, which then gives your opponent angles to win, or you being forced to take low econ plays because you're afraid of being too greedy. That's a round one, pay attention to your specialists and
Right.
your opponent's
Check-
specialists
check
kind
your-
of decision.
Check your opponent's specialist before you hit end deployment. Always. Always. How many times have we forgotten to do that? Each and every one of us.
Oof.
Lau takes the mobile beacon. After winning round 2, he's dropped Math's might down to 3750. Lau at 4350. Math has skipped. Lau using that mobile beacon from the drop. He still has the one from the tower available. Using that mobile beacon to set up a running crawler, it looks like. Math's might skipped the Scorpion power-up earlier, and did, in fact, take the smart arc lights. So he's going to be up to a extra arc light. He's got his 5th arc light out, does not range them on round 3, and instead brings out a Scorpion.
There's a lot of crawlers all arriving at the same time in the back. I also think that because they are so deep, ranging them risks them locking on sledges, and you don't want that to happen until after these crawlers get through. So I think that was a good call not to range them, and you'll see that they would have been locked on sledges had they been ranged.
Right. As long as he's getting his own chaff out in front, that is going to be all right. One arc light survives where the running crawlers turn out to be. Scorpion having a field day. It's gotten 54,000 damage done and 30 kills before it goes down to the, I think that's the level 3 marksman.
30 kills on a Scorpion is crazy for one round.
Math's might at 3750. Lau dropped to 4,002. Steel balls, 3 of them at level 1 for Lau. There's also 3 level 1 Fire Badgers, 3 level 3 Void Eyes, and 1 level 5 Saber that would be your cash sell option. Actually, it might be better to slow sell out of the Steel Balls or Fire Badgers if you are really looking for the money.
Yeah.
But
I like the take of Steel Balls here. I think it's just tanky. It's good econ. None of those really screamed take me and use me. And so...
And in fact, both players took the Steel Balls and sold one of them for the cash. So... Everybody agrees with you, Titan? I mean, I can't speak for everybody in chat. Certainly there's somebody in chat who disagrees, but I think the players involved agreed with you.
Yes. We do get our range on the arcs now. We also have more chaff established, and we get ranged on both arc lights by round 4 now.
Yep,
both a little teams, later than typical.
Both teams ranged them, but now Math's might has 7 arc lights, and one of them is level 2. Actually, 2 of them are level 2. So he's really leaning into really leaning into the smart arc light right now, allowing them to do their work.
Yes. Scorpion is gorgeously placed. It is going to take some serious damage from a heat upgraded Stormcaller. And does get dropped.
Momaro disagrees with the boys disagreeing. Okay. You chat are having fun with that set of statements. That Smurf account asks, it's almost always better to stagger the missiles than to use them both in one turn, right? And that kind of goes to a decent question. If you stagger them and your opponent is letting them land, you should be getting value over 2 different rounds. If you can win two rounds by small margins and have your units getting experience and all of that, that could be really valuable. On the other hand, don't hesitate to use them together. There's some situations where it can be really valuable to have a big round win. For example, if you've lost round 1 pretty heavily, you really need to stabilize on round 2, or you need time to establish a flank or something. To have a flank pull that gets an unguarded tower run, it can be valuable. It's a lot less valuable to play them together and on round 2 now that quick cooldown is out of the game. So, yeah.
One of the things that you tend to want to avoid with call-ins is overwinning a round. Like sometimes if you oil and then you also do another play that is tempo-based, then combining those on the same turn diminishes the impact that each could have had separately. And so I do think that generically best answer is stagger them when you can do so to get value. But as with every rule, there is an exception to the rule.
Lau shields his existing Stormcallers, adds 2 more Stormcallers, doesn't need to shield the ones outside the, doesn't need to shield the new ones because there's no way Math is targeting those specific patches of empty grass.
Right. The 5-head does not extend that far.
No. I mean, I will say, I have targeted empty grass a couple of times. But,
yeah, usually you look stupid when you do that, and I don't mean you, I mean the person doing the targeting the empty grass, but when it works, you look like you're a genius.
Yeah, in my head, I always looked like the genius, but it's never really played out, so.
Feels good to play shields into a Stormcaller missile spec and keep them.
Ooh, yeah, it does. And that's a really solid total damage dealt.
Yes, it is.
Lau dropping Math's might to 2278. Looks to have this one in control. What can Math do to turn it around?
Well, the oil really hurt here, and the oil will go away after this round, but the storms are, again, Lau just proving that they use oil to an exceptional degree. I think that's probably one of the biggest takeaways if you watch all of the games that we've cast of Zlau this game, is that oil has been pivotal in being used to deal 1,000 hit point damage on both cycles of its presence.
Right, and it has
been
the
slow.
Yeah, it's been used as a knockout. It's been used for the slow. Yeah, it's been really well used by Lau. Mass-produced Phoenix for Math is Might. I do like that card. I like it a lot earlier in the game, but when paired with the Arc Lights, now he's going to have his chaff clear on the ground, his single target in the air. Is that the way to turn it around?
There is a lack of upshoot this round. Granted, we have a level 4 marksman, but this is actually something that Lauman has been doing, is kind of playing the ground game until the opponent forces you to respect air, and then respecting air. Thought about Mustangs, and then just going back and forth to then crawlers and then back to Mustangs, and now taking anti-missile Mustangs.
So it's Mustang with anti-missile for Lau?
Solid into the mass prod Phoenix. Solid, obviously, because there are storms on the board.
The storms for Math have range. So he's trying to get some early shots off on the shield bubbles. That does, of course, mean that the missiles are in the air a little bit longer, and lets those Mustangs engage with the anti-missile a little earlier.
We'll say smart arcs kind of eat Mustangs, so unranged, that may just be arc light food.
Uh-oh. That is a problem. But, you know...
These birds are going to get this marksman, and then I fear they're going to get all of... Unless these storms move out of the shields. They do. Okay, so the shields live. One of the shields goes down?
One of the shields goes down. And then the storms. So Lau...
And the oil is gone.
Yeah. Mathis might used his oil on the left this round to kind of stabilize a bit. Drops Lau to 3,400. Mathis might at 2,300.
Ooh. We've seen worms to great effect in standard. Quadruple Void Eye is spicy. I don't know that it's good. It just doesn't have the range, I think.
Both players taking the sandworms. Mathis Might has an absorption module for the worms. The last time we saw him play them right up front, and then use mobile beacons to great effect. This time I was going to say he was putting them deeper, but now he's changed his mind, put them a little bit in front of his left side tower. For Lau, its worms are on opposite sides with mechanical division. Replicate for Mathis Might's worms. So 2 different approaches to how they're going about putting the larva on the board. Mathis Might using his cheap phoenixes to bring out a 4th phoenix.
Also, mass prod phoenixes are actually cost effective relative to their damage output up until level 3. It's not until level 4 that you get diminishing returns relative to cost.
That's a handy breakpoint to know.
Because you're basically getting 70% of a bird, but for 100, then you're getting 140% for 200. You're getting 210% for 300.
Right. Instead of 200%.
And it's only at 280 at 4, which is almost a level 3 bird vanilla. So, right. And of course you're getting cheaper levels in the sense that you've paid less for the unit, not that the level up itself is actually cheaper. Now this fire on the ground is going to put in a ton of work. Oh my goodness, it's a slaughterhouse on the left. These shields are going down. Mass Bird is just a brutally efficient card. Now the worm on the right is getting to tower.
He's still alive. He's still got half his health. Only one worm left on the left.
Ooh.
3 of the shields are down for Lao. The larva killed. The larva killed the marksman that could have handled the phoenix. That was amazing.
Yep. Everyone knew the assignment.
Arcane, that is one way to interpret that. Don't level mass birds past level 3, but the other way to interpret it is don't be afraid to level them from level 1 to level 2.
Right.
And, you know,
I would say up to level 4,
yeah,
you're good, because that's 280 versus a 300% if you didn't have the card, and you got the deploys sooner. And you subsidized hit point damage to the opponent. So don't be afraid of the levels despite the scaling.
Right. You can still level without it hurting, because, you know, by the time you have level 4 mass birds, it means they're giving you a ton of value. Exactly. Thank you, Toast, for gifting out a gift sub to Sparty Mechabellum. Toast, of course, the patroness of the channel, giving out the most gift subs in lifetime. Much appreciated, as always. And appreciate you doing it during a final. Math is...
Toast is a gem.
Toast is a gem, absolutely. Math is Might at 2278, Allow at 2978. You've got fire landing between the shields on the left. A slight mobile beacon to delay things a bit. It's still gonna... Wait, nope, the fires are now on diametrically opposed sides.
And more fire is just like, this has been a game of oil and fire, and now there's firestorms, obviously, for Math is Might.
How about that shield? How about that shield in the back right corner?
Oh my gosh, that is just... You wonder why they're 2,500 MMR.
Yes. Looks like a genius.
That is kind of gross, almost. And the fact that you chose, like, there were 4 possible places for that to go.
Yeah, and the fact that you got it correct. Now, the steel balls, remember those were a drop away earlier in the game. They are back now in force for Lao. They are a pretty good answer to the worms, but...
Birds, man.
Birds are doing good work, and Math is Might's worms are getting in on tower on the right.
Ooh.
Which that they finally get.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, his right side tower is level 2. Lao's is not. Lao going down all the way to 1,200 hit points. Math's Might at 2,200. We go to round 9. Possibly the decisive round of this game. Especially because you've got a unit drop to really accelerate things. Level 1 Abyss. 3 level 5 Void Eyes. 3 level 1 Farseers or a level 4 Typhoon. Yikes.
So this Void Eye has been in every drop pack. We had 3 level 3s, then 3 level 4s, and now 3 level 5s on offer. So you've had multiple opportunities to consider these Void Eyes, and I still don't think they're correct. They're trying their darndest.
Lao taking the Typhoon. I heard him sell. I think he has sold the Typhoon immediately. It is the best cash call. And his play this round will be 3 level 1 forts with anti-air barrage. Still got
That makes a
time.
lot of sense.
Still have time for Math is Might thinking about the ground game.
And the reason they're selling these Typhoons is A, there's a lot of things that money does for them. B, in a range war like this, Typhoons just don't have the range to do the job. Holy missiles, that man.
It's a whole bunch of missiles on the line. Let's go for a knockout here. Those are Lau's missiles.
Notably, this oil is designed to ignite from Mathis Might's fire from these Stormcallers with that beak-end crawler zipping forward.
Also, Math has taken both Elite Marksman and Electromagnetic this round to really start leveraging the smart arc lights.
Yes. These are now in carry arc light mode and will shut things down and be an absolute menace. Honestly, this back crawler flank buys so much time for this chaff to not run into the fire. Not sure I thought that was the right play here. Very little opportunity cost in comparison to the chaff that could have died so much sooner. There is a lot surviving with this fire on board. Worm Pod is also very delayed by Mathis Might, meaning there's no tower pressure threat that he's been relying on. Very spooky.
2 of the forts are down for for Lau.
These birds. And these birds just seem to be the gift that keeps on giving, even if you would like a return.
The marksman has cleaned them up. It's down to 1 marksman against a whole bunch of worm and larva. Don't think that goes well for the marksman. Last I checked. Ow.
Whew. Not game, but that's spicy. And that was on Lau's oil turn. Math now has his own oil turn.
Math's oil is up. Lau's oil burned. We
And
go to
targeting at 100%. You need your range. This is a range ward.
round 10.
It's not a question.
Lau has 400 hit points left. He's taken the advanced targeting very quickly. Math, of course, is still stopping to think about it. Doesn't rush into everything. It is 3 more forts with AA Barrage already teched for Lau.
All right.
Absorption module on this level 2 sandworm could be valuable for Math also. Interesting.
When you're in this many carry arcs and you're scaling your range off of elite and you're the one in the driver's seat with extra health and you're getting more levels and more range on those levels.
It will be a portable shield going on to the level 2 sandworm. That is Arcane's call out from chat. Oil out in front.
Let's watch that worm then and see. I am skeptical about that being the right call.
What about a level 2 abyss? That's getting
That is
spicy. With healing?
Not range.
It's a wreckage
I guess
recycling.
There's nothing to kill it. Does it never
And
die?
it's just gonna
forever.
It's just gonna tank every AA barrage shot and heal through it.
If it gets the fort kills.
If it gets the kills, yeah. Which it does. Gets 1 fort kill.
Oh my goodness.
That is a unique finish. I have never seen that one
It's a
before.
gut shot that as long as it doesn't die, it's game by itself.
Right.
It has killed 3 giants so far. Ooh, this right side is getting spooky though.
There's still worms defending it. It's fine.
Yes, that's true.
That is one spicy way to take a European title. Congratulations to Mathis Might beating the #1 seed Laumange in the final. Took him 10 rounds.
You know what's crazy? I don't think another Abyss tech does that. I don't think the Photon does it. I don't think the missiles do it. I think Wreckage was unironically the best tech on Abyss on that play.
It did 140,000 damage and healed from killing 53 different units in that last round, including 3 giants.
Just anchored that
Wowzer.
whole side by itself while the entire worm pod was like, we'll defend on the other side. Okay, thanks.
The Toast says Snack Abyss are an amazing gut punch tech. I've closed out many a game like that. Well, a couple of times like that. It is pretty impressive. There is no melter on the other side of the board. That would be the contraindicator.
Right.
And yeah,
Or birds with charge. Like there's no upshot single target damage that is of any significance.
right. That's a win for the 501s. Camos says, wait now, if a 501 wins the Americas, we get a three-peat. That is true. Camos winning in Asia, Mathesmite winning in Europe, and Yasu says, well, there goes all my insight. Indeed. Congratulations to those of you who supported Mathesmite in the rocks betting. Ecophobic Music says, the age of 201 is over. The age of 501 has begun. Let's go, guys. Well played.
If I was betting, I think 501 probably has the most tourney medals. If I had to guess. I think 201 would be a close second, but I think 501 probably has the most.
Well, here we are. Tournament is complete. Congratulations to Durgon in 10th. Softeach 9th. Ghost finishes it out in 8th. Raffo Dog had a tremendous run to get to 7th. Jiaji Queen Huanju, keep saying how solid this player is, comes in 6th. Dead Eagle drops that match against Lumaria, almost dropped out. You heard Alpha Titan talk him into sticking it out, sticks it out, goes unbeaten, and comes 5th. Woot, your original number 4 seed, comes 4th. Lao, your original number 2 seed, comes 3rd. Tikong, your original number 5 seed, comes 2nd. And Math is Might, congratulations, you are the European champion. We'll show all the way down to about 50th for those of you who had a great run and might be getting your best ever finishing position. Congratulations to everybody who had a good time. Man,
yes.
Tournaments are fun. I just love the way that this goes. Love that it's built into the game. I love the community kind of rally around it. I love the way that I love the way that we all care about them. So
there were some fun storylines for today as well, with some 1600s doing some crazy runs and some really interesting matches for some finals, and we get the number 1, number 2 in the finals, which you don't always get because of weird matchmaking collisions along the way. So it was a fun tournament.
it really was. It was a really good tournament.
And that sick Abyss at the end was just absolutely killer, reminding me that I do want to actually take a peek at that Abyss game.
Right.
From
round 5, I think.
I think you're right. It was X name something. Can't place it offhand. I'm gonna exit out of this match. But Math is Might, making some great plays, using Worm in Standard really well.
There's
some beautiful called shots for the shields.
Right. There is the Asia Tourney finals with Camos, your winner, Chiroha runner-up. But Woot coming in 5th for the 301.
The name was Lunaria XO, and that was the X that I was trying to place.
Yeah, I was not going to get you that one.
I was like, I knew it was X, but I knew it wasn't, and I was like, what? But yeah, that's why.
All right, guys, that was a fun tourney. We've got about 2.5 hours to the next one. I need to check in with Kiddo real quick and make sure everything is all right out there. And honestly, make sure that the cookies got cleaned up. After that, we'll come back and figure out what we're doing to entertain you for the next 2.5 hours. But for the moment, I want to put on, let's put on Stony and Ragin for now. I will say hi to Kiddo for you, Toast. I know they have a friend over, so they're not likely to show up on stream. Egophobic music, new all-time high at 2046. Congratulations. I'll be back in a couple minutes, guys. Let me get the camera set up for you first. No, I have to wait out a whole round to get the camera set up for you. Looks like Ragin has this one under complete control. He's on 5,000 hit points. Stoney's at 1298. Or have we arrived just as Stoney stabilizes?
Oh my goodness. For those wondering, Lunaria EXO absolutely crushes the round with range on Abyss. And by massing some wasps to protect their chaff clear wraiths, that is game. But we have a Ragin versus Stony match. And I am deeply anticipating a linked sledge play as a knockout from Ragin. Well, into Scorpion, maybe not, but that's something that Ragin absolutely loves to do, does run it on the bar, and it will absolutely catch you out by surprise with it. We've got a decent number of Farseers. We've got a very large line of Stormcallers for Stony. Into these healing sledges, though, obviously that's what the Scorpions are for. Really just a ton of missiles in general. There are anti-missile devices. They are deep to try and protect them. But it looks like with the Scorpion line hovering this just barrage of missiles, Raging could be in trouble. Sony could definitely be stabilizing. Good news, for the most part at least, is that these units are advancing ahead of the anti-missile devices, so they're not likely to go down if you lose the round, so you can try to build a critical mass of them. You do lose one. Oh, we actually win the round in the end, and only lose one, so that's a great cleanup compared to what it would look like. And if you're Raging, I think that's the signal to add another 3 more, or even more than that. Lightning Storm, of course, is just absolutely amazing here. Kind of a no-brainer. Yeah, this would be another one of those, Abyss gut shot kind of moments. There's incredibly little upshoot, single target. That's a very good shout, Cat. Also, Toast, you are hitting me with the nostalgia. I worked at Amazon for a while and had somebody in the control area that would always send Cat Jam as their confirmation or messages, and so I'm just like kind of in a stunned moment of nostalgia from that.
Aw.
That was their like signature copy that kind of messaging method. So I hear you like your spells with your spells.
Would you like some spells? I love that they've managed to get them all on the same side. It's like they've coordinated this.
Right. I do think that these might actually be stronger layered with each other as opposed to spread out.
Win one side hard?
Right. I do think, by the way, that Ragin is better consolidated under his shields, whereas there is more spread on Stoney's board, which consequently is more dangerous for Stoney's board.
The
Both have 3 Farseers. That's very strange. Do either of them have text on their Farseers? Could you share with the class?
not taken, EMP taken. For Ragin?
Okay. Wow, that storm line surprisingly did really well on Sony's side of the board. Very unfortunate. I don't know if that was RNG or what happened or didn't happen, but that went much better for Stony.
It is enough for Ragin to win it. That was a little bit of bonus coverage. Stony goes down. Toast, Kiddo's response to Toast says hi. It was, yippee!
I can even hear it in Kiddo's voice.
Exactly. Well, Titan, would you like to do a little bit of 2v2? Do you want to do some 1v1? Should I just go ladder without you? What would you like?
Thinking. I told you I was hitting like a fatigue wave in the middle of the tourney, and I've been having a blast casting with you. I can feel myself seeing things as they happen, but I can also feel myself not being in a position to make the right call in the moment.
All right.
So I'm going to maybe get a power nap before America's and possibly play it, possibly cast it, depending on what you're doing.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not
but
sure.
You enjoy.
I'm not sure if I will be up to casting it or not. I'm really going to have to make that a, an endurance check
and
as
take care
it comes
of
up.
yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday was a crazy marathon. We had our cast today. I know that you're going to be off tomorrow, and good for you.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're enjoying the game and you're enjoying playing and you're dialed in and chat's having fun, then I know that is chicken soup for the soul for you. So keep on. But if you start to feel it and chat, if Emerok starts to go loopy,
yes,
don't be afraid to be like, go to bed, go play with your kiddo. Don't take it easy, Mr. Amarok.
Is fair. For anybody who missed it, I am recovering from surgery, so I'm definitely not 100% yet. I know I got very fatigued by the end of last night's coverage.
Last night was a bit of a marathon, though. Let's be fair.
It was. But yeah, if I'm completely missing obvious plays or something, chat, just tell me to shut it down here.
Or try to queue into him and snipe his MMR.
Either or, yes, those can work. Wait a minute. Hey, don't encourage them there, friend.
All right. Well, I believe you're in good hands. I feel a little bad about leaving you to your stream, but I think that you are in touch with yourself enough to make good decisions, and so I will get some food for myself and try and get some mental rest. And if you're up for watching, I will likely be playing with ARP in the twos tourney tomorrow. It's been a minute since I've been able to, and obviously you have your thing for tomorrow.
Yep. Perfect. So I'm glad you found a partner you trust and love. So, good luck to you guys tomorrow.
If Cat queues into you, I definitely want to see that game. So I'll just throw that out there.
All right.
I'll probably be lurking ? May jump back in and be chatty if I can't sleep, but I'm gonna take my leave and let you have some fun.
All right, man. Well, thank you for joining me for the cast. You know how much I appreciate it.
Always a pleasure.
I will
absolutely
look for you either tonight or sometime on Monday.
That sounds like a plan.
Well, it's like looks like we have won round 1 against Drayson, I think we are 0-1 for the day. I don't exactly remember. It might be minus 19 or something. Let's put a channel point prediction up for those of you that enjoy that sort of thing. Yes, it turns out Cat Mew and Thonix are the same person. Oh my god. No, their playstyles are way too different. Way too different. Oh my goodness, sir, you are going mech rage on your fangs, and you sold out of a Sabertooth to do it? Yeah, I lost to Fang Carry in mini tournament this week, although I was oh, the little Arclight that couldn't. Yeah, I remember that one. Won a tournament with it, right? So I actually lost to Fang Carry from apparently it's a build that Vive had popularized with a Vortect Fang, Vortect Rhino. That's what I'm going to be watching for here. Did you enjoy the standard game? Hey, we jumped. I honestly, for me, it was weekend tourney had just finished. I needed to eat lunch and check in on Kiddo and make sure that they ate lunch. Yes, he had to change the username to Little Arclight that could for the 2 weeks he had the badge. I remember. Yeah, no, Vibe has been doing fun things recently. More fun things, let's say. Let's take Fortified Hacker, shall we? Now. Watching him force carry arc. Yeah. Oh, you'd have one single arc light just supporting your pushes. Okay, that makes some sense. I love it. I love it. Do we want to like sell this guy? I don't think so. We take that. Round 3, maybe I should have ranged my my arc lights. He should be ranging his fangs next turn, if not this turn. He gets them ranged. He's added 2 more on this flank. He was forcing Brick Beacon a few streams in a row? Wait, what? You knew what he was doing and started countering it immediately. I love it. Oh, he should be in the he should be in the speed. We're gonna throw the fire down. With this, I guess. Let's see. Oh. He's into forts. All right. Is it Fort Fang with punch? It is. It's Fort Fang with punch. You are correct. Left side gets lit on fire. Why you are fighting out of the fire, I will never know. Good choices made. Regretting life choices. Now, the opponent does have hounds. Might be able to clean up all of the fire. I've actually wondered if you could make that work. Probably you, right? I expect one there-ish. Don't know. Don't know for sure. Let's take more fella here. Two more of these. Just see what all we can build here. Is it time to sell out of the arc light? I don't know. Maybe it is. Already taken temp range. Alright. I'll just take health for now. Opponent has taken the shields to try and mitigate the fire, but the fire has done the work we needed it to. We win the far left. We've got Mustangs alive to get to the tower. In fact, the fort dies to the fire, so Drayson is down to 1350. What do we get now? Brute firepower control is very good for us. I think we're going to let you have your level. Let's take a pair of those. Drop you here just in case that's what he's got in mind. How do we feel about probably here, where those guys are going to be firing from? only a 7-second debuff this time. That is getting a little scary over there. Might be time to sell this guy and start buying some melting. And Drayson has dropped us to 2560. Hard nuke on that side, maybe? It gets lit on fire, doesn't it? Fun. See how all of that goes. Shield down, nuke should land over there. Mm-hmm. 1344 to 1350. Oh. You guys get range. You guys get that. You get a melter over here. Just getting a insta-lock. Lone and range and all of that junk. Sure. We need an EMP tech. Ah, see. Yeah. Yep. Turn off fist. Yeah, we don't really have a great spot for it. I could EMP the arcs, but they aren't really connecting anymore. We could try it. Maybe. Hard to say. But why do I not have shields up, chat? Of course, if I took the storm, he's taking the storm. Where are my shields? Thank you, Rage and Jim G. Yes, I definitely needed that. Way more than the EMP. It does feel like the sort of thing that I see better on a better day. I know I've beaten Carrie Fang plenty of times, and just not pulling it off right now. Yeah, opponent's third tech was armor piercing. We'd checked that way earlier in the match. Your uncle works for Nintendo. Charged ammo is still in the pool, but the chance is super low. Carry Fang with Fort Fist is pretty tough. It's true. I mean, like it was a good build for a long time for a reason, right? It's not like it was ever a bad board, but well. Yeah, once the forts hit level 2, we were in real trouble. Once they got the I was thinking I would pick the sabers for bringing down the shields and just kind of be in there, like double tap saber, but maybe like if I was going to do that, I needed the sabers back at range with their double tap, and also my chaff board is really lacking. So it went well until it didn't. I don't know if I should have stuck to what I was originally thinking. Which was the because I took the elite hacker at some point, thinking I was going to go not elite hacker, heavy hacker, thinking I was going to hack. But no, it did not work. Okay, so we're down 42 at 0-2 today. Well, okay, I'm not sure I really need the slash in there, but whatever. Congrats to those of you who backed Drayson. Opponent getting the win there. Hey, we rematch against Drayson. Yeah, the salty run back. Exactly. Get him, boss. Thanks, Dead Eagle. What are we going to do differently this time? Channel point predictions are up. Be worried if he takes a Fang back. Fair. That's a fair starting point. Yeah, it's always nice to get the rematch because if you win, you generally come out net positive. You gave away some, you gain some, you gain more back. You give away a little bit based on the original MMRs. You gain more back based on the secondary MMRs. In theory, Nubs Pixel, thank you very much for the follow. Wait, but where are the fangs? So he has started with a pair of fangs. Looks very similar. It has picked up 2 fangs. Is it going to be the same build? Expect so, right? Let's see what we can do here. Yeah, Fang is 4 spaces apart and horizontal. Definitely suspicious. Yep, he is selling out, so that is definitely a Fang starter with range immediately. No protection on the backside. Well, no, there is a protection Fang back there. And a missile strike up front. We get the tower with our Rhino over there. Instant melter for us? Might as well, right? So that we're not out the, Maybe we just let that ride for now. We don't need it on the board yet, right? The Fangs run shield and armor piercing. They are into 2 techs. He did take the Arclight drop. That is relatively reasonable into the Hounds. We just want the early levels into the Mustangs, please. Please and thank you. The Arcs have armor and can brick the Stangs. That is a problem for sure. Mm-hmm. This is like a horror movie. Gore, Mustangs eating everything. Gore and wanton violence everywhere. Well, the important thing is to finish it out, right? Huh. WTF, I went to get water and suddenly there's 5 Stangs. Right? We skipped the lightning storm. It's too early. Take that. We let this go. We take... Now, you are presumed to brick them, right? That's certainly what I would do if I were you, so let's give you a different problem. Straight opposite the, straight opposite the arc lights. Yep, Great shout, Ragin. There's one out here that we haven't covered. Those things are tanky with that much armor. They are beefy. That was the board where Saber was okay. Yep, EMP or charge the birdies. I think they're going to wind up in both eventually. Oh, hey, look at you. That's helpful for him. That's helpful for us, I think. Yeah, we all have the melter unlocked. I'm expecting the forts at some point. Yep, he beat us with Stangs last time. He's speed specialist with advanced targeting. So his fangs are up to 140 meters. Our Mustangs are on 135 because he took temp range. He's got the range advantage, but we get it back if we take temp range. Which we probably have to from here on, it looks like. That's a nice little play. He is running AP. Temp range it is. Hi. Hi. I wonder if I should have... maybe I do one of you down here. Also hi. Oh, hey. Wait a minute. We've also got you. Now what? Are we assuming the forts at this juncture? Probably, right? Assume the forts. Maybe we take speed. Let's see how this goes. He has taken the additional damage. And he took the marksman. We do punch through a bunch of things. We win the right side tower. We collapse on the stangs, or the fangs on the left. Looks to me like you go there. You EMP for sure, right? One of you two. These guys are in the new flame skin. I think they are. He does go into the forts as his answer to our rhinos. I was expecting EMP on the marksman, honestly. Hey, kiddo. What's up?
So I just thought something.
Mm-hmm.
So because like I know we already went. Go back.
Absolutely. Can I hand you wallets to do that, you two? You remember them?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. We will do that. And Toast says, hello, kiddo.
Oh, hello, small one. Kiddo's dad is working.
Kiddo's dad is working. It's true, Jeff B. Sauce. Kiddo's dad is working at trying to defeat Fangs, Harry Fang.
Hello, small bee. What the freak are you doing?
That was back in December. Hey, hey, kiddo, come back. You have to see something. Kiddo, come back. You gotta see something.
Me kind of thing.
Toast has
What up,
gifted a
kiddo?
tier 1 subscription to Amarok's Kiddo. Now you have no ads on the channel.
Yippee!
And Toast says, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, huh? What? Yay! I don't know. I just got quote unquote promoted.
Kiddo got a gift subscription to my channel from one of my supporters.
Yippee!
All right.
Sir, it's not even summer yet. That's crazy. Oh, I saw a freaky picture of Poseidon from Neil Illustrator, and it said, "I'll get in his water."
Oh no!
What?
Cringe.
I'm crazy. Crazy. I was crazy.
Welcome back to those of you that saw ads and missed all of the Kiddo excitement. Kiddo was very happy. Kiddo was very happy to be gifted a gift sub to the channel. We're, as you said, we are back positive on that one. We've gone, well, not positive overall for the night, but plus 21. Alone Fire, I have finally beaten Carrie Fang. I seem to remember Carrie Fang, how to beat Carrie Fang from a while ago, but I'd not seen it in so long. Kiddo and Friendo are off to create a caprese salad, or possibly a bruschetta style. Self-Fontaine goes through before riding EMP, even if you're on the line. You struggled against carry. I mean, the game that I played Fire, I lost. The game that I didn't play Fire, I won. So... Yeah, didn't, yeah, was very late with the forts. Thanks for reminding me that I am bad at the game. No, that's not the intent. That's not the intent. I mean, I literally lost to Carrie Fang twice, once here on Ladder today, and once in tournament. With, no, not just in tournament, but in tournament with a Vibe watching, because I think Vibe had a bye that round, or finished his game off really early. But then it turned out to, no, it was Baru watching, right? It was Baru and Vibe both watching. And it turned out to be really valuable for Baru because my opponent tried Carrie Fang against Baru in the finals, and Admiral Baru knew exactly what was coming because he had just watched it. Soronderweiss. Okay. It's 16-18 opponent. So this is in the category of games we are expected to win. Never played this person before. Hey, Ghoul Dude. He says, welcome in, first-time chatter. Yeah, I'm giving myself credit for the assist for Baru. It's not that he didn't play it well and do all of the correct answers at the correct times. But welcome in, first-time chatter. Really, it felt vindicating to turn around and beat a Carrie Fang now. I swear I know how to beat that one. The real problem in the guy against that I had played was that he was in level 3. He was in Elite Rhinos, and I just didn't notice that he had the card. So I was just like, why am I losing to the Rhinos? Toast, you accidentally muted the stream. Did you get all of the excited hello kiddos? There were many excited hello kiddos. Okay, have fun. I'll see you when you get back. No, you missed all the excited hellos from Kiddo. Kiddo was very, like, Kiddo and Friendo came over to be like, what's going on when you gifted them a sub? Because, you know, I don't think they really know or thought much about gifted subs before, don't understand the game. You might want to go back and rewatch that on VOD, Toast, because you had a whole lot of excitement. Let us know when you get back caught up to real time. Aw, yeah. You should. You I know you enjoy Kiddo's excitement. You got the Yippee live this time. So you can check and see if your imagination of what Kiddo's Yippee sounds like matched reality. We're up against a cost control specialist. We're playing as a giant specialist. We are going to lose round 1. Unless this Fang is very... He's not very lucky. Never mind. Like Phoenix, I like Farseer. Which one do I actually like more? I don't remember how. Wait a minute. I remember how to do it on YouTube. Let's go. That's silly. Hey, Juxtapose. Welcome in, man. Thought the Fangs had it. Yeah. The Fangs were really strong in the first one. You play under both Juxtapose and Drayson, is that right? But either way, GG's. Because I've seen Juxtapose in tournament. Is why I ask. What are we buying here? Give our friend the classic tarantula in the corner. You have just one account, and it's under Juxtapose. Okay, cool. So you were not my opponent in the 2 games against Drayson there. Okay, opponent took the flying, which we used to have just the fangs. Now we've got fangs and Farseer to try and handle. I think that's a good choice for him, except that I was already planning to go to fort. So, yeah, now we have forts coming. Oh, poor Fireseer, all by himself. Not ideal. Does get a tower. This Arclight got the other side's tower, and that is going to kill us. Ouch, 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 ouch. Oh, I already wanted to go into forts. Thank you. Thank you, Bear-like. I don't know where I want this crawler. Where do I want this crawler? Yippee! Exactly! Farseer really did support the entire team that round, it's true. It was the gold damage dealer. Hey, I'm glad you enjoyed the yippee. I thought you would. Mm-hmm. It was adorable. Exactly. What are you doing, Miss? What is this? What is this missile into my fort, sir? Oh, and the tower cheese. Oh, Catse Mew would be proud of you, Sauron. Love it. Sauron doing their best to live up to the name. And the missile on the line really did a number on the front-facing fort there. We get the tower just in time. We're going to be stuck on the wrong units for a minute. And we get tower debuffed again. Sauron is winning. Mordor is coming, guys. I'm sorry. I was not the wise. I don't think I mind pulling that. You have ranged the birds, so we'll take the AA. That Farseer has been trying so hard, right? Really has. All for naught, though. What are you doing? You're hanging out right there. So, okay. We make you miss. We level the tower. One does not simply walk into Mordor. It's exactly. Exactly. Opponent trying ranged Scorpion as the counter to the ranged Assault Forts. 5275. Hit points there, so it'll take him a while to get through it. 5 shots technically. Be another 5 to get through the shield, though. Both sides' shields are down. Our anti-air devices go off. We've taken out the entirety of opponents' defenses over there just before he gets the tower. That's kind of perfect. And this tower trade is interesting, but I think ultimately we've got more than enough on the board to come out and win the round. Farseer earned his level for sure. He remains the gold damage dealer and gold kills leader. We can also... Aw, look at that. Farseer, I might be sorry here. Am I selling you? I don't think I sell you, right? We do it this way? That's a bit of a problem. Go ahead, try me, sir. Haste module and mech rage on the crawlers over there, huh? That's interesting. I'm very glad that we added a new chaff clear item. Farseer remaining the gold damage dealer, having a great time out there. Hasn't done as well in terms of levels this round. And we have ignored the round 3 range your chaff clear rule. Maybe we should range our chaff clear now. And we can sell probably a typhoon. Actually, maybe I don't want another this way. Maybe what I want is... Where are we at range-wise? 105 to 135. Let them have their little... So this way the forts are still out in front of the tarantulas, but it's all good. What else do we need here? I don't know if he's going to be smart enough to sell that crawler or not. If he does, we wind up with a missile on it anyways. He's got a Scorpion way out there. Oh, he's throwing acid with his Scorpions now. And a Vulcan with haste module on what was my strong side. Do we actually care? He's knocked down 3 of the forts. But what's our winning percentage when we take elite? Our winning percentage when we take elite is something ridiculous. And it'll be... Well, this looks like it's likely to be another game of it. We might as well be producing some Mustangs and doing it from here. I suspect we can give you guys something else to shoot at for a moment. The level 3 can be making the Mustangs all day. Oh, it is ridiculously good. Whooped. Don't get it twisted. Yeah, elite spec for us is it's ridiculously bad for opponent. It's just about right there. Do we just 150 elite these or level these guys up? Maybe? Sure, they all get into the mix there. Well, hello there, Big War Factory. Look at you, sir. Now the outside, I don't know what to do. Yikes. Could have worked earlier. War Factory and Acid Scorp do not mix, yes. Yeah, War Factory was a great shout. He needs some rapid reload on it, which he doesn't even run. Factory needs work. Acid on Scorps was a good shout. Too. The Scorp shot at a crawler that was right in front of the factory, so the factory rolled into the acid. Yeah, that was here. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Zoom in. Play. But and watch this one from my perspective. All right, so we've it's kind of the expected outcome, right? There was a pretty big MMR difference, and Soren put up a solid fight. Does wind up in the wait a sec, I don't know what to do with this, and yeah, all right, all right. He says, "Yeah, I will now. I should sleep anyway." Yeah, he can find it in VOD. He'll have to follow. You have to follow in order to pick up the VOD, but. Yeah, that one was solid. He does make so part of what I was trying to capitalize on is that he's made that mistake we saw a little bit from the lower MMR players in tourney, where everything is behind towers. Seems to be pretty common in the 1600 MMR, right? We're gonna level the towers, we're gonna hang out behind it. But I just love the idea of having an open run at this tower. I can pull the crawlers away so they never get in front of it, and kind of push towards it. And we did kind of push him out into selling one of the Phoenix. I don't know if there's a better answer. What we saw from Math is Might in the final of that tournament, of course, was throwing out a Healing Abyss in front. The Snacks Abyss basically tanked all of the anti-air barrage, and then the beams, of course, are devastating against the fortress. So that's a line that that Sauron could have gone, I think. So yeah, acid and fire on the board are neutral things. Once they're on the board, they will harm either side. Same with oil; it'll slow down either side. You've surely seen that. Big +7 MMRs. This is even a better way to say it. All environmental effects treat all players the same, including smoke, missile strike cards, nukes, orbital bombardments, etc. Shields are the one thing that are not an environmental, and photon is not an environmental. So that's a much better way of phrasing it because it applies to the 2-player 2v2 and the 4-player free-for-all. All right. Hey, Soar Hunter Wise. I got quite fast to 1600. Plus 7 days ago, I was like 1,000 MMR. Oh my goodness. Well, GG's, man. You should definitely expect to be running into some things you don't necessarily know. Katsei Mew, who is higher MMR than I am, said Abyss. So I did manage to comment that for your previous. Oh my God, Toast! Every time opponent shows up to say GG's, comes in with a huge welcome. So Soar Underwise gives the follow, gets a gift sub from Toast. What I was trying to say was, Katsei Mew was saying Abyss, and I do agree with that. That was the answer we saw in that tournament final. So Sauron, there, a bit further back in the broadcast, in the VOD, you have our EU coverage, and you can find the final between Math is Might and Zlaumamj, which actually has a play that works really well against AA Fortress. So as the finish from Math is Might, it's a really, really nice play to finish. So kind of applies to your situation in that last match. We are going to be up against Wrecked next at 1940. So our back-to-back opponents are 300 MMRs apart. Congrats to whoever supported streamer. Why was I a 21-1 underdog against Soar Underwise? Hold on a minute. That doesn't sound right. Well, congrats to Incarsus for believing. Oops, meant to set this up. What do we want out of this? Let's take speed. And we'll get your channel point predictions up again. One moment. There we go. Channel point predictions are up. We've got Speed Specialist with Steel Balls. And Fangs. What do we want to do? What do we want to do? We just build a standard board. Build some chaff clear. Right. I don't feel like this is a great round 1 board. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, the arc lights are way too out in front. Dead Eagles wants to see Fang Wraith? Steel Ball's tricky, dodging the Stormcaller volleys. Stormcaller's tricky. They actually lost one of the Steel Balls to a lucky Stormcaller shot. Now we come over the other direction. Steel Ball gets in under the guns. Oh, now this is one of the silliest fights ever. Hey, we are damaging you. Stay here and die. We'll send a good luck, have fun to our friend here. Well, who doesn't love facing heavy armor level 2 Steel Balls on round 2? I'm sure that's everybody's favorite, right? Yeah, the cards were great. There were many good cards there. I want to see if I can draw some of the Stormcaller volleys. Almost tempted to put these out for both storms. One for each storm. See if that works any better for us. Oh, there are sledges now. Well, that is one way to stop the Steel Balls and ensure you get to shoot them. Of course, the Steel Balls have 16,000 hit points, so... No, don't do it this way. Arclight, shoot the crawler. Oh, fine. The Fangs will take care of the crawlers. Bye, vey. Yep, vertical sledges. Doing great vertical sledge work. Not a fan. Hammerrock is not a fan. Looks like the Steel Balls will finish off the storms. Very nice. And do they have enough left under tower debuff? Not really. There's just too much left. That's good level experience for the sledges and hounds. They come out just short of leveling. One of the hounds leveled. Oh, well... We'll go with those guys. Then we'll go with our degenerate wasp strategy. Ah. Opponent not seeing that one coming, I don't think. Actually, do we do this on this side instead? Probably. It does affect allies, yes. Unit photon, they did change it. So, that is a good point to clarify. Thanks, Dead Eagle. Alright, 4 Phoenix for, well, 3 Phoenix for opponent, 2 Phoenix for us. We have Mini Wasp. Mini Wasp will chase that side, hit the Phoenix over there. Our Arclight has had a pretty good round, honestly. Might want range on those in a minute. 6 yes, okay, fair enough. Counting with toast. Six Phoenix for opponent, 4 Phoenix for us. Yes, we have had the waspening. This is a decisive victory. This is how you really make sure that you win a game. You make sure you win with at least 3 units surviving every round. Looks like that is pretty solid for us. This is the Murder Hornet scare. It's true. We'd like our Rhino as a drop, please. Can we please? Be really nice. Oh no! Opponent knows the Wraith strat. Puts the Wraith over here. Okay. I know, I couldn't afford it. Couldn't afford it with taking the super supply. And I didn't want to be on a timer to win the game. Welcome back, kiddo. Do you think I should just go for the knockout, Dead Eagle? Ignore the super supply, and like at that point you're just playing all out to win rounds by hard? Like hard win rounds? Ocelotus Gaming, hello. Well, that has been unfortunate for our flank there. But it is a round loss for us. Thank you, kiddo. Gosh, it does not feel like giving me any of the components of this build, does it? Hello, everybody. I think you skipped Foons already. True. I used to play Super Aggro Typhoon stuff all the time. Where are you wanting the Typhoons in this build? They go just in behind with shields? Yeah, maybe. I could see that working. Typhoon back there with shield. His opponent goes with a mini Farseer. Hey, we get the tower from the front this time. Andy. Mumbo Jumbo, thank you for the raid, my friend. How was your stream? How have you been, man? I haven't seen you in a bit. We're down to 3,000 hit points against wrecked here. We are getting wrecked, it seems. Ooh, well. A wild mumbo has appeared, it's true. Let us take some tempo out there, shall we? With maybe you guys out this way? Aw, a gift sub for Mumbo Jumbo. Played some Soulstone Survivors, ended with a few mecha games. Gotta go for the night. Have a great stream. Good luck on your games. And tourney if you play it. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Actually, I love that, but he's gonna hit my backside, right? Right? Hold on. I think that's it. We pull the right side apart enough? Not exactly. Now we get the tower over there, which is a level 2 tower. Right side's a level 1 tower. Brain cannot comment on he's going to hit my backside right. On that, I'm going to see myself out. I was proud of myself. I won my second to last game with Vulcans and I didn't use tower oil. Hey, that is unheard of. What is up with that? Right, we win this round despite the oil from opponent. Deployment module will bring you over here with we're going to do that. Something like all of that. Level 1 Rhino can be right there. You guys get your locks elsewhere. You guys punch through something like that. Range speed, I think. Maybe these guys... No, these guys get a level? Sure, those guys get a level. Hold on, though. Do we want to sell out of something? I'm going to sell out of you, maybe. Alright, let's try all of that and see what happens. Speed! Indeed. Let's go, team. Suck on the steel balls. Alright. Those steel balls remain having a pretty good time. It looks like the arc light might need range. It's going to get through. Left side has gone poorly, partly due to summoning in the level 1 Rhino, where we had a level 2 before. Close round. We go from 3,000 down to 2,500. It's because opponent's balls have the suck tech. No! You're terrible. I love you. um, sure, levels for you guys. One of which will have Yat. Let's take this. Let's take this. Oh, well, that's unfortunate positioning, isn't it? Go get him over there, team. Our opponent has gone to sentry missiles to try and slow us down in places. So it's time for either power, probably power armor now. Replicate on his crawlers, sure. I mean, into Whirlwind Rhino, that's a choice. It does replicate here, though. Maybe it's time to sell out of that guy. Wasps are still having a pretty good game, but it seems to be getting worse. So this is as you said, it's a tempo game. We're struggling at the end game here. On the other hand, looks like we finished off the Wraith. We've got, what's going on here? Oh no, that's gonna go poorly. Alright, we're at 1921. What do we do now? Oh, acid. Acid all over your entire front, sir. And photon coating so it doesn't affect us. Sounds like a plan. You guys probably get your levels. Range speed. You sell this guy. Commit to the bit, as you say. You can come that way. You guys can go that direction. And we hit that. Through with that. Oh no. Well, wait, it's photoned. Right, we took a massive tempo hit, and then the Wraiths have caused us some problems for sure. Eh. The acid isn't great then. What is this junk? There's going to be a round win for him. Is that GG's? It is. Alright, our wasps have been rejected. I feel like we'd have been in a pretty different shape if the acid had landed on that last round, but Wrecked got the shields up in time, and as you guys noted, we didn't quite have the we didn't have the early tempo. We had to take in the super supply instead of opting for that early tempo. So Wrecked gets the W. We've got about an hour and 5 minutes until the yeah, it was a solid defense, right, Soran? Can't fault the man. So that puts us on what? 2 wins, 3 losses. Ends our winning streak, drops us back down to 1880, which is minus 32 for the day. And we match immediately into Argoneer. Argoneer, very solid player, has been over 2,000 MMR before. A whack attack. Can you please give us some Mechabellum themed smack talk to say to my opponents? Oh dear. Yes, we have been running into the Sauron theme today, haven't we? Mechabellum themed smack talk. Anybody got a good one for him? I think you can hurt me. I've got balls of steel. Yeah, that's a start. Are we running? We are not running assault mode, so it's not going to be that. Not going to be that play. Unfortunate phrasing indeed, Dead Eagle. You spew more trash than a full production war factory. That's a good one. I mean, when you've leveled up the tower, you've got my tower's bigger than your tower. My number bigger. Last missile gets a retribution shot for us. We're at 4188, Argoneer at 5200. We needed a chaff clear. What do we want here? Probably you guys. Round 2 oil. Yes, it's rude. There's some wasps in the sky. Some decent pulls there with the flank arc lights. And his wasp should have a good time of it. Not really anything to oppose them. I mean, technically, we still have some fangs. I just don't think this is going to go well. With the tower timing? Can I speed up and die, please? Looks like you're the one that's toast now. Wait, that doesn't work. shockingly, the wasps show up on the other side of the board. We had no clue that was coming. That's why our fangs are over here. He did jump drive the wasps, which is fine with us. Wasp will get the tower. You crow as loud as rooster, but one Fuji is all it takes to take you down. That's very creative. Well, now we have 50 cost anything we feel likes. Wasps should be right about here with a mobile beacon, I would think. What I would expect anyways. Oh, did we call that or what? Saw them coming. Of course, the wasps are level 2 this turn, which is less than good for us. Bit of a problem. Our flank is winning over there for some reason. Meow! No, wow! Blood Ninja has been subscribed for 16 months. Thank you very much for subscribing. Folks like you keep us on the air. I know I've said it many a time, but I deeply appreciate it. Each and every one of you. Even if we are struggling tonight. Eesh. We are, in fact, struggling tonight, aren't we? Right, you can be there. You can be up frontish. And we'll drop you in the back, maybe. Back middle. I'm not really sure what to do with you. You can have a level. Gold damage dealer last round. 16 months. It's a lot of days. It's true. Very true. Fangs doing their best against the wasps. The orbital bombardment doing its best. That's a lot of days and probably like at least 70 hours. Hey, we finally win a round. Probably you against some of the rhinos. All the fangs can have their level. You guys can have your levels. Put one more phoenix in the middle. Put down another fang here. Another fang on a back line. Go run towards a crawler, I think. Opponent used the redeploy on the rhino, right? All fine. This just slows down all of his chasing chaff, right? Let's go for extra damage, maybe? Damage and protect you guys? Alright, rhino's on the other side now. Wasps have been sold. Opponent thinks we don't have enough DPS to handle a level 6 saber, which is interesting since we've now got the Phoenix, but maybe he doesn't know we were... I guess he didn't know we were in the Phoenix, for sure. Those kind of come as a surprise to him. We're making a great use out of these two power-ups. Really loving it. No, I don't need this. Do I want 50 cost wasps? Does 50 cost wasps cause him a problem? It kind of does. Don't do it. Don't do it, right? He's got a rhino drop. So tempted. Right, they're part of a strong chaff board. I don't have to use them as a as an aggro piece, right? Okay, he's sold out of one of those. Did he redeploy out of the other one? And he's gone to the forts? Alright. Part of a balanced, nutritious breakfast, yes. This is absolutely a death by 1,000 cuts build with efficient light unit manufacturing, additional deployment, mass-produced wasp, and I'd be surprised if he's not in AA right now. Is there anything fun we can do? Think we just sell you. Bring out... Oh, we were giant specialists all along. Who knew? Could you guys tell that we were giant specialists from the way we were playing it? Anybody for a plus 50 here? Maybe you. Alright, it is forts up everywhere. We did take the anti-missile and shielded the fangs to try and keep the phoenix alive. If the wasps can draw a lot of AA coverage. That'll be great for the phoenix. And of course, the arc lights do EMP and slow down the forts as well. That's why these guys are surviving on the outsides. He gets a tower. It's the Twitch minigame. Try to figure out what in your post could possibly be offensive. It's Hey, GG, Argoneer. I'm feeling really good about that one. It was just shot. The Scorp shot at a crawler. So shot was the blocked thing in your last message out, Toast. It's the blocked term is SH asterisk T. So right. And there you are. And yes, you can't say shut. You cannot say shut. You cannot say. Apparently, you can't say. Yeah, wait, hold on. You can't say shot. You can't say shoot. Also, because that is also SH apostrophe T, or asterisk T. Automod. Yeah, remove blocked term. Let's just remove that blocked term. That'll do. Okay. All right, we have fixed it. We have fixed the auto mod there. The arc light shot the crawlers. All right, we're now allowing SH asterisk T, but still not SHIT. All right, we get a honestly kind of surprising win over Argoneer. I would definitely favor Argoneer in that matchup. But if we played that match 10 times and I don't get the lucky break cards and don't kind of lean into the heart of the cards, I think Argoneer wins about 8 of those. I get one where I'm lucky on the cards and one where I'm just out of my gourd or manage to exactly right counter him. Puts us back over 1900. We're 12 under our all-time best. Next, indeed. 3-3, win 1, 1906. So we're back to -6 for the day. All right. Let us check in. It is 45 minutes to tourney. I should check in with Kiddo about dinner. There is probably time for 2, maybe only 1. Let me check in with Kiddo about dinner and see what's going on. I know they ran up to the store to get things done. So Kiddo is SH the Wire T. Oh my god. Dead Eagle, I love you. Oh, that's amazing. All right. Kiddo says they have dinner under control. So, they made edible cookies earlier. We'll trust them to make an edible dinner tonight. Berg is our opponent at 1869. Berg, you stand between us and potentially an all-time MMR high. No pressure. There's nobody watching, just like 100 close friends or so. They made edibles. No. They made cookies, not edibles. Oh dear. I have a dear CPS. Let me explain. You guys. Are we rhino wasping this one? I think we might have to rhino wasp. Inedible cookies are black. Exactly. Exactly. All right. No sneaky flankage. My wasp protection, my flank crawler protection. Looks like we're gonna need a arc light or two to go with these fellows. Nope, opponent is deep center. Our arc lights are outside of our void eyes. We have, check this out, we have changed up the void eyes to no longer have the zero cost suppression. We've got aerial, electromagnetic armor, range enhancement, and charged shot. That's not suppression. I'm sorry. Suck. Whatever that was. Zero cost, energy absorption, right? You are correct. Don't argue with chat, Amarok. Oh, shoot. I didn't run an ad between matches. I apologize to those of you who are going to catch an ad right around round 3 of this match. My bad. I owe you guys. Tournament starts in 42 minutes. Chat knows all, exactly. The combined wisdom of chat is incredible. My void eyes are my chaff clear. Look at that. Let's go. They're also my tarantula clear. Get 'em, boys. Get 'em. Ruh-roh. Get 'em. Sit. Yeah. Void eyes. Void eyes beat tarantula on round 1. I think we like mobile beacon for later in this game, the direction we're intending to go, right? Right? Surely that's what we want here. Why is opponent not using his items? Also, is this like Radagast the Red or something? You know, Radagast the Gray? Radagast the Red, right? Maybe it's Radagast the Brown. We're gonna be in the forget what Radagast's color was. If we're gonna stay in the Sauron world, of course. Also, why is Radagast favored 2-1, guys? Yeah. Does not make sense. There we go. 1-1. That makes... No, not 1-1 anymore. Radagast is favored again. Fine, I take it back. 4-1. 4-1 odds against a streamer. The one person who has faith is going to get a big reward. Now, opponent took the Phoenix. Sure. I bet the Phoenix are going to do great this round, even though I have the Mustangs. It'll be a 400 hit point round. We're down to 4,300. In our defense, Radagast seems like a chill dude. That doesn't mean you're supposed to vote for him. Come on, chat. Nah. I'm kind of thinking a level 1 Rhino, and then all the world's crawlers next turn. Right? Oh, hello, there's a sandworm. What are you doing with a sandworm? I do have a sandworm. Okay. Are we playing or casting in the tourney egophobic music? That was still TBD. I was going to judge it based on energy levels, and also a little bit of just how much mental focus I have to play. You know, running a 9-hour stream is actual work, believe it or not. And but it does feel like we are doing well so far. So I'm gonna keep at it. I think we will play it. Okay, Lightning Storm or Nuke on top of everything we own. Grand. Except for one problem. We take the battleship, right? Take the battleship back here. Oh, thank you, Quack. I'm afraid that line is not true. Sorry to tell you guys, chat. Really, I am. Wait a sec. 1, 2. What if you just get the armor enhancement right off the rip? You go there. You were... Oh, I see. You were hoping you could weasel your way into the casting debut. Not sure I have the fight left in me. Yeah, fair. I think Ted is ahead of you in the list of people to weasel in. To be fair, I actually do want to do, you know, if somebody wants to do that, I think maybe we could do like a midweek mini tournament together. Just make sure there's a good vibe, get some practice stuff done. So you know, maybe I should make that a more official thing. But of course, you know, I'm also responsible for whatever goes out on the channel, so it's got to be a you know, the folk that we trust and. I don't want to get bans or strikes against me for for anything. It'll be a lot easier to not swear if I'm not the one playing, right? Okay, what did opponent do over here? Is this... That's literally not going to do anything, right? Okay, we'll take the Wraith. We will add the Wraith behind. Now that? I think so, right? Oh yeah, opponent should definitely be taking the Wraith drop and should be putting it on the front. That is the usual play here. Instead, he's taken the level 2 sabers, sold out of his worm to take 2 level 2 sabers. They don't have double shot yet. Has ranged the Mustangs. Now they have double... Are you listening, Ferg? Now they have double shot. I don't think he's actually listening, guys. You got a crawler there. I should add a crawler in between. Alright, wasps are going to want some ground, anti-ground, and I think the Wraith may want armor of its own. Opponent gets the tower, but there's not much left that's going to answer this, is there? Huh. That's a round win for Ferg. Who had the money on Ferg? We're on 3,700. Ferg's at 2,000. You guys go ground spec. We said we wanted crawler. Sell you, right? Throw down armor on that fellow. Give opponent another Wraith to deal with? Maybe? Maybe I'll stream for the first time. Not sure anyone would listen to me. I mean, it is good practice. It's tough to do. It's honestly a lot harder to do than it might seem like. Alpha Titan and I do a lot of off-stream conversation to talk about what we liked about the cast, what we didn't like about it. We're trying to work out a system to communicate, you know, when somebody has something to say. Hey, this is my, you know, I feel like you're just filling the air and I've got something actual to interject. I don't want to cut off your sentence. Opponent went for the call-in battleship. He mobilized battleship this round. Our ground attack wasps now just chewing things up. Gets to the tower, get the debuff. Gets to engage the battleship. But it's also really tough just to keep the air filled, you know? It's really tough to know when to talk and when not to. Also tough to know when it's safe to throw to your partner, right? Because one of the tricks, in a professional booth is, like, holy hell, my voice has gone dry or whatever, I need to drink, I have to throw it to you. That is gonna suck. That's really good for us long term. You see a war crime Vulcan in my future, huh? Yeah, a lot. Well, some of that is easier solo, and some of it's harder solo, right? Hello. I presume you're just gonna hit this whole front. Presume that's what's going on over there. You used to cast StarCraft 2. Okay, you know the drill then. Get yourself an AI co-host that never, yeah, what do you think about this specific thing? That he doesn't have a thing. Right, Dead Eagle. That's actually legit. If you've got a real physical booth together, there's a bunch of hand signals that are kind of the thing. I haven't seen flanks like that since I worked at a steakhouse. Love it, Ocelotus Gaming. We had a stream, I guess it's about 10 days ago. If you look back in the VODs, it's the Wednesday from 10 days ago, where Cheese Mechabellum taught us this flank, and we've been running it to entertainment, if nothing else. We'll want this back the round that his stuff comes up. Huh, where do we want the battleship this turn? I think right there. You get this. You guys get power armor. Looks like, you for the pull. You for the thing. Actually, let's just put this far enough forward that we're kind of guaranteed. Go get him, team. Opponent has the 50,000 hit point shield on their left side tower, the 40,000 on the right side tower. And we've got a new flank over here. Why was that guy not facing the correct direction at the start of the match? That's interesting. We get the left side tower, we get the right side tower. Hoo-wee! Berg is making us work for this one. But work we do. Berg down to 738. We've got 24 minutes out till that next tournament. Sledge, huh? How many levels do you guys get? That's incredible. What about you guys? What about the rhinos? Sure. That thing has had a good day. Let's just give you over there. Oh, you're not doing much. You're not doing much. What about you then? Sure, you can have it. Range speed. That group can go there. Maybe this group is here. All of that. And that, no. Run this group straight into them and across. Well, let's see what you got now, sir. Oh, the Farseer drop doing him great. No, it hurts. It hurts, chat. Yeah, this is Cheese Mechabellum in Twitch. Cheese in general. Ruh-roh. Well. What is our answer to the mobilized battleship team? I think it has to be a pair of Phoenix on the back line. Really what I want at this stage of the game after losing last round. You guys literally did 0. Okay, that's fine. You and you. You guys, how are you folks doing? That's why that call-in was turned the wrong direction earlier. There's the battleship. And a wasp swarm. Ooh, that's grim. With some flank crawlers to pull the Mustangs. Very nice. Very nice from opponent. That is going to be brutal. I needed a crawler here to run away. Draw all of that fire. They do turn after the Phoenix, though, instead of going for the main towers. Our Storm has done great work. He gets a tower. Ruh-roh. Now what? We're on his towers. He got one of our towers. We stop his tower push on the right. We bring down the beast. Do we have 700 hit points left? It looks like maybe we do. Although they are going quickly. They are going way too quickly. Or it's not gonna be the end, gang. Game not over. 153 left. those guys get their big levels. I think we want another one of you over here. And the Farseers are probably going to turn this stuff off unless we are over here, right? You go away. Wait a minute. You guys were really one-offs, right? You go away. Gets us one more of these. Well, that trying to push through over there. Let's see if we can do it. The U.S. has struck 3 Iranian nuclear sites, apparently, according to AP News and Al Jazeera. It's actually per an announcement from the White House, from Trump. So. Thank you. Very scary wasps, not able to get the job done. We were kind of all over the board on that one in our positioning, but take the loss for denying us our all-time high. And did a great job of it, honestly. Minus 23s. No. Womp, womp, womp. Chat was right after there. Oh, and so are we the bad guys? All right, how much time do we have? We only have 15 minutes till that tournament. I'm not going to have enough time to get another match in. That one took too long. So let's wait for this one to start. Actually, maybe I guess what we do is we find a match, Raging against Roxas. Sounds like a good one. Tourney Reg is open. There's your beautiful alarm for the America's tourney. We are going to minimize, head over to tourney, and register. Although I might honestly... Oh, hey, there we go. We're number 1. Perfect. Screenshot that. We're done. Does remind me, maybe I should just do that real quick. Let's do it. We'll jump out. Nothing to see here. Just a black screen. suppose we don't need the privacy border thing going. We can just have that one. Wait, we're downloading resource files. I feel like I might have those resource files already, Bearlike. Verifying login server, retrieving player data. I kind of miss the Kerbal Space Program. Very silly words in there. All the things that... Hey, look, Cheese Burglar, not to be confused with Cheese, is at 1900. We're at 1883. So right now we're the number 4 seed. Do... Hmm. Teddy is registered. I know he's streaming at the moment. Oh, Onyx has bumped us down 9 IMMRs ahead. Blood at the top of the table at 2002. I am going to check in with Kiddo for a minute. Just make sure everything is going all right. Fill my water jug. Kiddo made a very nice dinner. It is delicious. Heartedly approved. It was, I think, a little bit highbrow for their guest, though. Guest still has a kid's kids taste buds, I should say, and so was not pleased. Yerf, thank you very much for the follow. We're gonna run ads now, so you guys don't get them during tourney, and get back to you in a second. Ocelotus Gaming, Kiddo made a how do you call it? Like a caprese on bread, if you would, with mozzarella, fresh basil, fresh tomato, and a vinaigrette, like a red wine vinegar over it. Oh, it's delicious. It's so good. Like the sweet balsamic, and just amazing. And of course, it's a set of flavors that the guest kid has never had before. Our kid has loved it before, so they're arguing about whether or not it should be baked. It should not be baked. It's served cold, but it's super good. Right, that's exactly where it's at. Like, we've had Kiddo is used to having a whole lot of fresh stuff from garden, and all the different ways that gets prepped. Their mom is a better cook than I ever was, and was exposed to all sorts of stuff at a pretty young age. They have a really expansive palate, like all sorts of cuisines. Love Thai food, love like Indian, like Korean, like Italian, like French. Love sushi, and you hit some of their friends are like, "What the heck? No, can we have bread, please? Can we have pizza? Can we have just cheese pizza?" Oh, we just got the "I hate you" from the kitchen. Maybe I need to go back and check in on this. Well, they're now questioning friends. Friends' claim to Italian heritage has been questioned since they're now attempting to bake it. Trying to turn it into a bruschetta instead of caprese. But they were still smiling and laughing at each other, so I presume the hatred is mock and not true. We're on 123 participants. Tournament starting in about 2 minutes. Oh no, it's not Wednesday. Exactly. We have 127. If we get to 128, we're going to have two small 60 odd maybe 70-person groups. Oh, great. Now the fatigue is setting in. Well, we'll see how it goes. Pre-made excuses. Pre-made excuses, chat. We're up to 135, so it's going to be 2 small groups. Just win the first one. Fair enough, Blood. Fair, Blautalk. Fair enough, Blautalk. We'll win the first one. Sounds like a plan. All right. Welcome to those of you who are tuning in for Weekend Tournament America's Week 111. We are playing instead of streaming, and we have to face Roxas right off the rip. Hey, hold on a second. That's a little rough. Roxas, of course, playing under Nightmare. All right, Steel Ball Hound. Roxas too good. Nightmare to you. Exactly. Channel point submissions are open. Channel point predictions, even, are open for those of you that enjoy the Gamba. All right, Roxas coming over on the left-hand side. We floated 100, so we'll have 600 next round. Wasps already, huh? There is a Wraith in the air on round 2. We have ranged our fangs. And taken the Wasp. So it begins. Fair. Fair. It's not like Roxas hasn't watched a couple of our streams recently. Oh, I'll take the one-to-many bet here. I don't think I should be favored in the rocks betting, though. That seems ambitious. Looks like it's about a 4-1 there. Round 3, quick teleport. Sounds good to me. Yes, it is funny. Thank you, Raging Jim G. Do we want you instantly? Betting on the home team like always. That way it's doubly disappointing when streamer loses. Makes sense. Makes sense. Can we tip just that guy? Yeah, okay. Wraith on the flank seems fair. But again, you're going to be in 300 on that flank to a... you're in 400s to cover the flank to a 300 investment. Our Wasps get in on the level 2 tower. It's okay. I'm a little bit worried about the level 2 steel balls, though, gang. Aye, tower take. That helped a lot against the level 2 steel balls. Got a wounded Wraith going down to the Wasps. Hey, we don't get shut out. I mean, that's always goal number 1, right? Wait a sec. Rhino on a flank for Roxas. Rhino deep back for us with a speed. That'll help it get into that tower quickly. It's a level 2 tower, though. We get it. Get it just in time. The level 2 Fangs doing their best to protect my tower. Just in time. Now we've got Fangs working on a level 2 tower over there. That's not going so well. That is going to end poorly for us. And it's 900 damage, right? This is the problem with being in Carry Wraith, or with Roxas being in Carry Wraith, is if he wins a round, we're going to take a ton of damage. Eight gun for his wraiths, sure. Unsurprising. We pop the wraith on the right. We've kind of stopped a bunch of stuff in the oil there. Yeah, Paracetera, there you go. It's a win-win. Either Amarok wins or I win more rocks. That's the way to bet, for sure. Please take that tower, thank you. Alright, we win another round. Nightmare, of course, theoretically should be thinking about forts at this juncture. Theoretical forts on the board. Let's take you. We're selling out of you. Giving you a level. I think you guys get... You guys get ground spec. Things get all of that. Gotta be fort with AA from Roxas, right? I think it's fort with AA and he wins. Which is unfortunate. We'll do our best here. It's not, it's AA Typhoon. Alright, well, I'm glad we're in the ground spec. That's going to help. I don't know if it's going to help enough on that side. It does not look like it's going to. We never did build a chaff clear. We needed to, I think, needed mech rage on the fangs. I think that's going to be GG's for Nightmare. Not quite. It's real close, though. We're on like a couple hundred hit points. About 1,000, maybe. 820, close enough. Close enough. You know what I forgot to do? That'll work. All of that can go away. You, possibly you can have some things there. You have faith, huh, Teddy? Why you have faith, we may never know. Oh, wait a sec. No, hold on. We wanted the mech rage to clear the junk. We need the attack enhancement. We need temp range. Opponent trying to shield against the fire, but he does have to run into it. Have we bought ourselves another round? He's trying to go around the fire there. Kiddo has brought treats for all of chat. Oh, wait, no, not for all of chat, just for all of streamers. Okay, that's just me. Cat, what do you do when your kid throws a treat at you?
An ice cream bar.
You say thank you, okay?
Yeah, you're welcome. Now eat it. Aha.
Now eat it. All right, fair enough.
Lara bar.
Ouch. They're also not very good.
Oh, I hated Lara bars ever since I was little.
Yeah, I was disappointed. Oh, this is really good, though. Wow. Hey, look, we went around. All right. There should be AA forts, right? Hmm. Rhino's battle in the back corner. Roxas wins on the near side. That is, I think, GG's. Barring some really amazing work from the smelting point, which I don't think we're getting. The title is off. If only a great mod would fix it. True. True. There we go. Why do I suddenly want a Rhino boxing game right now? I know. It would be something, wouldn't it? All right, we take the loss in the round one against Nightmare. That is fair. He is favored in that one. So that means we have to face somebody that's right around our level, and that's never good. You don't want to be facing somebody right at your MMR with the stakes of going 0-2 on the line. There go the 7 MMRs that we got from beating Sauron der Weiss. Do mods not get the set title command? I don't know if I had given that to them. I don't know if I did. All right. Let's take a look around. We'll figure out where we were originally and who's doing well. Top of the table, Death is the Order is, I think that's StarCraft Panda. Gets the win. Pikokishi over Fabst. Beckamelum loses to All Things Return to Oneness. The Magician, Sunnyside over Teddy. Egophobic over Ben Malls. Asite over Fort Build. The favorites winning all through this group. Blood with the win. Even real close to the middles. 1 o'clock beats Whooped. And here, Diana, there we go. The favorites winning everything. Diana beats Void Insanity. Triceracop, that's Fury, beats Cheeseburglar. Nightmare beats Amarok. Eimer is inches away from finishing off Sinwa. Sparty needs a comeback to get their win against Cute Fried Rice with Egg. Dr. Hay upsets AWM. Vibe and their opponent are neck and neck. We'll probably cast that one. They're facing Lightning Ghost Mizuno I remember them. Further down, we've got Cheese Blood Run and Dwan W, or 2, as Google Translate is translating that. 2. Okay, let's step into the Vibe match. They're facing Mizuno I. I have dropped by Ben Moll's character on to say hello to stream. Hey, Roxas, GG's, man. For those of you that didn't know, Chris Roxas here is Nightmare. That's one of his ults. Played it really well. Good job. Go get me lots of minor points. Win it all. Yeah, I use Google Lens for those. Lightning Ghost Mizuno I is the yes, the old if a nuke card comes I lose build. He does not have, of course, can't have jump drive on the Raidens. The orbital bombardment is going to be paced. I will hunt everyone and get you your points. Thank you, Chris Roxas. I appreciate it. I'm not sure you wanted to mobile beacon into this, into this orbital bombardment, but okay. That's cute. This is a different build from Vibe. This is what I had beaten him with a couple of times. My full-on Hound Raiden build. Ground is on fire. Partly from getting lit by the Stormcaller, partly from oil getting lit by the Vulcans. The 6 Raidens gets together to beat up on a melting point. I did not run the super clustered Raidens the way that Vibe is running. But you can't argue with it. He's winning this round at least. I mean, you can argue with anything, I suppose. And that is a victory, an upset victory for Vibe, beating the number 10 seed in tournament. Well done, sir. Let's go. Vibe on top. Couple of done ready ups. That's always frustrating. Sometimes the winner will also wind up abandoning. They just don't want to wait through 20 odd minutes to get at their next match. Captain Killit and RB28 are the only 2 left. Is it Idle Time, Tanneliness, Jacked, Gray, Swin, Iron Silk, Uncle Lazy, Ghost, different Ghost, not the lowercase Ghost from the 201 that we were seeing in Europe. This is a different Ghost. Teddy gets a win over DT Bizarro, Soul Destroy, Jukes, Cheech, Super One, and Flo, player with the bye. We've only got 73 in the group. That means we should have, yeah, it was StarCraft Panda, there we go. Death is the order. So we've got 36 unbeatens, one match still going, whole bunch of 0-1s who abandoned, including notables Lightning Ghost, Mizuno Eye, Sparty, Avoid Insanity, Whooped, and Cheeseburglar, along with Sinwa and Ben Malls. So, you know, there's that kind of opens up the field for the top 3 finishes. The Magician says to Diana, your game was interesting, but yeah, it is not cookie cutter. Diana against Void Insanity, by the way, is absolutely the game I would have chosen to cast. The two of them play such a different styles compared to the rest of the, you know, the rest of the meta, I guess, that it would have been absolutely fantastic to watch. Whoops says, normally I'd play it out, but I was really tired going in and my eyes are burning. And Blood says, I'd describe that match as absolute chaos. Blood, I would describe that match as absolute chaos, and I didn't even get in to see it yet. So, you know. We are going to have a real hard time with an 0-1 start. We're going to have a real hard time getting up into even the top 3. Just because we're going to be facing players with lower minor points all tourney long. It only made sense if you watched it. Otherwise, you'd look at the boards and wonder what they were thinking. Challenge accepted! Of course, this challenge is going to be a subscriber-only benefit. If you want to hear or take a look at this one, you know, otherwise you'll be, those of you that see ads are going to see ads. All right, let's skip this and skip straight to the end. What? Fort Melter is a perfectly normal composition. I see. Into Boom Rhinos, Non-Flying Void Eyes, Phoenix, Wraith with Degen and a Nano Repair to tank the Fort AA barrages. Hello, kiddo.
Yes.
Sure. Oh, I see. Kiddo has planned for tomorrow now. Or is working on creating plan for tomorrow. Something like that. Yeah. Oh, wait. Okay, so we are in Hacker Boom Rhino versus Assman Fort Melter. Hacker Boom Rhino Void Eye. I mean, Void Insanity has to play Void Eyes, right? Ranged Phoenix. I mean, looks solid. How did Diana get into this many giants? Why is there a flank Vulcan in the face of a marksman with a melt? I mean, hopefully the melter is new. Really hope this melter is new. This melter is new. All right. Red's board is hilarious. What is Chaff? Chaff, for those wondering, are the assault mode marksmen, the hounds, and a couple of these units over here. Probably even the Typhoon or the Chaff. The Chaff Clear, of course, is the one Wraith. No, 2 Wraiths. Okay, 2 Wraiths for the Chaff Clear. Makes good sense. I'm down for that. No, I have no idea how they got into this. I can see very small parts of it. Need more hacker and hacker heal. Unfortunately, he's not going to get the chance because Diana is going to close it out right here. Welcome back to those of you that saw ads. You missed, of course, the insanity that is Void Insanity versus Diana. Yes, it is a bunch of giants and like 4 packs of chaff total for Diana's board. And I mean, there is some chaff on Void's board. The slow turn of a hacked marksman to shoot its partner in the head is chilling. I can only imagine the mechs yell, "Brother, no!" when they get hacked and turn to shoot their friends. It's true. You got to get into it. Got to get the roleplay going. We've got 2 minutes to go till next match. We've already gone around to the gang there. Who did we wind up with? Did we get 37 now? So Super 1 is the very bottom of the table. AWM will be in the spoiler role. We will be facing... Oh no, the player Blood beat. I see. Well... There is a whole bunch of giggling kid outside my window. You beat him in EU? Okay. Alright, we got this. Ah, the kiddos are hunting for fresh guavas. Makes sense. There used to be fresh, semi-wild strawberries over there, too. But I haven't seen any good ones in a couple of years. It's like the plant has stopped fruiting, particularly, and is just happy to exist in its shade. What did he run against you, Blood? Or what did he try to run? I'm presuming a Vulcan marksman build. I know. No pooch, no dog. It's on you, really, the magician. The magician, Sunnyside, are the 501 egophobic. You guys are the 501 Hope, Nightmare, and Blood, you guys as well. And that is, the 501 has won the first 2 tourneys today, so, we need one of you 5 or 6 to come through with it. He played an aggro headbutt against you and then tried to car you on the round when you carred him. Fair enough. You're against Gray now? Oh, dear. Hey, that sounds too much like me. Round 3. I need some chaff clear. F it. I'll just build something else instead. I think Frendo's parent is on the way to pick them up. I am hearing that correctly. Too tired to care. That's how it goes sometimes. I like watching the stream anyway. Well, I'm glad you're here, my friend. And again, I really appreciate you picking up some of the slack yesterday. I certainly would not have made it to the Americas today if you and Titan hadn't done so much yesterday. Can't reveal standard trade secrets. Juxtapose, we really did. I mean, what you don't see is that there is, a community of streamers offline that are often chatting with each other. We've shared some secrets, always raid to each other. And that's partly because the group is all trying to support the game and figure supporting each streamer is supporting the game. Hello, kiddo. What's up?
Am I free the week of the 14th?
The week of the 14th.
All of them?
Think so. I think so. Let me talk with them a little bit more, and I'll check with your mama. Okay. Opponent, a giant specialist with a hound sledge start. Added marksman to try and handle the steel balls, which is fine. So he's got some round 1 upshoot in case we had gone with a round 1 bird, which I did honestly consider there for a bit. But initial deployment standard. Looks like we're going to win on the right, lose on the left. But we've got enough left on the right to... Enough left on the right to win this, I think. Right, we should get the tower first. We should get the marksman. And then these 2 steel balls. Get the round. No shutout. 4900s to 4690. Round 1. Steel balls level up. Oh, maybe that's a mistake, because he takes the Farseer, right? Surely he takes the Farseer. If he doesn't take the Farseer, then we're kind of on for our Wasp play. He took the Farseer, but it's not on the flank. And then Juxtapose. We've also done a lot of stuff like, I got to co-cast with Time for Miracle, got to be on a team with a Poochie. So it's not like, like we've had lots of interactions with a whole lot of people off stream. So it is kind of cool that it's kind of created this community of, both it's a really good community in chat. We all share each other's chats, because we're all raiding off out to each other, so the audience winds up very shared. He does win with the Farseer there. I don't think we want to do our Wasp build. We'll take Efficient Giant. How do we feel about boats? How do we feel about a ranged chaff clear? How do we feel about googly eyes in chat? Wait, what? Hold on a sec. Guess who? What's going on there? Don't know how that happened to me. Why are there googly eyes in my chat? Oh, they're from Ben Mall. I love it. Love it. Do I want to sell this steel ball or leave it? It's almost a level 2. Give him that one. Did level this right side. We haven't changed much, but I think we lose this round to the Farseer as well. We will be in danger against loose formation. This side needs some later arriving crawler, I think. The steel balls have done great on the left side. So again, we're going to lose the round, but not by much. But it'll still be 300 damage because of the Farseer. Super annoying. I should have taken the Farseer. I wish I could undo, because I clicked the Rhino and then was like, oh wait, no, I don't want to do the Wasp, Rhino Wasp build if opponent is in Farseers. Oh, there's a boat on the left side. Opponent is the giant specialist. Of course, we are the aerial specialist. He's got supply enhancement. We've got efficient giant manufacturing. We have no grand upshoot, so, you know, that's fine. But he's in the healing overlord. That'll win him around. Be a little bit more damage for us to take. Oil on the ground to slow the Farseer, I think was a pretty good choice this round. Helped a lot on that outside. 2980, 4690. See if we can turn that around now. Level 4 Phoenix helps a lot against that fella. Hello. I don't know what kind of answer you're gonna have for this. Hold on a sec. I think we're gonna sell Rhino now. You guys get that. Now we get this. Out front. Hello, Karasha. Welcome in. How are you? Nope. Opponent into the fortress. Potentially AA barrage, but we've got the... We don't have a snacks, but I think the barrier is going to do great for us. who came in 6th place in Asia. Congratulations. Very nice. I saw. Shiroha, all right. Where are we now? Oof. Oof. Improved Wasp, improved Overlord. This deep into the game when we're already in this fellow. Opponent going with the flank back there. Trying the flank Vulcan. For our Melter. Melter good. There's going to be great against the Abyss. It's a lock early. And I think that was AA Marksman to bring us down there. Not yet, just a really solid level 3 Farseer from opponent. They have immediately transitioned to the Melters with range. On for the call-in. We're in some trouble, chat. Well, shield or get smoked, sir. Actually, you know what? I bet it's smoked that side. Tell that side. Break out 2 more of these bad boys. Lone for range. Nope. Fire on the ground. And try to make sure none of my chaff is alive in front of the Abyss. That's fine. I don't think we're gonna win, Diana. I think we have lost already. I know. All right, opponent getting the W. 1870 MMR coming in. Of course, things are accelerated for tournament. This just went really poorly into a giant specialist. I think you guys can probably see the fatigue from the. I had surgery earlier this week, or still not all the way recovered. I think you can probably see the fatigue in the decision making. Probably should have gone for casting this instead of trying to play through. Diana wins with the round 3 Abyss, so that's the how to do it version. Let's take a look. Take a look here. Game is over. Uh-oh. Well then, win for all things return to oneness. You've also got StarCraft Panda or Death is the Order beating AWM, Pico Kishi over Cheech, Sunnyside beats Ghost, Eimer beats Iron Silk, Nightmare over Grey, Fury is still facing Tane Lines, Diana beats Izzet, Dr. Hay and Tulpa are still at it. We might jump into that one. Cute fried rice with egg is on the verge of getting upset. Idle Time does get the upset against 1 o'clock. Let us take a look at Dr. Hay and Tulpa. No genius on my board, just an opponent who overspent on shields and missiles, and that accumulated economic damage meant any strat won. Ah yes, the joy of 2K MMR, the +2 after a fierce battle, says Egophobic Music. Chris Rox is holding it down for the 501. I am not going to get many minor points at this rate, since we're going into the 0-2 category. Very sad. Well, if we go 0-3, then I get to cast the rest of it anyways, right? Right? That's how it goes. Right. If you win, your minor points are a minor problem if you win every game. They still don't help me much, because I mean, all my other opponents are getting the minimal. Right? Because from this point on, anybody I beat is eliminated, so they can't give me any more minor points. So I am going to be the bottom of the 4-2s if I do manage to win out. If playing spoiler at the 0-2, yeah, if I can collect some minor points that way. Yeah, it does not feel likely. That's quite alright. Hello, Teddy. You were 1-0 last I checked in. How you doing? Westman Land says, wait, now I have to root for StarCraft Panda to get any minor points. Yep, happens. I take it you lost that second match, Teddy, and are going to bed. That would be my guess. I hope you had a really good stream. I hope you enjoyed yourself before that. I'm sitting at 0-2. Right. Westman Land, we can fight it out for 0-3. I'm not giving it to you without a fight. Yeah, he says, I abandoned after I lost against the Magician, but at least it went 9 rounds. Yeah, tough match going into the, going in the high end. Speaking of which, I might put this up in the Discord. I might wind up thinking about TwitchCon this year. If any of you are the type that goes to that, let me know. This is that being in California. Today you played aggro only, so pleasantly surprised you even won something. Nice, Teddy. That's good. I think you've needed to add. I think you've needed to add aggro to your repertoire, so I'm glad to know that you're working on it. I think that's going to help. Having the flexibility to play that when that's what the packs kind of give you, I think is going to really help you push further up. Yes, refugee is when you leave for negative reasons. Expat is when you leave for positive reasons. Oh, hey, Dr. Hay has gone for the Abyss. Dr. Hay, of course, has swung by chat a couple of times. We've played each other a number of times. Came second runner-up, so third place in the Americas 2v2 last week. Has, of course, the gorgeous trail. Gorgeous trail photo. I just love that picture. It is 4 a.m. now. I really should go to sleep. All right, Teddy. Well, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, Teddy viewers. Have a good night, Teddy. Indeed, sleep well. And thank you for the raid. What is this new monstrosity good at? So, it is kind of the canonical Mustang destroyer. It is ideal against a Mustang board. Oh, please stop with the jumping. Because it fires 46 missiles in I forget if it's 46 or 42 missiles in a barrage. Maybe it's 26. Whatever. Each of those missiles targets individually. So if you are on top of if you're looking at a whole bunch of Mustangs, one unit trying to tank might tank the main gun, but all of the missiles target individually, so you get to kind of clear the chaff board with it. It is, of course, like any supergiant, like any Titan, it is vulnerable to getting locked by a melter, which is how we lost with it. So here it is, 46 missiles with a 200-meter range, dealing 550 damage. So, each missile kills a equal level Mustang, but it would take 2 missiles to kill a level 2 Mustang, except that the splash on those missiles is big enough that it'll hit, they'll be next to each other. Yeah, it's because they target individually and randomly at every unit. It's pretty amazing. They do, like Stormcaller missiles, they do target at the location that the unit is currently at, not the unit where it is moving to. And that does mean that it misses crawlers, steel balls, that sort of thing. What are the meta techs on it? Meta techs are efficient maintenance first, usually, followed by swarm missile second, and range third, with possible photon coating if you're expecting to get EMP'd. Dark companion if you need better chaff clear, especially for crawlers. And wreckage recycling because that's a great finisher. If there's no great answer to an Abyss on the board, you just kind of take wreckage recycling and you guarantee that the Abyss lives and does its 500 hit points of damage on the health bar. And this long beam, if you watch when it targets something big and beefy, it hits multiple times per, first part of the sweep, so it just, you know, almost completely deleted that high-level tarantula because of the amount of time that the beam was on the tarantula there. Yes, anti-missile Mustangs actually do halfway decent at stopping the missile damage, and to the point that I think it's, if you're already in a Mustang build, you kind of need to AM the Mustangs to keep the Mustangs alive, right? Tulpa has gone for 2 deep anti-missile devices. That helped a lot this round, last round, and takes Efficient Giant. I think they're using the ranged overlords as kind of their Abyss answer. You saw Flower Fairy counter boats with anti-missile Stang. He just kept buying them and had his own boats. It was absurd, and it worked. I love it. Since we've seen the GGs, we know that the 3-minute countdown timer has started. That does mean I'm going to have to run ads shortly. I do apologize to any of you missing the exciting end of this one. Of course, you can subscribe if you're looking to dodge ads. Of course, Twitch Turbo, another way. But I do apologize. Got to run them now. Otherwise, you get them in the middle of a game, middle of one of my games, which I presume you're here for. But this game might be better than my games. Certainly the way I'm playing tonight. Someone did that to me recently with Saber anti-missile, and that was the day I stopped playing carry boats so much. I love it, Agaphobic. Orbital bombardments are up for both players. See how those land. I think that Tulpa has this. We'll see. With the ground on fire on this side, maybe not. Maybe that was enough chaff damage. It is not. The carry boat getting it done for Tulpa. Efficient manufacturing, making those cost $450. Good enough. Tulpa wins. Big win for Tulpa at 1596, beating a player at the 1850s. So nicely done, man. Oh, congrats. Gives us a minute left until our next match. Top of the group, StarCraft Panda, Pikokishi, All Things Return to Oneness, Sunnyside, Eimer, Nightmare, Fury, Diana, Tulpa, 170, Flow. Captain Killet did lose to their opponent, who's I've lost my Google Lens. Oh well. Idle Time, Jacked with wins. Asite and Egophobic get it done. The name that we had for earlier was Cute Egg Fried Rice. The Magician beat Teddy. Teddy was the number 33 seed. Decided to go to bed because it's 4 in the morning. Fair enough. I can't argue that one. Cheese Blood Bun, the number 4 seed, and Dwan W, the number 2 seed, getting the wins as well. Way further down will be the 0-2 Amarok. You have a spoiler. Ruh-roh, yes, somebody abandoned. So you are in a spoiler role. Good luck, Blood. We're going to face Lawrence, who's at 0-2 here. Thought I did, but then somebody abandoned to leave us with an even number up top. All right. Where are we at? You know what? Sometimes you just need to play something silly. What silly thing are we going to do? I see what silly thing we're going to do. Opponent is a supply specialist with steel balls and hounds. We have sledges that we can put vertically with void eyes to go behind them. What we are going to do is intensive that void eye in the middle, kind of like intensiving a marksman on round 1. Hopefully we'll have some leveled void eye to bedevil the steel balls and hounds with. Steel balls and hounds are coming out aggro on the left side. And of course we're kind of look, the steel balls have come after our level 2 void eyes. Let's go void eyes. They kind of get the job done in the middle. Protected themselves against a steel ball pack. Of course, they had a little bit of help from the outside. That's fine. Westmanland says, nice, we avoided each other. Good luck. Thank you. Channel point predictions are up. I don't know why you would want to predict on Streamer the way Streamer is currently playing, but, you know. There you go. Figure it's giving you full warnings when we're at 3-6 and on a 3-game losing streak. I think I might have peaked about an hour before this tourney started. Just honestly. This time let's take the Farseer. Don't skip. Take the Farseer. Oh. Yeah, okay, I can see how that would work better. You want to send some crawlers straight at some arc lights? That'll work for me. Have some arc light here and here, maybe. Let those crawlers come right in on them. And, oh, hey, wait, can we... How far out do you guys shoot? You shoot basically to the halfway line. So let's put a missile right around there, just to clear out the crawlers, stop the steel ball. We'll see what happens there. There is, unfortunately, a Phoenix for opponent. We have the Farseer. So, I think we win round 2 here. That is my guess. Channel point predictions still up, still no votes on it. I appreciate that 100 of you are here with us and have been basically all the way through from the EU tournament to now. Thanks for sticking around. Of course, welcome in if you welcome in if you've just joined us. Streamer is fatigued after having emergency surgery earlier this week. Things have not gone great, but we're healthy. We're on the way to recovery. Modern medicine does great work. Oh, we're not even... Yeah, okay, we'll just blow all of that up. Great. Arclights will have a field day cleaning up crawlers. One steel ball, and the assassin knows the mission there. Diana says, 101 Civil War, me versus Pikukishi. Alright. That steel ball did not know the mission, didn't go to the second tower. So now we get some good fighting under tower debuff with some crawlers coming over to protect the Farseer while the Phoenix are getting targeted. That'll be a round win for us. 48-40 to, what now, 34-50. Again, the surviving Farseer doing 300 damage on the bar really helps. I mean, intensive training, I guess? Sure. The two. Oh, no. Ouch. The two 101 players are fighting. Alright, opponent has ranged the hounds. We did not range our arc lights yet. But we're into a 4th leveled Void Eye. And now the Void Eyes are really getting some good locks on those steel balls. Kind of rejecting this steel ball push. What is next on the hounds? He does have Incendiary Bomb. But we're going to win in this round again. Barring disaster with the Farseer over here. He's gotten the tower, he's got some chaff. Only problem would be if he gets out in front of his friends and loses out to the Phoenix. Please don't do it. Please, please don't. Alright, we've taken out one Phoenix. Taken out the other Phoenix. We win the round. Drop Lawrence under 3,000. Hello, welcome in, President Nico. There you are. We're currently 1855. Peak about a week ago was 1918. Feels like Advanced Shield Device does a lot of work right now. Let's at least put one over here. But since we're 0-2 in this tournament at the moment, we're trying something kind of silly. Namely, we've been training the Void Eyes. So, you know, this match might not be representative if you're new. Which language was 101? Okay, 101 is first French, but also Korean, Japanese, Portuguese, a little bit of English. I feel like I'm forgetting one. Yeah, charged shot, ranged Void Eyes. That's where we're going with this. But first we have to get the chaff clear in. So we've got a 5th arc light. We've ranged the arc lights. Opponent is getting some levels on the hounds at the moment. But again, I'm not too worried about this. We're going to range the Void Eyes in a moment as well. Currently 100 meters. We'll get them out to 140. They'll hang out with the arc lights again. Actually, this round, I think maybe we lost by ranging the arc lights first. No, we won it. Don't worry about it. The Farseer is going to clean up yet again. This looks like we might want a pretty deep Fang to come tank this one Phoenix at the end of the round. Oh, ho, ho, we got so lucky. Lawrence down to 2316. We're at 4,800. We could wasp him here. That would just be devastating, right? Had a level there. was planning to level the Void Eyes, but this just feels a little bit too much for opponent, I think. He has... Oh, man. He's gone fort this round. So 3 forts, but they're all kind of on the wrong side for the... wasps, which are going to be level 2 and level 3. Missile strikes some of the defenses there. But again, there's just not enough upshoot on his board. The only thing he really has is the 2 level 2 Phoenix. The whole rest of the board going straight in at the towers. I mean, the whole Wasp flank there. Going hard on the towers. And then his answer should be, I think, AA barrage on forts out there. Not sure if he's going to see that, or if he's going to go a different direction. Hey, Marnie says, I worry about next turn. Hey, there's a plan. There is a plan. I know it doesn't look like it, but, you know. Oh, goodness. Improved melter? Ah, plan, though, was a Wraith. You, and you. Okay, so level 2 Wraith takes armor, so it's on 40,000 hit points. Level 2 Wraith will be right there. You guys just kind of keep getting the levels, maybe. Take a range. Is there a missile out this junk early? Oh, there's a cell, right? Hold on, hold on. Control Z until we can get our cell back. We do want to sell you. Arrange you guys. He has also gone with a Wraith. His Wraith has range. This is not the answer I expected over there. We will win it. Head to head. And take the tower again. Opponent has the rocket punch on the forts. Okay, we'll be able to turn that off with EMP off the arc lights. Presumably. And I think Charge Shot on the Void Eyes makes this very good. Yes, Unhinged Rocket Puncher doesn't even care about the air game. Literally just bought the 1 Wraith for it. Wasp grinding it down. 950 left for opponent. 2 more levels for the Wasps. Acid Blast if you're... The Acid Blast all the way back here, right? Make him walk into it. Take all of that. We're selling you. You've done your work. You guys get your charged shot. You guys get your levels. Lone range speed. Drop you guys over here. Just to slow this push down in the acid. In fact, is there a... Make sure these guys don't advance? I think there is. Look at that. Just make sure you guys First shots don't really advance. If they do have shield bubble up, they don't do great. You can become level 6 Wasp. Maybe we'll level the Wraith over there as well. Opponent trying to missile out all of the crawlers. Our Wasps and Wraiths get through to the tower back there. Opponent's sitting in that acid with EMP slowing them down, no less. Tower debuff slowed them down, I think, also. That is just hurting for the back line there for opponent. If he had anti-air, this might be a different round. He does not. And if only this guy would walk back into the acid, he's done. That is a solid game, set, and match. We are not knocked out. Breaking news. We are not out. Lawrence at 1784. Taking the L. Appreciate you taking one for the team, sir. Thank you. Wasp flank in different forms. And then the acid in front of the forts and the fangs to keep the forts in place, even if he took the barrier. Barrier was pretty expensive. I think that was his out, was a barrier or mobile beacon to stay out of the acid. And possibly even, might have been just grab these two, mobile beacon them away, anti-air barrage, let me take this one tower, but bring these two over here. Might have bought him another round. I don't know if it buys him long enough for the game, you know, but because he's got to do 4,800 damage to us. And then we've got the improved melter card coming if we decide we need to just start melting these guys, which was where I was planning to go when I saw the card, but didn't turn out to be needed by the end there. Sorry to knock you out. You're a nice guy, Lawrence. I'll take the 16 MMRs and the combat power. All right. We get a dub. Hiko Kishi is pretty good. Beats Diana and can carry the 101 banner with pride. Is that correct? Is that what I'm understanding from this? All right, we got ourselves to 4 and 6. Changed the big losing streak at least. Salvage some of the MMRs. All right, at the top end, still some matches going on. StarCraft Panda beat Dwan W, so that's the number 1 seed versus the number 2 seed. Asite over Tulpa Jacked gets the win here. Who is that? It's the win over Cute Fried Rice with Egg. All things return to oneness against Fury, still ongoing. Might be a fun one to look at. Hikokishi does beat Diana. Flo is ahead here. Idle time has gone down to Cheese Blood Bun. Let's take a look at what Fury is running. So President Nico, one of the things we tend to do on the channel is a kind of a big shoutcast of tournaments. Love casting tournaments. So we have the Mecha Mini Masters finals coming on Friday, and then we cast the EU weekend tournament every Saturday. So you can look for both of those. Mecha Mini Masters is Friday night, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern, and of course the European weekend tournament. You can figure out what time it is from in-game, noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. If you're in something outside of the U.S., that Mecha Mini Masters on Friday would start about an hour and 20 minutes ago. And it went about 4 hours last night. I think we won't have quite that many matches. We're down to 4 players. It is the finals. It's best of 3, double elimination. We've got 2 players left who have not yet lost a match, and 2 players who are on 1 loss and looking to claw their way back to a title. And my co-caster in that one is Alpha Titan, the defending champion of that tournament. That is for players from the 1900 MMR up to about 2400, with Red Scare of 94 being the highest MMR player in the tournament. It's kind of aimed at the folks who are 1 step short of Mag 1. And then we had a whole blast casting the EU tournament earlier today, which saw the number 1 and number 2 seeds face off against each other in the final, which is exactly the way you'd want it to go. All things returned to oneness. 21st in this match last week. Down to 550. Triceracop, that's the alt for Fury, is on 1400 exactly. Rhino for oneness. Level 7 Saber taken and sold for Fury. Cash prize there. He's got his orbital bombardment back, so does oneness. Fury also has a Rhino Assault, which could be dropped back here to keep a bunch of things in. Yeah, it is going to go right here. I was thinking back here, maybe. Could have been dropped to keep a whole bunch of things in the orbital bombardment location. With the shields up on the forts, the orbital should be hitting oneness much harder. Let's see how that goes. I am going to step away, get some water, go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I was wrong. It has gone way better for all things return to oneness. And with 5 surviving giants, that'll deal 1750. Down to 4 surviving giants, but he's also got the 2 Farseers. That is enough to beat Fury, knock him from the ranks of the unbeaten. Nice job. All things return to oneness. 2227 MMR beating the 2000. Very nice work. And we are through to the next round. We'll start in about a minute and a half. We're staying alive at 1 and 2. There are 9 unbeatens, with blood in the spoiler roll, unless somebody drops. The 501 hopes are now on Jacked, whom I'm afraid I've never heard of, Roxas, and Flo. And the vast majority of players remaining are 201, with Pico Kishi representing the 101. Blood in the spoiler roll facing one of the 501 players, so that's not great for us that are hoping for that. Dewan W, 170, Egophobic, Tulpa, Sunny have all abandoned after 2 wins. All right, we are 1 and 2. Have enough in the tank to go win another one? If you're wondering why that account name is blacked out, we do run a family-friendly channel, so I will occasionally blank somebody who is on a not family-friendly name, let's say, or wasn't family-friendly in chat during the game or after the game. Thank you, Miss Diana. I'm not sure. Oh, this is actually... Okay, wait, this guy is actually the one we do not have blocked. Hey. He just runs under the name star. I remember that also. What am I taking? I don't love any of you. Oh, I guess I'm a Farseer specialist. Well, for translation, their name is blocked out because they're a nasty edgelord. But that's not this person. This person is memeing about being the blocked person. Which you can tell that they're not blocked. Because, right, we don't have them blocked. And you can see that there's chat. Yes, Egglord is somebody else, I think. All right. So we're playing Snack Trash, huh? All right. So maybe that is... Maybe I don't think I have him blocked. That's really odd. I don't know what's going on then. Surely, if I had him blocked, he wouldn't be chatting with us, so... Oh well. Huh. Very strange. I do have it on some higher level filtering, right? To help ensure. Do we want to just play this more aggro? I kind of think we might. No? Aggro sabers instead of passive sabers? Let's do it. Oh. Okay, that is Fatigue 101, literally sitting there going, where is Arclight? Because I don't recognize the icon. Love it. Not the brilliantest. Alright, those middle crawlers, kind of like a running crawler, they do distract the first volleys. Later arriving crawlers take the second volleys, so it's not until around this third volley they're going to be landing anything on the sabers. That's important for keeping the sabers alive. We will want to range potentially both the sabers and the arcs if we wind up staying in in this build. But for now, it's a round 1 win to Snack Trash. I think Intensive is just too good to pass up, right? If you here, eat some early volleys. Pick up a round 2 Phoenix. And be on that strong side. Who needs a level? Be the weak side Saber. It'll even just be the weak side Arc. Alright, opponent is in Wasps. What are you doing? Supply specialist things. Right, well, we are going to lose to the Wasps. That's brutal. But we'll be fine, because next round we can take 2 Farseers, and then the Wasps are DOA. Hope you're not counting on them. Long term. Actually, I hope you've forgotten that I'm a Farseer specialist long term. Alright, he's still on 3,500. We've dropped to 3,129. Of course, aggro, oh, 4 hounds, huh? Let's take it. Take the 4 hounds. We will sell out of you. Take the 2 Farseers. We're going to spread far and wide with the hounds, I think. Talked about if you're buying a unit to counter another unit, you pretty much want to put it straight opposite. So that is why the Farseers are inside the towers, because his Wasps are inside the towers. Might as well. And we've got the 50 left to level our Arclight. I'm not sure if I actually want to. But okay. We can level the Arclight. See what happens there. He also took the hounds. 1, 2, 3, 4. He's got 1 on the shallow flank. Of course, one of the dangers to run... Oh, wow, he has a shallow flank out there. Both Farseers getting pulled out of their positions to go flank screen. That's kind of funny, because he has nothing close to the line. And then we'll work from the outside in, I suppose, towards the Wasps, if we can clean up the chaff. Can we clean up the chaff? I don't know. We do get the round win by air, and our 2 surviving Farseers, each dealing 300. We drop Snack Trash to 2,800. Now we've got a another one. Ooh. Rhino Assault? Rhino Assault, perhaps? For Efficient Giant. Transition to the Efficient Giant, I think. With you all the way out here. You guys get range. You can be all the way out here. Hound had a bad day. We'll give it a level now. Do we want to start selling out of the arcs? This guy's gold damage dealer so far. This guy's... Yeah, I don't think we do. Let's sell out of you. Take those two. Oh, not those two, just one. Just one, add another crawler. Crawler can be down here in a flank screen. This side will have a missile, just in case that rhino is being dropped. No rhino. Opponent has taken the efficient giant and picked up 2 forts. Why are you in 2 forts right now? Interesting. No AA on the forts. Okay. We win by air. Question is, can we keep the 2 Farseers alive? Not so much. Yes, we can. All right. 2,800 becomes 2,200. Shout out. Guess who says shout out to EU viewers? Day 2. Thank you very much, Guess Who. I am glad you're doing that. Do we want efficient tech now? Efficient tech is great for him. Kind of feel like orbital javelin might be it for us. Or laser sight. Maybe it's a laser sight for you. A range for you guys. We take those 2 and that. And we just let you guys be our air game. You basically stop and shoot from where you started, right? Yep, 2 more forts. And Kill Cannon says, I like how Farseer is its own counter, right? With, you know, electromagnetic explosion gets countered by photon emission. The missiles get countered by its anti-missile. Yeah, it's definitely its own counter. Opponent takes a loan to range his forts. I think we might need to sell this guy to fund a bit, start funding a bit more Hound. Farseers are kind of having trouble. If the forts had AA, right, opponent is winning this really hard right now. But we're going to get another 600 damage, drop him to 1,500. And just so glad he's not running AA on the bar. I love this bar, by the way. I was running it for a long time. It is brilliant. I mean, okay. Take to the skies, team. think 2 more pounds in probably those positions. Think alone for temp range and extra health. Let's see what we've got now. He's got the Wait, no, he's got wasps that are trying to stay alive till the late game. High-level Void Eyes doing decently. The Typhoons arrive. High-level Typhoon also does decently, but the Charge Shot Phoenix will bring it down. Wasps, those late arriving wasps have a good time, but eventually we have enough Phoenix left to win the round. It's a good thought, the delayed wasps. We've dropped Snack Trash down to 481. Yikes. You guys get Mech Rage this round. We sell you. Lone range speed leaves us 300. What do you need left? And what do you need now? Probably you. Deep, and you. Do you go? Shallowish? I suppose? Not sure where the barrier's going, guys. I was thinking I would buy a melter, but apparently I am not buying a melter. Maybe next round. Right, if he's been praying for one of those, for a big spell to hit all the flying things. I mean, he didn't know we were going to be in Flying Void Eyes either. He has... Wait, did you sell out of your Typhoon? It was one of the few things doing real work. Alright, he's gone to Elite Marksman Phoenix. So his Phoenix are going to greatly outrange us, right? 180 to 150. And, you know, we weren't winning the ground game quickly enough. That might work. They'll hang out behind the forts. We weren't winning the fort war quickly enough. I can see it, honestly. We don't have any kind of tank on the ground. He should get levels if he can get some of these leveled Void Eyes, or, you know, even clear up the leveled Phoenix at some point. We're gonna need a better chaff board now. Yeah, look at this. He's in decent shape with those. Yeah, that's gonna be a good round win for him. Great play, Snack Trash. Nice thinking. Every little bit of range helped, guess who? Well, there's the lightning storm. Now we're in trouble, gang. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Storm warning. Shields up. Shields up. Anyone? Wait. Nope, hold on. Now. Melters. With range. You. The other way around, right? You outside. You here. Okay, that's better. Temp range. You just sold a key wasp counter. Yes. Okay, he has mobile beaconed into the storm. He was alternating mobile beacon sides, so that's why I chose that side. for the storm. And plus I was going to get 2 of the Phoenix packs and only 1 on the other side. So we've cleaned up a lot of stuff over there. One of our high-level Phoenix survived the lightning storm. Our melters have locks. Zarath with the... well, I can't lose because it's the last round if I... either way. That... There are some some wasps left trying to get things done for us. Sentry missile takes out half of them. That's pretty big. Fort took down... Wow, ranged EM. Fort took down a bunch of the key units, a bunch of the melters, but the Phoenix does eventually bring it down. What do we have next, gang? I don't think the sandworms last very long, honestly. Wait a sec. Now, we're selling a worm, right? No, he's going to take the worms, right? And he throws the worms onto this side. So, our worms need... very least, they're going to need armor. Probably. Oof. Oof. This hurts. You go away. It's gonna be... You. Speed, range. That and that. Ugh. I don't love this turn, guys. Really don't. See what we got. He did not take the worms. Interesting. I was sure he was gonna. I was so sure he was going to. You could not beat the StarCraft Panda, Chris Roxas says. I got close, but no cigar. Yeah, he's pretty good. We leveled that tower. This is why, if you were wondering. We were going to lose that side. Surprise worm. Not enough. GG's to snack trash. Oh. What just happened? I got kicked out of my game because I was the longest player. But I'm also eliminated, so why not just leave me in the game? Thank you. Minus 26. And I have not abandoned the tournament, you... Ay. Owner of the longest running match. Well, not really what we wanted. So, Blood has ended the run of the 501's Jacked. StarCraft Panda, the #1 overall seed, ends the run of the 501's Nightmare. Eimer ends the run of the 501's Flow. There will not be a 501 triple header sweep. We're not capturing all 3 tournaments tonight, guys. Hikokishi also eliminated, so the 101 is out. They call this the Americas tournament, but there's only 4 unbeatens, and they are all from the 201. We'll stick around and cast those 2, but we'll be doing that after an ad break. And I guess I might as well go collect my little season reward. StarCraft Panda against Eimer. And all things return to oneness against Cute Fried Rice, I believe. Oh, Cheese Blood Bun. Sorry, Cheese Blood Bun. So let's take Eimer. Eimer against StarCraft Panda is probably the most fun. He tends to overperform in Asia if I get up for it for the same reason. How do I find my... Okay, I've got to go here. Gotta go here. Go here. To find out what Snack Trash's MMR was. Nope. $17.71 from Snack Trash. Minus 26 was the delta. Just couldn't quite finish him off. It was a really good game, though. Yes. This looked like it might not have saved that one for me, so let's make sure we pick this up. Then we can go back and catch this match. Better. Huh. It doesn't appear to want to download that one for me. How strange. Sorry for whatever I said to make you block me. No, you're not even blocked. Dude. Dude, you're not even blocked, man. It's amazing. It's he doesn't. Okay, we know Whooped likes his scorpions. You're not blocked. I don't even like. I saw your chats, right? Like, so it's literally filtering your name. I think because I'm running a family-friendly channel, so I've got the name filtering on the best things. But like, I don't get the unblock. I have block available. I don't, so like I know you're not blocked, so it's literally just filtering out your name, and of course you're you're always polite in chat, so I've never had any problem with you. You're not blocked, I promise. All right, welcome to our semifinals. Since Snack Trash, whatever you did, wait, you knocked me out of an America's tournament. Haha! Now you're blocked. No, wait, that's not how this works. Let's put our let's get our a real bet going before I descend into silliness here, guys. Alright, StarCraft Panda, the #1 seed in this tournament, is a giant specialist. Near side and running the, well, the dead side, I guess. Eimer on the far side, a missile specialist with the Sledge Arclight, was 5th place in this tournament last week, has reached the final 4. Of course, it's a little bit rough to queue into to StarCraft Panda at this point. Eimer takes the intensive training. So, Snack Trash, I was saying during that game, I actually love your fort bar. And I used to run it for the longest time. I ran your fort bar. And I have only recently switched to taking anti-air on it. So I was like, oh, I'll just punish him for not taking anti-air by throwing down all of the world's Phoenix. And, some flying Void Eyes if those showed up. I probably should have done the sell on the flying Void Eye turn instead of taking the Void Eyes, just sold and elite recruited some Phoenix at that point. And I needed to keep buying chaff and chaff clear. But yeah, it's just amazing when you get those big stumpy forts. Those are so fun. Big stumpy fortress, let's go. Ooh, that's fun. Surrey Wall. I love that. Big fort feel good, exactly. So I still run the range and elite to beat people's melters. So I knew I was in trouble going into the melters. The last round I should probably have taken EMP barrage on the melters, and you certainly punished me for staying in or overcommitting to the Farseer, I think. So really nicely done on that one. You played it really well. Of course, I'm going to blame the surgery earlier in the week. So it's definitely not me at my best. Except I think you beat me even on a good day. So you played that one just so nicely. Yeah, recovery is slow right now. I've got a huge old bruise at the at the site of the injury, and walking down the hallway is exhausting me. Or was. That was actually the news last night. Breaking news was Amarok made it down the hallway without getting out of breath, so that was nice. Okay, we're getting better. So, prognosis is excellent. I should be in fine shape. It's just going to be a couple of weeks, I think, before I'm back to anything close to full health. Which is unfortunate. I'd much rather be enjoying the summer than resting and recuperating. StarCraft Panda with the round 3 Raiden. Raiden has an improved firepower control system and is the gold damage dealer for the round. So, StarCraft Panda or Death is the order. Getting 4,500. Eimer down to 4,000. Eimer will take triple Phoenix drop. Let's go. And StarCraft Panda adding a pair of level 2 storms. Willing to put those up on top of the sledges. There's no great ground answer at the moment. Eimer adds a Wraith. Intensive trains it to level 2. Gives it the improved firepower control system. And it'll be range on the Raidens. So, ranged Wraith at 100 meters. Ranged Raiden at 150. The unranged Phoenix at 120. So, StarCraft Panda looking to win the air war again. StarCraft Panda loses this round. The ranged Wraith at level 2, a great shout for Eimer. It becomes his gold damage dealer and wins him the round. He'll take the electromagnetic impact as a missile strike on the far side Storm, the far side Stormcaller getting sold. The Mustang production line for StarCraft Panda is going to go on the newest Raiden, the one that is outside of the EMP blast. StarCraft Panda also dropping the shield airdrop. Unfortunately, it is going to get EMP'd by the electromagnetic impact, but the EMP is mostly aimed at the two Raidens, and it'll just do 35,000 damage to the 50,000 hit points of this shield airdrop. Eimer, of course, was 5th place last week. Death is the order. Your number 1 overall seed in this tournament. Eimer getting the round 5 win. We go to round 6 with another unit drop. Vulcan for Eimer. StarCraft Panda giving it some thought. Interesting that we're not in a melter here. I guess he thinks he's got the Raidens handled. For StarCraft Panda, it is take and sell the Phantom Rays to fund the rest of the board, I'm guessing. We've got a 4th Raiden. The 2 with items are up to level 2. Intensive training has trained the Vulcan up to level 3. So that's a big tank. And Eimer using the missile strike to try and take out some of the storms and some of the chaff in front of them all. It's also a bunch of ranged Phoenix as the answer to the Raiden carry. That does mean whichever side wins the chaff war is going to win the round, right? But as the player with the Wraiths, I think Eimer is counting on winning the chaff war, especially with the Vulcan. StarCraft Panda drops oil in front. Saw how deadly Lao can be with oil. This is pretty solid from StarCraft Panda because he's going to slow everything down this round and potentially be able to light that on fire next round with potentially incendiary bomb. You can see that multiple Stormcaller shots have landed in the oil. Oh, far side tower take by Eimer. Addition of that Wraith on that side really changed that calculus last round, and StarCraft Panda only able to add 1 Raiden on that side, but the level 2 Raidens from the left win it for StarCraft Panda. Eimer down to 3,300. StarCraft Panda at 2,805. Quick barrier for Eimer. He's got the Vulcan to host that. Yes, please, I'll take 60,000 more hit points. You could also conceivably have taken the Vulcan's Descent. If you're attacking those Vulcans heavily, that can be pretty valuable. Orbital Javelin would be able to take out one of the higher level Raidens, but probably not two. I think StarCraft Panda has just enough spacing to be able to avoid that. Unless you did a clever little pull. Is StarCraft Panda going to light the oil on fire? That is my guess. In fact, Eimer, this is interesting, does not put the barrier on the level 3 Vulcan with 120,000 hit points. Instead puts it on the level 1 on the other side, giving it effectively 100,000 hit points. So 2 tanky Vulcans. The Orbital Javelin is going to take at least half of this guy's hit points, leaving it at about 50,000. StarCraft Panda levels this Raiden, the gold damage dealer, to level 3. That thing is doing a terrifying 28,000 damage per beam at 165 meters. Yeesh. So, in fact, the Javelin kind of makes that Vulcan really vulnerable to this Raiden. You know, the chain will actually one-tap the Phoenix right now from this level 3 itemized Raiden. Not necessarily from the level 1 that's doing, 6,000 damage, 25% of that. Not enough to kill a Phoenix. But this guy, 25% of 28,000. Hey, even I can do that math in my head. That's 7,000 damage on the chain part of it. Yeesh. Eimer taking a haste module. And his EMP is up again. He'll be able to hit the 2 highest level itemized Raidens this round. Will StarCraft Panda play around that? See where he's got this aimed. Mobile beacon could help. Obviously a photon boat would help. Photon off of a Farseer only affects ground targets. That would not work. We did see StarCraft Panda light that oil on fire last turn with the incendiary bomb on his Stormcallers. Looks like he's decided to answer the Phoenix, I presume, with anti-air barrage, now that opponent is into range and charged shot. There you are, 3 forts, all with AA barrage. A little disappointed. I wanted to see Chain. I wanted to see him go, oh yeah, I've got this on the chain jump. But this perhaps a more reliable way to get it done. And of course, on the far side, Eimer has this Phoenix quietly leveled up to level 3 and doing 23,000 damage per shot. So it's pretty brutal. And remember, those AA barrages from the Fortress are first interceptable by Missile Interceptor, and second, they're going to target the Wraiths first. So no healing or armor on the Wraiths, but they will tank, 34,000 hit points worth of missile. Guess that is really just one shot from the Raiden, honestly. Fire on the ground from Eimer this round by throwing his throwing his oil on the ground, allowing the Vulcan to light that. Gonna win the left side pretty heavily. Also one on the right. Used 2 anti-missile devices because he thought the forts might be coming, not because he knew it. Also to keep the keep the fire off the ground from StarCraft Panda. They just happened to do great against the anti-air barrage forts. Yeah, you don't want to be in multiple missile sources of missiles. Don't want to rely on that. So again, I'm really hoping StarCraft Panda figures out that the chain is going to start one-tapping those Phoenix. It'd be amazing to see. a lot easier to spot from the, from the seat as the caster than in the heat of the moment. Yeah, because that's not a breakpoint you think of often, right? It's just not something you consider. But it is spectacular when it works. Shield on the Phoenix now for Eimer. That would actually be the right counter to the chain, I believe, since it would take 2 chains randomly targeting the Phoenix to pick the Phoenix up. It's also a good answer to the Fortress AA barrage, although I think anti-missile is better. Hey, look, guys. Eimer has invented Vulcan Phoenix. It's 2023 again. It is Incendiary Bomb Vulcan Phoenix, even. Light the ground on fire, play defense. More AA barrage for StarCraft Panda. And it is 6 Raidens, 4 forts. The ground on fire from StarCraft Panda's Stormcallers. Big level 3 Rhino running in on the left. It is taking a while with armor. Takes a while to burn through it. That has gotten some Phoenix targeted on the level 4 Raiden. The Phoenix win that fight, and that is the 2nd round in a row. That is huge experience for those Phoenix. They would become unstoppable, but they are already unstoppable. Eimer at 2076 MMR upsets your number 1 seed, StarCraft Panda. 2445 MMR goes down to Eimer. That was a fun one, guys. Vulcan Phoenix is back, baby. At least into this build. Oh, Chris Roxas lost to Vibe. What did Vibe run on you? He says he plays so weird. What was he running against you this time? Eimer the winner on this one. All things return to oneness. The winner on the other one. Those will be our two favorites for the next round out. As Roxas says, he lost to Vibe here. Blood gets the win over Fort Build. Flow over Iron Silk. Fury beating Gray. So those are some of the folks that are in with a shout at the top 3. Acite over the Magician, and our Nameless 201 that beat me has beaten Jacked. I guess I am still collecting minor points from you two. Yeah, okay. My first and second round opponents have had good days. StarCraft Panda immediate abandon after losing to Eimer. He went extended range rays and AA arcs. Yeah, I agree with what Alpha Titan said earlier. I wanted to see if there's an extended range ray play somewhere, and essentially using the ER ray, you can kind of have them sort of filling into a Phoenix style role. But for Vibe, this is a great tournament run. Beating you, well, I guess beating you only, really. Wait, is he he's the one that beat you, that he beat you, Snack Trash? Where is Amarok down to at this point? A 38th at 1 and 3. A small tournament. All right, so remind me when we're doing the final tournament screen, we're showing out the top 36, right? Just to make sure we're not showing the 1 and 3s. Maybe top 35. I don't think Sunny needs accolades for coming in 36th there. Maybe it should be top 30. There you go. Small tourney. We'll run our ads. We'll be right back with the final. Don't go anywhere. Chris Roxas is off to Tilt Q. Love it. Yay. Don't do it, Roxas. Don't do it. All right. What the heck is going on? Not this one. I want to see this screen. This one's supposedly downloaded? What the heck? It's not even on my computer. It's not on my hard drive. Okay, where is it? Excuse me, how? How is this one? I am so confused. Vibe has insane variance, but he's got an incredible understanding of the game. Also, Savage Pin by Amarok. Oh no. Ouch. Ouch, that Smurf account. You get anything at this end of the season if you finish top 200? I don't believe so. Don't believe so. Welcome to our final. All things return to oneness against Eimer. All things return to oneness will be near side on blue. Oneness, who we just saw beat StarCraft Panda in the semifinals, is on far side, and red. All things return to oneness, a supply specialist with Tarantula and Crawler. Eimer on the far side, aerial specialist with the very strong Sledgehammer Arclight start. Channel point predictions are up. Juxtapose says things return to oneness is an incredible name. If you want to support, you've got the player to support there. We just saw Eimer with a win over StarCraft Panda. I'll take them to win it all. I've thrown a poll up so that you guys can control where the post-tournament raid goes to. All Things Return to Oneness has taken mass-produced Overlord. That could be a fun, spicy way to close a stream. Love it. Eimer on the far side also takes the mass-produced Overlord as aerial specialist, so you gotta love that. Increased by 13%, decreased by 15%. Those will come out pretty close to baseline Overlords. Ferendo's father is here to pick them up. Phoenix heading at the far side tower there. That will be a solid round for Eimer. Should get the debuff at about the right time. There's no upshoot at all. And Eimer took 2 Phoenix this round. So that is going to absolutely decimate Things Return to Oneness. Looks like it's going to be, oof, a 1,000-point round or so. All Things Return to Oneness down to just 2220 after 2 rounds. Only 2 rounds, you're almost half health. That is brutal. What is Oneness going to do to turn this back around? There's so much value out of taking the Phoenix on round 2. We've got a melting point for All Things Return to Oneness. And now the aerial specialist brings out the mass-produced Overlord. Also adds the level 3 Fire Badgers to this flank. The flank, not really answered. Are the Fangs the answer? The Fangs are the theoretical answer to the flank. They just melt to the Fire Badgers. They're not even going to tickle level 3 Fire Badgers. And All Things to Return to Oneness will be in trouble again. We've got great action in that bottom corner. Fire Badger flank, which, you might Rhino, except there are Phoenix above it, so now you need to beat the Phoenix. And there goes the mass-produced Overlord taking out the melting point. The melting point couldn't be lined up perfectly with it because it was placed blind. It's a good guess. It's a really good guess. But All Things Return to Oneness is in a ton of trouble. It's a steel ball production line. That will help a bit because it gives you something to distract the Overlord. And then a melting point to answer the Fire Badger flank. That's painful, but it will dominate the dropped Wraith. Okay. The Wraith, of course, to try and... Wait, why the Wraith? Eimer? I do a lot of work to try and figure out what people are thinking. Is the Wraith to preempt a fort with AA barrage? Fort would be targeting the Wraith instead of the Phoenix, and Eimer is just so far ahead and aerial specialist that he feels like he can just take a flyer at that. He's also gone for healing on the sledges. The steel ball production is on this backside melter. And none of those steel balls have even looked at the Fire Badger. Oh, crawlers were the perfect add to tank the melting point indefinitely. One of the Fire Badgers goes down. Adding the heavy armor was just the coup de grace to that flank. They tanked for so long that this combination actually wins. And holy smokes, folks, a championship game in 4 rounds for Eimer. And Eimer had already jumped to 21-12 by beating StarCraft Panda. He's going to take another big scalp by taking all things returned to oneness and winning for the first time a weekend tournament. 4 rounds and done from Eimer. You want to know how to beat Tarantula aggro? There's the way. You go Aerial Specialist, round 2 Phoenix, have an uncountered Phoenix flank, drop the level 3 Fire Badger in front of the Phoenix on round 3, while also throwing down a mass-produced Overlord for maximum hit point damage. And then, oh, by the way, add a Wraith and a Crawler to that flank so you have any possible answer covered. Crush the flank while you're also crushing the main front. Eimer was 5th place here last week. 1st place this week. Congratulations. That is bruising. Why is Mechabellum exposing my folder structure like that? I don't know. Do not know. Congrats to those of you who took Eimer. Congrats to Streamer for betting on Eimer, apparently. We're up some insight. We're at 41,000 now. And Eimer's going to have to wait for the other 8 games in progress to finish. Literally, no other game has completed. Hey, you've earned this, Eimer. Okay, tilt is over, Chris Roxas says. I ran over my opponent. Yeah. Let us, I guess, step into maybe Acetate and Jacked here. Aha! Now I know you have a disc D. It is true. It is true, but what you don't know is whether I actually have a disc D. Or whether I have something mapped as disc D with an alias. You have discs H and W because you have discs W, H, and O mapped. You've got homework, H and W. Aw, man. Home and work. Makes sense. Good work, Toast. And also, how are you still awake? You're never awake this late. Results of the poll were in. I think the poll took longer than the match, actually. But we will be rating you guys off to Vibe after tournament. Then I will be off tomorrow. No 2v2 tournament for me. I'm, the long stream last night, and 2 tournaments today. I think you guys could see from my play that I just did not have it at all tonight. That's quite all right. I've enjoyed hanging out with you guys, but no, we're not repeating. Whooped. I'm just gonna rest and spend the day recovering. I should plan on being back on Monday. I'm gonna plan on taking Tuesday off again, and then we'll see if I'm hopefully we're back to a full full schedule. Back on Wednesday, off Thursday, on Friday, and Saturday. Of course, Friday, I'm really looking forward to bringing you guys the finals of that Mecha Mini Masters. That is starting at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. Thank you very much, Guess Who. I'm going to stick this out and just to get you guys the final standings screen, I think. But I feel like it's been a very forgettable tournament for me, at least. Not for Eimer. Eimer's had a great one. Have they abandoned or have they stuck it out? They have not abandoned. They are gonna gut this out. Yeah, I'll spend tomorrow with Kiddo. Should be good. Kiddo and resting. Had never heard of Jacked before, but they are playing a Tarantula and Marksman and Phoenix game. Seems to be going down to, well, with worms. A whole bunch of worms. With Wraith into Forts and Phoenix. And Wraith, you gotta figure the Marksman might be the answer to the Wraith. But they haven't been teched or anything. Let's take a look at the boards here. Jacked has probably had that one Wasp very early in the game, considering it has jump drive and has presumably moved all over the place. So we've got 3 Sandworms. You could conceivably play a Worm Wasp. He doesn't even have range on the Wasps yet, or on the bar for the Wasps. It is AA Barrage for the Forts, double tap for the Forts to be able to bring those Sandworms down quickly. One of them is level 2, one of them can be level 2 for Acetate. And the 3 Wraiths all providing degen beam. You're going to count on Marksman to counter Wraiths. You really want to give them aerial specialization. For the extra damage, of course. Ooh, that's fun. The missile strike to try and kill this wasp. But it's not going to be coming straight over, right? This wasp is going to be going straight forward. So the missile strike is going to land with the wasp probably right around here. I think it misses about half the pack. So we can watch and see how many survive up there. Yeah, it does. It leaves 7 wasps alive. So that missile strike could have been a lot better positioned from Asite. And as it turns out, Jack's wasps get the job done. Asite acting as though the wasps would be drawn straight to the summon in, but the summon ins and the missile strike all land at the same time. So the wasps haven't had the time to react to the summon in. You really wanted to force them to do that. You needed to add a unit on that flank. Doesn't look like it is likely to matter. It's a really minor thing. I'm just kind of pointing it out because it's one of the things you learn about spells by, repeat experience, perhaps. Asite wins this one, 4,600 hit points to Jacked. Jacked is 1,600. This is why I've never heard of them. They played out of their gourd to get as far as they did in this tournament. Great job from them. Asite at 2,058, not really troubled by it. There is a vast difference between the 2,000 player and the 1,600s. We've got one match ongoing, Vibe versus Blood. Well, I mean, that sounds like fun. And we are planning on raiding to Vibe. You know what? If we're planning on raiding to Vibe, why don't I just do that instead of showing the match on a 90-second delay? Let's send you on over. Good night. Thank you all very much for watching. We have had Zalex and Bimpy here tonight, along with Cat Samu. Alpha Titan helped co-cast the Europe. Whoops GG was here. Ghoster Supreme has been here all day. Salt Monkey, as Zach checked in at the start of the stream, was here for the Europe. VIP sponsors include Toast94, Blue Feral, Just Nash XYZ, Fab4200, Xfire X, Anabolica23, and hardware support from Blue Feral, Ocelotus Gaming, Mr. John Thursday, and Salt Monkey is Zach. Guys, I really could not do it without all of you. So thank you very much. On we go. Say hello, give some love to Vibe, who is going into round 10 against Blood. Good night. Thank you all for watching. See you on Monday. yeah.